Ladies and gentlemen, the ringing of that phone bell means mystery, adventure.
Nero Wolf's office, Archie Goodwin speaking. Who? Oh, I see. Oh, and you think Mr. Wolf might be interested in going over and... Hold on a minute.
Archie, I'm not interested in going anywhere. Ill-considered movement is the curse of our times. Not to mention the mania for fresh air. Phew. Bottle opener, if you please.
Here you are. But that was Zabro's flower shop, Mr. Wolf.
Indeed.
Got a new shipment of orchids from upstate.
In that case,
Mr. Wolf, remember the curse of our times? Not to mention the mania?
I'll be there.
He'll be there.
After all, a man must risk his life sometimes.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the bulkiest, balkiest, smartest, and most unpredictable detective in the world. That chair-borne genius, Nero Wolf. Created by Rex Stout and brought to you in a new series of adventures over this NBC network in the person of Mr. Sidney Greenstreet.
Orchids don't grow up overnight. They have to be carefully planted, tended, watered, and watched. And the same thing goes for murder. Take Zabro's flower shop minutes after we got that phone call.
Zabro!
Oh, Mr. Hansen, I did not notice you are here.
I'm here, and what's more...
You like the way I display your orchids, hmm?
I don't like the way you've been avoiding meeting your obligation.
Please, it is better not to shout.
It'd be still better if you paid me what you owe me.
Mr. Hansen, business has not been so good. I will pay.
You'd better.
I intend to...
My lawyers aren't going to be satisfied by intentions.
Your lawyers?
I've no particular desire to own a flower shop, but it looks as if I'm going to, unless you raise some money.
Mr. Hansen, I have worked years. I have given of my blood to make a success of this establishment. You cannot take him from me. You are a rich man.
I intend to stay rich, too. You've got 24 hours, Zabro. A man can accomplish a lot in 24 hours.
Yes, Miss.
Uncle?
What is it, Enid?
Have you seen my display?
The lilies?
Uh-huh.
Yes, pretty.
Oh, thank you.
He's not here.
Well, I didn't say...
You didn't have to. John Arndt is not here. Why he is not here, I don't know. His job was to look after my display. Perhaps he doesn't need a job anymore.
You know he does.
Fiddlesticks. After all, if he marries my heiress...
Uncle!
My dear girl, John Arndt is a fairly capable man with orchids. Outside of that, I have no use for him whatsoever, especially in the role of your husband.
Well, isn't that for me to decide?
Of course it is, except that, pretty as you are, John Arndt is seeing you through a golden haze. To be precise, the money that will come to you from me when I die.
That's nasty.
It's the truth.
Well, you can't know that.
I'm going to find out.
What?
I saw my lawyers this morning. Among other things, I instructed them to draw up a codicil to my will. A codicil to the effect that all my money goes to you on one condition.
Oh, you couldn't.
I did. The condition was that you refrain from marrying John Arndt, either now or at any time in the future.
Well, that's not fair.
It's a very good way of discouraging Mr. Arndt. What'll you bet his ardor cools off quickly,
You told him?
Yes. Probably why he hasn't appeared as yet. He's sulky.
You really signed that codicil?
I will, as soon as the papers are drawn up. But where are you going?
I don't know. I've got to get away someplace and think.
Very well. Think about forgetting John Arndt. Best thing in the world for you.
Uncle, do you really think you can manage other people's lives for them?
I don't see why not.
No? Well, people don't like to be managed. They get desperate sometimes. And sometimes they kill.
Mr. Wolf, what are you doing?
Getting up. I'm up.
Well, that makes you eligible for the Explorers Club or something.
My coat and muffler, Archie.
I got him here.
Thank you.
You're really going out into that weather outside?
Archie, must you try to be witty?
It amuses me no end. Haven't you seen enough of those weeds yet?
An orchid is not a weed. Another muffler, Archie, the woolen one.
You've already got 2 on.
Please, fresh air clogs the lungs, Archie.
Sure, everybody knows that, but they won't admit it.
Of course not. The conspiracy of silence. Archie, I'm ready.
You sure? I can see a square inch of skin showing.
Come. You're driving me to Zabras.
Mm-hmm. All right, careful. And take a deep breath. I'm going to open the door. You ready?
Yeah, very well. Open it.
Be brave, Mr. Wolf. We'll keep the car window shut, and maybe you'll make it. Careful.
The risks one takes.
In you go. Well, okay, boss. Now, where is Zabros?
45th Street.
Gee, 10 blocks. Grit your teeth, Mr. Wolf. We're off.
Oh, Mr. Wolf, I'm glad you are here.
Those orchids you wrote me about had better be worth a trip.
The trip? But I think you live only a little way from here.
Don't forget it had to be made in the open air, Mr. Zabro.
Where are the orchids?
Towards the back. They are from Hansen's place. He is a fine grower. I have made an exhibit.
Good.
Oh, excuse me. Others are here. You go look for yourself, no?
Very well. Archie.
Oh, I was just noticing
Did a girl just enter the store?
A girl, a goddess, tall, graceful. Venus de Milo with arms. Arms that were made... Never mind, let's go look at orchids.
Thank you. Very fine.
The exhibit is laid out like nature, huh? Reminds me of a spot in Central Park that I spent some of my happiest moments in.
Then you do like flowers.
I don't go to Central Park to look at flowers. I went there to, forget it.
Gladly. Now go away and annoy someone else.
Venus?
I want to concentrate on these orchids. Goodbye.
Okay. I'll leave you alone with your loved ones. Let's see, maybe I can arrange to be left alone with something I could very easily learn to love. Hey, boss.
Don't bother me, Archie.
Oh, this is serious. There's a lily display just like this one over at the other end of the store.
Nothing connected with lilies could possibly be serious.
Maybe not, but there's a corpse planted among these lilies.
Indeed?
A lot of ferns were banked up in back of the display. I saw a foot sticking out, so I slipped back, lifted a few ferns, and found a body.
Fresh?
Very. The wound was still bleeding. Knife wound.
Sad, very. Now run along.
Well, aren't you going to do anything about it?
Why should I? Anyone who would permit himself to be found dead or alive among a display of lilies is beneath contempt.
Well, maybe the poor guy didn't have a chance to crawl into an orchid display before he died. However, if that's the way you feel, I'll tell the police all about poor Mr. Hansen and let them...
Who?
Hansen, the orchid grower.
He's one of the finest in the country.
Not is. Was. Wasn't me who pushed him under the lilies.
Under lilies? Bah. He would have hated that. Have you told Zabro?
No. Zabro's been busy up front.
Where is this display?
Right along here.
There's been a number of people in the store since we came. Someone else may have noticed that dead man's foot.
I covered it.
Satisfactory. At times you give the illusions of intelligence. Is this the display?
Yep. Come around to the back. There's a little space between the back of the display and the wall. Yeah. Now, here, right under this pile of ferns...
Yes, Archie?
Hey, that body.
What about it?
It got bashful. It's gone.
Indeed.
The corpse was dead.
Corpse is off now. Confound you, Archie. Have you been drinking too much milk again?
Now, look, boss, I saw him there. The blood's still coming out of his back, and I tell you that...
Let me understand you. Are you suggesting the corpse rose and walked away?
No, but somebody could have dragged it away. Somebody who put it here in the first place.
Pixies, no doubt. Come along, Archie. If this is some half-witted trick to distract me from the orchid...
Oh, no. I never come between a man and his love. Hey, wait a minute, Mr. Wolf.
Yes?
Do ferns bleed?
Let me see. Oh. Indeed. Yes, there is blood, fresh arterial blood on these ferns. Bright red color, which means there was a wounded person among these lilies recently.
Thanks for the late vote of confidence.
Whoever killed Hanson apparently found a better place for him.
Mm-hmm. Took him home to put him over the mantelpiece.
Unlikely. Hanson wasn't very decorative.
Okay. Now shall I yell for the police?
You have nothing to show them except a fern leaf covered with blood? No.
Don't tell me you smell a fee among all these flowers.
Hanson was a man I admired. Good heavens, Archie. The number of first-rate orchid growers is small enough without one of us being murdered.
Mm-hmm. Unsportsmanlike, huh? Okay, we won't stand for it. What next?
The body was removed from the building. How?
Well, I wouldn't swear to it, but there's a window here that leads out to an alleyway.
Could the alleyway be seen from the street?
I don't think so. There's a bend in it.
Wide enough for a car?
Yep.
Bring Zabro to me. Oh, don't bother. He's coming himself.
Well, Mr. Wolf, what do you think of the... Mr. Wolf, I do not believe this.
What don't you believe?
You are looking at lilies.
Not exactly. Whose flowers are these?
Mr. Hanson's niece grows lilies.
I see. Zabro, did you get all your orchids from Hanson?
Oh, yes. He is an artist.
Practically an old master at the moment. How much money did you owe him?
Who tell you I owe him?
You do, don't you?
Well, yes. Business has not been so good. But did he speak to you?
No, I guess you owed him money.
But I do not understand.
Was Hanson in the store today?
Yes, he came. You hear us quarrel, eh?
Where is he now?
I do not know. He leave, maybe.
I rather think he did. Zabro, who else was in the store within the last half hour who might have known Hanson?
Oh, Miss Hanson was here, and John Aaron. He is Mr. Hanson's assistant, and how you say, sweet on Miss Hanson.
Was she the tall girl came in shortly after we did, Mr. Zabro?
Tall? Yes, I think so.
Are either of them still here?
No. They go.
Together?
Miss Hanson go first.
Very well. Come along, Archie.
Okay, Mr. Wolf.
You will not tell Mr. Hanson you know of my debts.
No, Mr. Zabro, I won't tell him. As a matter of fact, even if I wanted to, I don't think he would listen.
I love these long drives in the country. Where are we going?
Hanson's place.
Oh. You think he returned to it to haunt it, huh?
He was returned there, I suspect.
Uh-huh. In order to cast suspicion on himself.
Miss Hanson lives with him. Mr. Arndt works for him on the premises, therefore...
Miss Hanson will be there?
I imagine so. Why?
Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. Boss, can we stop at the next town?
Why?
I want to buy a book on lilies.
This sudden... You mean Miss Hanson grows them and there?
Uh-huh. You see, that way we'll have something in common.
Perhaps, but Archie, is an interest in flowers what you want to have in common with her?
So this is the house that Orchids built, huh? Snazzy.
Very handsome country home.
For streamlined zombies.
Hello.
I take that back.
Miss Hanson?
Yes.
I'm Nero Wolf. The person ogling you is my assistant, Mr. Goodwin.
Oh. Well, Uncle has spoken of you, Mr. Wolf. Oh, come in, please.
Thank you.
I was not ogling. I was merely tracing a resemblance.
Oh, between Uncle and me?
Between you and my heart's desire.
Archie, stop being poetic. It doesn't become you.
In here, please. My uncle isn't at home yet, but... Oh, John, this is Mr. Wolf, Mr. Goodwin. John is Uncle's assistant.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Mr. Hanson hasn't returned from town yet, Mr. Wolf.
Are you quite sure?
Why, yes. Unless Enid saw him.
Oh, no, I didn't, John.
Indeed. In that case, if you don't mind, we'll wait for him.
Well, of course, we'd be delighted.
Sure. Excuse me, won't you? I've got some work to do.
On orchids or lilies?
The orchids.
Well, then go right ahead.
See you later.
Oh, can I get you something to drink?
Beer will do, thank you.
I'd better help you bring the bottle in, Miss,
Archie.
On the other hand, maybe you can manage alone.
Well, of course I can. I'm a big girl, Mr. Goodwin.
I noticed. I mean, why not call me Archie? It takes less time.
I'd like to, Archie.
Swell. Remember what old Dr. Tidmouse said?
I want a bottle of beer.
Said, I want a bottle... Oh. No. Never mind, Enid. You better go gather some beer for Mr. Wolf.
All right. I'll be back in a minute.
So much of her and all so nice.
Archie, are you forgetting why we're here?
I don't care why you're here.
We're waiting for Uncle.
Uh-huh. Mr. Wolf, it's unlikely that Uncle is going to walk in through that front door.
True. That is why you're sneaking out the back door to find him.
How do you know he'll be around here?
This is where he lives, isn't it, Archie?
Yes, but if you'll remember, Uncle gave up living earlier this afternoon.
You mean he was persuaded to? Nevertheless, I rather think he'll be around, body and all.
He wasn't in the house, so I tried the conservatory, hothouse, what have you. It was hot in that steam-heated orchid paradise. Also, it was full of orchids. Unfortunately, it wasn't full of Miss Hanson. I wandered hither and yon for a moment, dreaming of her, until I noticed a foot. Same foot I'd seen back at Zabro's, and peculiarly enough, the same corpse was attached to it. Uncle's. I was bending over to take a closer look when I felt a thud. I realized that thud was the sound of something hitting my head, and I began to realize, too, that I'd been knocked almost unconscious, which the second blow did.
I can't understand where my uncle is, Mr. Wolf.
His staying away so late is unusual, then.
Of course it is.
Which reminds me, Archie's been gone for several hours.
Yeah. Where did he go, Mr. Wolf?
To look about? Were you in the hothouse, Mr. Hunt?
No, I was packing some plants.
You, Miss Hanson?
Well, after I brought your beer, I went upstairs and rested for a while. Why?
Because if either of you harmed Archie, I shall personally murder you.
Oh, Mr. Wolf.
Come on, we got to find the boy.
Why should either of us want to harm him?
Because he probably found your uncle's body.
His body? What are you...
I don't understand.
Mr. Hanson has been murdered.
Oh no.
Enid.
Oh, stop that, Miss Hanson. You're a perfectly healthy young woman. There's no reason for you to swoon.
Now, look here, you.
Besides, I rather suspect she lost no love for him. Am I right, Miss Hanson?
He was my uncle.
You're aware of the fact? He opposed your marriage to Miss Aunt here, huh?
That's none of your business.
Which means he did oppose it. Mr. Aunt, Mr. Hanson was a friend of mine. I intend to find the murderer after I find his body. It shows a lack of proper respect to transport a corpse about the countryside. Come, both of you, we must find Archie.
This whole thing's like a nightmare.
Except you can't wake up from it. Let's go on with the search.
Oh, look, there on the ground.
Archie.
I'll see if he's all right.
Why, this is fantastic. Mr. Hanson stabbed to death, and now Goodwin.
He's just been stunned, thank heavens. He's coming to.
Oh, I died. Oh, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm dead.
Archie, speak to me.
Oh, I went to heaven.
Are you all right, Archie?
Uh-oh, the other place.
Get up.
Sure, if somebody will hold my head. Oh, are we having an earthquake?
You poor boy. Take my arm here.
I'll take both.
Boy, he's normal. What happened, Archie?
Somebody hit me when I wasn't looking.
Yeah? Why?
I don't know. Oh, yes, I remember.
Yes?
I found Uncle lying right there. Right there.
The poor boy's delirious.
Don't tell me he's gone again.
I'm afraid he has, Archie.
Are you sure you saw him?
I'm positive, and then somebody slugged me. That corpse is the shyest one I've ever met.
Blood would have dried. There'll be no signs of his having been placed here. Bad.
Why?
Your testimony would be valueless, especially since you were found unconscious. The jury would suspect you of having hit the bottle.
Why didn't we stay the night? I'm a sick man. Enid would have nursed me.
Ah, you're not sick. And I won't have you taking advantage of that girl.
In my condition, I couldn't have. But maybe she would have taken advantage of me.
Hurry.
Is that what they called it in your day?
There's Zabro. Stop the car.
Okay. Dum-ba-dee-dum-dee-dee-dum. Here we go.
Oh, I can manage. I'm not entirely helpless.
Place is closed. Dark.
I was afraid it might be.
Don't tell me Zabro's gone traveling, too.
Possibility, Archie.
You mean he killed Hanson to cancel the debt he owed him, and then followed us out to the country house and dumped Hanson there, hoping to pin suspicion on Enid and John?
Perhaps.
Uh-huh. Slugged me when I found the body too soon, and then... Guess we better get into the joint.
Door's locked.
A guy I know got out of jail the other day.
Yeah?
He's reformed, so he gave me all his skeleton keys.
You have them with you?
Mm-hmm. And we'll find out in a minute just how good a burglar he was. Very good. Will you come in?
Shut the door.
Okay.
Now. What's that?
Somebody's been hurt. The lights. Nothing up front here.
Back of the store where the exhibits are.
I'll go see. Maybe you better stay here.
Nonsense.
Oh, where? Oh, among the lilies again. But this time there are two bodies there.
Sabro. Quick, Archie.
Mr. Zabro? Mr. Zab? He's been shot, boss. Bad.
He's trying to say something.
In the lilies. Mr. Hanson.
Yes, we know about him. Who shot you?
From the window. Alleyway. Came in.
Mr. Zabro, who?
He inherit money. Inherit.
Down, Mr. Wolf, quick. Somebody's shooting from that window.
Archie.
All in one piece. Are you all right?
Yes, that car.
It's gone. Brought the body here and...
Zabro.
He couldn't duck. He's dead.
Yes.
Police, boss, this time we've got more than a fern leaf smeared with blood to show them.
Not yet, Archie. I'd prefer handing the murderer over to them along with the victims. I'm going home. Archie, get Miss Hanson and Mr. Arndt there as soon as you can.
Well, suppose they don't want to come.
Knock them unconscious and drag them there.
Not Enid, boss. Enid's... Hey, what Zabro said about inheriting.
Don't anticipate, Archie. When you get them to my office, we'll identify the murderer then.
Mr. Wolf, don't you think this is all a little high-handed, dragging us here in the middle of the night?
Murder is even more high-handed, Mr. Arndt.
Please, John.
Miss Hanson, do you inherit?
Well, I guess so. I'm Uncle's only relative, so I suppose.
Wait a minute, Enid. Mr. Wolf, are you suggesting that she had anything to do with this invisible corpse?
The corpse is no longer invisible, Mr. Arndt.
You've seen Uncle?
Yes, dead in Zabro's establishment. Lying with a knife in his back in his own orchid display.
Now you're trying to pin something on me. You know I set up that orchid display.
Indeed. The police will be interested in that information.
But he wasn't found in the orchids. He was...
Yes, Mr. Arndt. He was found where?
I don't know.
You were about to say the lily display, weren't you?
I wasn't going to say anything.
You're a little late. You already informed us that you knew his body was not placed in the orchid display. How did you know?
I just guessed.
The jury will be very much impressed by your remarkable clairvoyance, especially since... Archie, ask Mr. Zabro to come in.
Mr. Zabro? Okay.
Don't bother, Goodwin.
John, that gun.
Shut up, you little fool.
Enid's a big girl.
I don't know how you tumbled, Wolf. Lucky guessing, maybe.
Oh, come now. Neither of us has indulged in guesswork. You killed Hanson, placed his body in the lily display to attract suspicion towards Miss Hanson. You felt sure she wouldn't be convicted, so you were safe. She would inherit, you would marry her, a marriage which your uncle opposed. When you saw that Archie had discovered the body too early for you to establish an alibi for yourself...
Then he sneaked the body out of the window into his car and then dumped it in the hothouse.
For time.
Go on, Mr. Wolf.
He didn't intend it to be discovered there, which was why he knocked you unconscious, Archie.
Oh, I'm so glad he had a good reason for it.
He had a body on his hands. He decided to double back, put the body in its original place, and carry through his plan. But Zabro caught him at it, poor fellow.
I thought Zabra was in the other room.
Lost you fool. Do you think I, too, am addicted to carrying corpses about? Zabro is dead. And you've given yourself away unnecessarily. Archie?
All right.
Archie, quick!
Let go, Edith.
I've got his arm.
I'll give him mine with a fist attached.
Very satisfactory, Archie. Now call the police. Inform them you have 2 corpses and a murderer for them.
You should have heard Mr. Arndt's language, boss, when the police took him away. Oh, I don't think he loves you.
I don't think it matters anymore.
It used to me.
Growing pains. You'll get over it, Miss Hanson.
You trapped him, Mr. Wolf, but what made you so sure he did it?
At the hothouse, when you were unconscious, Archie, Mr. Arndt deplored the fact that Mr. Hanson had been stabbed in the back. And no one had mentioned how he was killed. Therefore...
The reason Arndt knew was because he himself had killed Mr. Hanson. Murderers seldom get away with it, no matter how tightly they button their lips.
Well, mine, however, are not buttoned up. Archie?
Oh, the beer is on your desk.
Thank you. Miss Hanson, stop brooding. Try some of this beer.
But, Mr. Wolf, my heart's broken.
As a man who has lived a good many years, Miss Hanson, permit me to assure you that the easiest way of mending a broken heart is by filling the stomach.
You have been listening to The New Adventures of Nero Wolfe, starring Sidney Greenstreet. Tonight's transcribed story was based on the characters created by Rex Stout. This is an Edwin Fadiman program produced and directed by J. Donald Wilson. In the cast were Larry Dobkin as Archie Goodwin, and Gigi Pearson, Jay Novello, Herb Butterfield, and Byron Kane. Next week at this same time, Nero Wolfe and Archie will bring you The Case of the Deadly Sellout. Don Stanley speaking. Three chimes mean good times on NBC. Friday means another visit with that entertaining eating establishment, Duffy's Tavern.
Ladies and gentlemen, the ringing of that phone bell means mystery, adventure.
Nero Wolf's office, Archie Goodwin speaking. What? You're expecting Mr. Wolf at your place in 3 hours? Your place is where? Yes. Well, I'm expecting Hetty Lamar in 15 minutes. Yeah, but, mister, we're both out of luck.
Archie, what are you babbling about?
There's a character on the phone who's laboring under the naive delusion that you're about to make a trip upstate.
His name?
Finley, he said.
In that case, he's quite correct.
Yeah, he's quite the, yes, Mr. Finley. Mr. Wolf will be there. Yeah, goodbye.
I shall need some beer, Archie.
The bottle opener's in the right-hand drawer.
Thank you.
What one of us needs is a psychiatrist. You're voluntarily leaving your happy home, exposing yourself to the elements, entrusting your only life to a savage automobile?
I am.
Oh. Somebody's offered you the United States Treasury, huh?
Mr. Finley happens to grow orchids. Among them, he has developed a plant possessing spurred labilli. I have an opportunity to purchase a couple of the plants, therefore...
I don't believe it.
But, Archie, according to the reports I have received, he has produced a strain of black cypripedium.
Oh, well, in that case. But, Mr. Wolf, while it's true that black may be the color of your true love's hair, it is also true that black is the color of funerals.
ladies and gentlemen, it's the detective genius who rates the knife and fork the greatest tools ever invented by man. The ponderous, brilliant, and unpredictable Nero Wolfe. Created by Rex Stout and brought to you in the person of Mr. Sidney Greenstreet.
The beginning of the case of the Phantom Fingers actually had nothing to do with black orchids. The first act was played in an old house at the end of an old dirt road. It was short and simple, as short as life, and as simple as murder.
Joe, I didn't believe the letters I got. Didn't believe them until now. I've been a lonely man. No wife, children. Joe, it was all coming to you after I died. There was no need for you to steal from me. All you had to do was wait. Joe, that gun. Put it down. No.
Archie,
Yes, Mr. Wolfe.
how much longer?
Oh, an hour, maybe. Why?
I'm a fool.
Yeah, well, payday's tomorrow. I refuse to agree with you. Besides, the trip's been fine so far, huh? So there's snow on the road, but,
Phooey.
well, it's nice snow. Pretty soon it'll be spring, and in the spring...
If you mention old Tidmas once more, I shall strangle you.
No, it's against the law. But you know, that snow melts much faster, the trees won't look so pretty.
Trees, are they really necessary?
Uh-huh. People cut them down and make paper out of them. And they take the paper and make dollar bills. Mr. Wolfe, we're surrounded by future thieves.
I prefer the finished product. What on earth is that?
Sounds like a river.
Indeed.
Except there aren't any rivers around here.
Hey,
Yeah?
up ahead.
What? Huh?
It's a river. Only it isn't a river.
It's wet.
It's wet and it's got waves on it. Had to start raining, too.
Nature. Phooey.
The road behind us is covered with water. We just have to keep going onward and upward.
Would you like to recite Excelsior to me?
Why, sure. Shades of night were falling fast when through an alpine village passed...
An idiot of your caliber, no doubt.
Oh.
That infernal engine has died.
No, the road dips up ahead. And where it dips, there's a junior Mississippi growing up.
Splendid.
Not so splendid. We can't go back and we can't go forward.
Why not?
They didn't build this model to swim.
No foresight. What do we do now?
Well, we could abandon the car and,
Walk, are you mad? Are you seriously suggesting I indulge in a foot race with the flood?
Yeah, well, not seriously, but,
Oh, you've decided to give the car a swimming lesson?
no. There's what looks like a cow path leading off the highway. To your right. Maybe it's a road.
We progress. We now follow the footstep of the cow.
Ah, it is a road. An old dirt road. Not only that, it goes up.
Is that good?
Theoretically. We might get above the water that way.
And if the theory fails?
Mr. Wolfe, how are you on the Australian crawl? Hey, there's been another car on this road before us. You can see the tire tracks in the mud.
Interesting. An indication that there are other maniacs about. I myself would not have chosen this particular spot to picnic in.
Well, it's not that. There's somebody lying on the road.
People have peculiar habits. Ignore him and drive on.
Hold on a moment. Mr. Wolfe, you better come out here.
My madness has its limits. The answer is no. Serious, Archie?
Very serious.
Oh, very well. Good heavens.
Yeah, still alive, but,
The man's being shot. He's mumbling.
Joe.
he's yelling for Joe.
Be still.
Don't forgive stealing. Don't.
So much for that. Pick him up, Archie. Put him in the car.
Might be bad for him to be moved.
No, there is nothing that can be bad for him. He's dead. Is this blasted road leading anywhere, Archie?
Well, seems to be a clearing up ahead. Maybe... Hey, it's a house.
Splendid.
I'm not so sure. It's perched up on top of a cliff, surrounded on three sides by nothing. On the side facing us, there's a deep ravine and a small wooden bridge.
An island in the air.
Yeah. High enough to keep above water, maybe, but... Now, that bridge doesn't look too good. Rain may have weakened it.
I have no choice, Archie. I have no intention of being drowned in these barbaric surroundings. The bridge, Archie.
Okay, hold on. Oh, the thing's collapsing under us.
How momentum, sir?
Well, if it doesn't, 37 blondes are going to be wearing black. Correction, 38. I forgot the one in Gimbel's bargain basement. Hey, we made it. The bridge will never be the same, though. There's a car ahead of us in front of the house.
The car from which our dead friend, was thrown. Only one set of car tracks in the mud along the road, and here...
And all we have to do is walk in, ask for the owner of the house, and,
Possibly, and possibly not. Archie, go through the corpse's pockets.
Oh, that's not cricket. Yeah, all right. I'm going through. Not much on him. Handkerchief, silver, driver's license. The name was, James Miller. Address Garner Lane. Walden. You know, I've got an idea this is Garner Lane, Mr. Wolf.
In which case, someone named Joe was looking after the house for him, committed theft, and murdered Miller. Miller's body was then dumped on the road in the hopes that the floods would wash the body away. No one at the house seems to have noticed our arrival.
No. Well, let's go in and ask for Joe, huh?
Very well. Hard. With the bridge down, there's absolutely no way of getting on or off this place.
Except for a mountain goat. I don't know any mountain goats. I used to know a plain goat once, though.
Indeed.
He ran at the 5th at Jamaica.
Stop maundering.
I never maundered. Also, I never win bets on horse races. That's why I continue to work for you.
That is also why you had better ring the doorbell.
Okay. Nobody's going to break a leg rushing to open the door.
I suppose you try it. I have had more than enough of the weather.
Is that polite? Besides, the killer may have some more bullets in that gun.
Are you afraid?
Sure.
Fooey, the door, Archie.
But old Dr. Tidmouse would say... Well, never mind. Hey, somebody was careless leaving the door open like that. On the other hand, has a spider ever shut its web? The answer is no. Are we flies? Yes.
Out of my way, Archie.
There are lights up ahead. Must be the living room.
Excuse me.
Sure. You're excused.
Do you live here, sir?
Do we? No, don't you?
Of course not. This is very strange. I came out to see the people who live here, or the person. I found the door open and no one about. I've been sitting in this corner now for a long time.
Well, it's a pity no one offered you a plum pie. Then you could have stuck in your thumb.
You saw no one enter, sir?
No one at all. I didn't want to go any further. It would have seemed like prying.
Perhaps you had better come along with us.
Well, all right. You know, this place, it has an evil atmosphere.
Certainly has. What it needs is fresh air.
Fooey. This would be the living room door. Ajar bit.
It is. Looks as pretty as a picture. Oh.
Hello.
Well, just think of it. 5 minutes ago, you know, I didn't know you existed. And you didn't know I existed. And now...
Archie, your existence would have a sudden end unless you keep quiet. Excuse us for intruding, Miss...
Intruding? Oh, but I really should ask you to excuse me.
You do not live here?
I wish I did, but... You see, I've been out walking. I live maybe a mile from here, and then when the flood began, I thought I'd come in here and stay for a while.
And you found?
An empty house.
That's not what I found. As old Dr. Tidmouse has often said...
Go through the rest of the house, Archie.
Go through the... Well, never mind. I'll,
Shh. That sound?
Somebody's walking. Coming downstairs. I'll go and see. Hey, you! Come on into the living room. Meet your guests in one or several pieces, as you prefer.
What? Oh. Hiya, folks.
Ah, a host at last.
That's very funny. I think I'll laugh. Ha, ha.
May I ask why?
Because this here ain't my dump. I was just casing the joint. I was just taking a stroll.
Through the house?
I'm eccentric.
Oh, clever. However, I think you'd better stay.
Why?
Because you may turn out to be the owner of this house after all. I rather think introductions are in order.
Well, I'm Peg Shirley.
My name is Wagner.
Joseph Wagner?
Lewis.
How about you, Stroller?
Cregan. Sam Cregan.
Peg, Louis, Sam. Mr. Cregan, while you were strolling upstairs, did you notice anyone else about?
No.
There was no one outside when Archie and I entered. The bridge is down, effectively cutting us off from further visitors. We may assume, therefore, that we are the only people in or about this house.
Yeah, it's cozy, ain't it?
Which further means that one of you three is a murderer.
What are you?
What's it say?
The murderer is the person who owns or lives in this house. All three of you denied being that person. Conclusion, one of you is a liar.
How dare
I hardly expected a full immediate confession. However, we are absolutely isolated here. No one is going to come or leave until we have our killer.
You know, you can't really keep us here.
The flood can and will. Remember, the bridge is no longer. So you see, just the five of us alone. No one else inside the house, no one outside. Therefore...
Correction, Mr. Wolf.
Maybe it's a branch or something tapping against the door.
Unlikely. Archie.
Okay, I'll go see who or what it is.
Hey.
Who in the world is that?
I got him. Somebody shut the door.
Yeah, all right, I get it.
A disreputable and unwashed gentleman. Head badly hurt. Is he conscious, Archie?
I don't know. He's mumbling something.
Legs pushed off. Fell from the ledge.
He's passed out. I guess he was trying to say that somebody pushed him out on a ledge. On the side of the cliff, maybe. He must have regained consciousness and crawled to the house. Where'll I put him, Mr. Wolf?
Bedroom, I suppose. We'll need first aid. We can't get a doctor. Cregan, where are the bedrooms?
Yeah, one right up at the head of the stairs. And don't ask me how I happen to know.
We shan't. Archie.
Okay. I'll need somebody to help me carry him up without shaking him too badly.
Cregan?
Okay. Let's go.
As for the rest of you, Mr. Wagner, Miss Shirley, I suggest we return to the living room.
But I don't see any reason why we should take orders from you.
One of you is a murderer. I include Mr. Cregan, of course.
Oh, but that poor man wasn't dead.
Not for lack of trying. However, I was not referring to him.
You mean someone else has been killed?
Precisely. That is why I hope we shall not hear another knocking at the door. It could only be a corpse. Archie.
And Cregan.
Yeah.
The injured man?
Still out. Probably got a concussion.
Did he say anything further?
Well, he babbled a bit. I don't know if...
We shall assume we're among friends, Archie. Exactly what did he say?
Well, he was pushed over the edge of the cliff because he saw Miller killed.
Did he also see who?
No, passed out before he had a chance. He's an old tramp, Mr. Wolf. He was bumming his way through the country when he saw the murder.
He must have decided on a touch of blackmail and receiving a concussion instead, which may last for hours or for days.
Somebody's playing with the lights.
Some fool.
The switch was over this way. Lights are on again. Whose idea was that?
I had nothing to do with this.
Me neither.
Miss Shirley, why did you scream?
Well, someone brushed against me in the darkness.
You were standing?
Near the table, this table.
Archie?
No, nothing on the table except a bunch of keys on a ring.
Something screwy. Why should a guy put the lights out just to deposit a bunch of keys on the table?
Obvious. Without doubt, those are the keys of this house. Possession of them would have disclosed which of you lives here and which of you therefore killed Miller. It's late. I shall sleep down here, lacking an elevator to transport me upstairs.
The elevator's lacking.
Yes, the rest of you should be able to find bedrooms upstairs. Good night.
Yeah,
Archie,
Yeah?
follow them upstairs. Spend the night awake.
Okay.
Good heavens, Archie.
On my way.
I don't know.
What's cooking up here?
Somebody's playing with the lights up.
Strike a
here, too.
match.
You don't have to. I got a flashlight.
Oh,
Yeah.
here it is. Light switch. You know, this putting out of lights is getting to be somebody's bad habit. Well, all three of you seem to be okay. Stay here.
Where are you going?
Tramp's room right here at the head of the stairs. Think of all your good deeds while I'm gone. All right, downstairs again.
What, again?
Oh, dear. What happened?
Well, there was more than a bunch of keys this time.
Oh, that knife. There's blood on it.
There should be. I just pulled it out of a man's heart. Well, Mr. Wolf, one of these three babies doused the lights, popped into the tramp's room, deposited the knife in his chest, and popped right out again.
The knife you're holding?
Yeah.
Intelligent of you to wrap a handkerchief around the handle.
Well, whoever killed the tramp didn't have time to fool around with gloves, so...
There should be prints on the knife handle. Satisfactory, Archie.
That's mild enthusiasm.
Archie, on that desk, an ink pad.
Yeah.
Miss Shirley, you carry face powder, of course?
Yes, I do.
Archie will need it to bring out the prints on the knife. He will then fingerprint each of you. Compare your prints with those on the knife, and we shall have a murderer to hand over to the police. Archie, will you begin, please?
Here they are, Mr. Wolf. 3 cards labeled with Miss Shirley's name, Cregan's, and Wagner's. Their respective prints are on each card.
Good. I have the knife here. Several quite distinct prints on it. It should be child's play to, Archie.
Yeah?
Take your own prints and mine.
What?
Do as I say quickly.
Yes, sir. All right, give me your thumb. Thank you. That's it. Now mine. Thank me. There it is.
There's something wrong. Something wrong and deadly loose in this house tonight.
Well, there's a card with your prints and mine.
Thank you.
Now you got 5 cards altogether.
So I have. Archie,
What now?
take the ink pad and a fresh card with you.
Where am I going with them?
Upstairs?
But, Mr. Wolf, there's nobody upstairs except the corpse.
Precisely. It is his prints I want.
This is
ridiculous. It's over with.
tired of this.
Archie,
Yeah, I got the dead man's prints.
will all of you please sit?
All right, but it's...
Good heavens, young woman, be careful. We want no accidents.
Sorry, I caught my high heels in the rug.
Archie, the card with the corpse's prints on it.
Here you are, sir.
Thank you.
You know, I've had quite enough of this nonsense.
Have you, Mr. Wagner?
Yeah, and so have I, Mr. Wolf. Also, I don't think you know what you're doing.
Perhaps not. However, I have something rather interesting to tell all of you. There is no one in this house besides yourselves, except, of course, for the dead man upstairs. There is no one on the rock on which this house stands, except for another dead man in our car.
Look, we already know all that.
Bear with me. We may rule out secret passages, unusual hiding places, or anything of that esoteric and childish nature. We may also rest assured that no one has come to or left this house or rock within the last few hours.
Well, that means we're kind of hermetically sealed here, huh? Meaning also that whoever was here when the tramp was killed is still here. Still here in this room.
Correct, Archie. Now then, I have checked the dead tramp's prints against those on the knife. Theoretically, suicide was possible. However, the prints do not match.
That guy was in no condition to kill himself anyway.
True. And I checked Archie's prints and mine against those on the knife. No similarity.
Oh, but no one suspected either of you.
Thank you, but I had to be thorough. That left only the 3 of you. I compared your cards and the prints on them with the prints on the handle of the knife.
And?
I want you to remember one thing very clearly. We are the only living people in this house or on this rock of land. No tricks are possible and may be ruled out.
All right, so what?
This. The prints on the handle of the knife that pierced the heart of the man upstairs do not match his prints or the prints of anyone in this room.
Yeah, I knew mine wouldn't match.
Would you mind saying that again?
He doesn't have to. And those cards, Mr. Wolf, has the prints of everybody here. And yet none of them match the prints on the knife handle.
But, well, in that case, who or what killed him?
Why, there must be someone else in the house.
I give you my word, there is not.
Hey, you thinking about ghosts or something?
Ghosts never leave fingerprints.
I've got to get away. I can't stand this.
Me too. Come on, lady.
But I'll come along with you if you don't mind.
Mr. Wolf.
Let them go. The bridge is down. They can't get far.
Okay. But I don't get it.
Get what?
Well, the fingerprint business. And who killed Miller plus the tramp?
The identity of the killer, Archie, is quite obvious.
It is? To who?
To whom?
Who's whom? That's a joke. Yeah, I'm stalling for self-respect. You know?
Of course I do. I have no conclusive proof, however. I had hoped the fingerprints would be of assistance there, but they proved to be phantoms.
I'm still smarting about the other thing. You know, it's at times like this that I almost agree with you about my intelligence.
Lack of intelligence?
Yeah, well, don't rub it in. Don't rub it in. Just go ahead. Yeah, well, maybe you better rub it in. From now on, you may refer to my brain in the negative.
In the negative? Bless you, Archie.
What I've just done, I don't know, but can I have a raise?
No.
I'll take it back.
You can't. Get the others in at once.
Mr. Wolf, you now have the appearance of Mr. Wolf being surrounded by several dozen bottles of beer. What have I done?
You've explained the fingerprints, Archie. Hurry. I don't want to keep the killer in suspense.
I don't care. No, I'm very nervous. I don't like this.
Archie.
They're all here.
Yes, but they're all making a noise. Stop them.
Miss Shirley, Mr. Cregan, Mr. Wagner, will you please shut... Mr. Wolf, they have.
Thank you, Archie. Now then, I have known for some little time which of you killed the tramp and Miller. I lack proof, however.
And you have it now?
I will admit for a while I was flummoxed by the negative evidence of the fingerprints. They seem to indicate that the tramp was murdered by a phantom. However, the word negative itself has solved the minor problem.
Minor to who?
To whom? Never mind. Shh.
Archie, what is the salient feature of a film negative?
Well, I suppose it's the fact that the darks are light and the lights are dark, huh?
Precisely. A reversal, then, of the actual appearances. Now, are there any similarities between filmed images and fingerprints?
Oh, in a way. You could call the whorls and hollows that determine the individual characteristics of a fingerprint the lights and darks, huh?
You could. I shall. Miss Shirley, would you help in an experiment?
Well, of course.
Thank you. Archie, I want you to take Miss Shirley's fingerprints once again.
Okay. Pad and card. Here you are, Miss Shirley.
All right.
Archie, quick.
Huh?
Grab her arm.
I got it.
Well-
Usually I don't have to be coached, but...
Let go of me. What are you trying to do?
Miss Shirley, you already had pressed your fingers on the ink pad once. Why were you about to do it a second time?
Well, I just wanted to make a better impression.
Hurry. Archie, wipe some of the ink off her fingers.
Oh, but then it won't be any good.
It'll be very good, Archie.
I've done it.
And take the print.
No, let go of me.
Maybe. I never hurt women if I can help it, but right now I won't be able to help it. Mr. Wolf wants your prints all over again, so down on the nice white card.
No.
There, thanks.
Will you let me have that card now, Archie?
Sure.
In the meanwhile, hold on to Miss Shirley.
A pleasure.
Indeed? Would you continue to think so, Archie, if I told you that Miss Shirley's first name is not Peg, but happens to be Josephine, for which the diminutive is Joe?
Glad they're fixing the bridge. I was beginning to think we'd be here forever.
Ooh, we have been.
You know, if those black orchids have been holding their breath waiting for you, they're going to be red in the face. Hey, new breed, red orchids, huh?
Archie, must you talk?
Well, it's fun. Also, you've been holding out on me about the case.
I surrender.
Okay. You know, when we compared the new prints of Josephine with those on the knife, you could have knocked me over with a sash weight. They were identical.
Naturally. She stabbed the tramp.
Yeah, but what was the fingerprint gag?
She merely loaded her fingers so heavily with ink that she falsified the markings. She filled up the hollows and walls with ink. The result was that ridges became hollows and vice versa, in the same fashion that a photographic negative falsifies lights and darks.
You got that when I mentioned the word negative. It works, huh?
Try it sometime.
Yeah, the very next bank I robbed. But you said you knew who killed Miller and the tramp even before you exposed the fingerprint gimmick. How?
We knew Miller's murderer lived in this house, had been stealing from him, and so on. Stealing what? Cash, of course. He, as the girl admitted, was an eccentric, kept his money on the property. Cregan had probably heard of it, hence his casing of the house.
Yeah?
Our problem, therefore, was to discover who lived in this house. All three suspects denied it. Josephine Shirley told us, as you may remember, that she'd gone for a walk and then been driven by the flood to this house where we found her.
Well, that's what she said it could have been.
No, because as you may also remember, she tripped at one point over the living room rug and mentioned why.
Sure, she said she was wearing high heels. Uh-oh, because out in the country there are no pavements, so girls don't go for a walk in high-heel shoes. Therefore, she hadn't gone for a walk. Therefore, she was lying. Therefore, she killed Miller, and... I should have noticed those heels myself.
You should have, Archie. Your trouble, I suspect, was that you didn't notice the feet for the legs.
You have been listening to The New Adventures of Nero Wolfe, starring Sidney Greenstreet. Tonight's transcribed story was based on the characters created by Rex Stott. This is an Edwin Fadiman program produced and directed by J. Donald Wilson. In the cast were Gerald Moore as Archie Goodwin and G.G. Pearson, Howard McNear, Tim Graham, and Eddie Fields. Next week at this same time, Nero Wolfe and Archie will bring you The Case of the Vanishing Shells. Don Stanley speaking. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Walter Pidgeon, Donald Crisp, Maureen O'Hara, Roddy McDowell, and Sarah Allgood in How Green Was My Valley. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. When our curtain rises tonight, it will disclose a scene far removed from the battle-scarred world we live in now. A scene out of yesterday's world. And like the little girl who stepped through the looking-glass, you're invited to cross the footlights and spend an hour with the sturdy people of How Green Was My Valley. From the original cast of this Academy Award picture, we have Walter Pidgeon, now starring in Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's White Cargo, and Donald Crisp, Maureen O'Hara, Roddy McDowell, Sarah Allgood, and a chorus of Welsh singers. Besides the award won by this 20th Century Fox production, How Green Was My Valley brought another Academy Award to Donald Crisp for the finest performance of the year by a supporting actor. And then the Academy made it a triple play by presenting John Ford with the award for directing. And before any of this happened, Richard Llewellyn's novel had been a bestseller. So tonight's play comes well recommended. It's a story of a little Welsh coal mining community, a place where life, love, and drama go hand in hand, because every descent into the depths of the earth must always be a perilous adventure for the men who dig out its wealth. From soldier and stenographer, from farmer and factory worker, have come letter after letter suggesting how green was my valley for this theater. So many, in fact, they stopped being suggestions and became a command. So this is a command performance for all the friends of Lux Toilet Soap. Lux Soap has always been a favorite with beauty. But nowadays you'll find beauty at work on the farm and in the factory. And unless the papers deceive me, in the army, too. Hard for an old line sergeant to understand, probably. But in this war, woman power is just as important as manpower. And wherever woman power goes to work, Lux Toilet Soap is right there, helping to keep up the morale. Here's the opening curtain now, on the first act of How Green Was My Valley, starring Walter Pidgeon as Griffith, Donald Crisp as Mr. Morgan, Maureen O'Hara as Ann Harrod, Roddy McDowell as Hugh, and Sarah Allgood as Beth Morgan.
I'm packing my belongings in the shawl my mother used to wear when she went to market, and I'm going from my valley. And this time I shall never return.
So begins the story of Hugh Morgan, a man who looks back through 60 years of memories and finds them clear and bright as yesterday. His birthplace and his home is a small Welsh coal valley, once a place of beauty, now ugly and dirty. Towering heaps of slag and belching smokestacks have made his valley so. But old Hugh Morgan is oblivious to all that.
I close my eyes on my valley as it is today, and I see it as it was when I was a boy. Green it was, and possessed of the plenty of the earth. In all Wales there was none so beautiful. For in those days the black slag of the coal pits had not yet marred the countryside, nor blackened the beauty of our village. Coal miners were my father and all my brothers, and proud of their trade. Saturday was payday at the mine, and my father and all my brothers would stand in line to receive their wages for a week of honest work.
Willem Morgan, £3.7.
Thank you, sir.
Eva Morgan, £3.7.
Thank you, sir.
Jorgen Morgan, £3.7.
Thank you.
Darby Morgan, £2.5.
Yes, sir.
Owen Morgan, £2.5.
Thank you, sir.
Young Willem Morgan, £1.10.
Thank you, sir.
Nine Neves, £3.6.
See, Father, £1.10 this week.
Good boy. Now home, all of you, to your mother.
Someone then would strike up a song, and the valley would ring with the sound of many voices. For singing is in my people as sight is in the eye. At home, my mother would be sitting at the door. My father and all my brothers would drop their hard-earned sovereigns into her apron.
There you are, girl.
A fine hard worker it is.
Ivo next.
Yeah, Mother.
Ivo?
Yanto. Debbie. Owen. Young Willem.
It was happy we were at that time, and happier still on the day my brother Ivor was married. I will never forget the party after the wedding, and the wedding cake it took 2 men to lift, and my father singing.
Here's a man won't get drunk, can't get drunk, shan't get drunk.
It was then that Mr. Griffith came to the door. Mr. Griffith, the new minister from the university at Cardiff. I ran to tell my father.
Dada, the minister is here. Mr. Griffith. Daddy, the minister.
Hey, what boy?
The minister.
Oh, the new minister. Put away the beer.
Put away the beer.
Good evening, Mr. Morgan.
Good evening, sir. A cup of tea, is it, Mr. Griffith? Girl, Beth, brew a cup of tea.
Oh, no, don't bother, please. What are you having, Mr. Morgan?
We, sir, beer, sir.
Beer it is, then, if you please.
Beer?
Uh-huh.
Beer. A pint of beer. Hurry.
We found then that Mr. Griffith could sing as well as preach. But my sister Angharad could not sing at all for watching him. My sister Angharad brought him something to eat, and there was a great shyness in her as she spoke to him.
Mr. Griffith,
Good evening.
I have brought you something.
Thank you.
I am Ivor's sister.
Ivor's sister. Then you must be Angharad.
Yes.
Well. All around, the valley echoed with our joy. Happy then, all of us. But soon, very soon, there would be trouble at the colliery.
Notice, beginning August 3rd, the scale of wages in this mine will be reduced 1 shilling twopence.
That night, my father stayed late at the mine to talk to the owners. When he came home, my brothers were waiting for him at the table.
Sit down, Yanto. Sit down, all of you. Supper.
We were waiting for you, Father. We want to know what happened.
The cut is only a few shillings. There will still be plenty for all of us.
Why should there be any wage cut, Father?
Why, Darby? It is because they are not getting the old price for coal. Come eat your supper.
May we speak first?
Well, Yanto?
The owners have not given you the real reason for this cut.
Huh?
Ever since the ironworks at Dowlas have closed down, the men from there have come to the colliery willing to work for any wage. So ours come down. And this is only the beginning.
Nonsense, Yanto. A good worker is worth good wages, and he will get them.
Why should the owners pay more if the men are willing to work for less?
Because they are not savages. They are men, too, like us.
Men, yes, but not like us. Would they deal with you tonight?
No.
That is because they have power and we have none.
How will we get power, then? From the air?
No. From a union of all the men.
Union, is it? I had no thought I would ever hear my own sons talking socialist nonsense.
But it's sense. Unless we stand together.
Silence! I'll hear no more about it.
This matter is too important for silence.
It is not more important than good manners.
They will punish you for acting as our spokesman, Father. We must do something about it.
Let us all stand together and see how they will act then.
Right. The men will come out if we say the word.
Willem, I will not be a plank for your politics. I will not be the excuse for any strike.
But, Father...
Enough now.
It is not enough.
Owen.
I am sorry, sir, but...
Hold your tongue until I have given you permission to speak.
I will speak against injustice anywhere, with permission or without it.
Not in this house.
In this house and outside.
Leave the room.
I will also leave the house.
I, too, will leave.
I'm with you. We can find lodgings in the village.
All of you, then? For the last time, come sit down, finish your supper. I will say no more.
We are not questioning your authority, sir. But if manners prevent our speaking the truth, we will be without manners.
Get your clothes and go.
Dada? Dada?
Yes, you. Yes, my son. I know you are still there.
"22 weeks the men were out as the strike moved into winter. Any man who was not their friend became their enemy. They knew that my father had opposed the strike, and now it was they opposed him. One night there was a meeting in the hills. My mother made me take her. She stood before the men in the snow and faced them with fury in her eyes.
Wait! Wait! Wait till you have heard me. I am Beth Morgan, as you all know. I have come up here to tell you what I think of you all, because you are talking against my husband. You are a lot of cowards to go against him. He has done nothing against you, and he never would, and you know it well. To say he is with the owners is not only nonsense, but downright wickedness. There's one thing more I've got to say, and it is this. If harm comes to my Gwillem, I will find out the men, and I will kill them with my hands. And this I swear by God Almighty.
With my mother holding firmly to my arm, we turned and passed through the ranks of strangely silent men and into the bitter wind. For hours, it seemed, we stumbled through the snow toward home. Then on the low wooden bridge over the river, blinded by the storm, we slipped and fell into the icy water. On a rocky ledge, I found support and held my mother clear. How long it was we were there, I cannot tell. But when they found us, it was to carry us home, near to death. For weeks I lay in my bed. And then one day I heard Mr. Griffith speaking to the doctor outside my door.
Well, Doctor, how long for the little one?
Oh, it's hard to tell, Mr. Griffith. His legs were frozen to the bone. A year, 2 years, quiet like that. But I can't promise that he will ever walk again. Nature must take her course, Mr. Griffith.
Mind your tongue. I think he heard you.
Well, I was just explaining.
Let me go to him. Good morning, Hugh.
Good morning, sir.
Now, where is the light I thought to see in your eye? Are you afraid, boy? You heard what the doctor said, huh?
Yes, sir.
And you believed it? You want to walk again, don't you?
Yes, sir.
Then you must have faith. And if you have, you will walk, no matter what all the doctors say.
But he said nature must take her course.
Nature is the handmaiden of the Lord. I remember 1 or 2 occasions when she was given orders to change her course. You know your scripture, boy.
Yes, sir.
Then you know what's been done before can be done again, for you. Do you believe me, Hugh?
Yes, sir.
Good. You shall see the first daffodil out on the mountain in the spring. Will you?
Indeed I will, sir.
Then you will. Now, here is the book I have brought you.
Treasure Island.
Uh-huh. I could almost wish that I were lying there in your place. If it meant reading this book again for the first time, read it, boy. And I will come back and see you soon again.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Griffith,
Yes, Aunt Harriet.
I couldn't let you go without thanking you for giving comfort to my brother.
It was only my duty, girl.
Oh, no, it was more than duty.
Yes, Hugh is a fine boy. And you are a fine family.
Will you be coming to supper soon, Mr. Griffith?
Later, perhaps, when you are finished with doctors and such, huh?
I will hurry them away then.
Good.
For many months I lay there and my mother upstairs, and we could talk to each other with tappings on the wall. It was a great day when she came down into her house. On my father's arm, she came to my bed and stood watching me with diamonds in her eyes, and her hand to her mouth.
Hugh, my son. My son.
Mama, your hair, it's all white.
It's the old snow got into it, boy.
Then she touched my cheek and kissed me fiercely. My father tiptoed to the door and beckoned for my brothers to come in, for they had returned to the house to live.
We have come back, Mother.
Oh.
In an instant, my mother was in their arms, not knowing whether to laugh or cry.
Yanto. Daddy. Owen.
Come, girl, come.
Then outside we heard the voices, the men of the mine coming to sing for my mother.
Willem.
Will you come to the door, girl?
But what is it?
It is for you, girl. Come along now. Easy now.
Willem, for me?
Well, come, say something, girl. Say something.
What can I say?
You found plenty to say the last time you spoke. It should be easier now with friends.
Well, come and eat, everyone.
It was a gay time. We laughed and sang fit to burst our lungs. Even old Mr. Parry, the dourest of the elders in our church.
Good evening, Yanto Morgan.
Good evening, Mr. Parry.
Yanto, I haven't seen you in chapel lately.
I've been too busy.
What business, may I ask?
Mine?
Huh? Only asking a civil question, I was.
And having a civil answer, Mr. Parry. I have been busy with the union.
The union, Unions are the work of the devil. You will come to no good end, Yanto Morgan.
At least I am doing something, not talking a lot of rubbish in chapel.
Yanto, why do you think we of the chapel talk rubbish?
My remark was not aimed at you, Mr. Griffith.
Then aim it. Aim it, my boy.
Very well. Because you make yourselves out to be shepherds of the flock, and yet you allow your sheep to live in filth and poverty. And if they try to raise their voices against it, you calm them by saying their suffering is the will of God.
Yanto, enough now.
Mr. Morgan, Yanto, I have not expressed my views here because I have no wish to interfere with a family disagreement.
You have my permission to speak, Mr. Griffith.
Well, then, here is what I think. Have your union. Alone you are weak. Together you are strong. But remember that with strength goes responsibilities to others and to yourselves. For you cannot conquer injustice with more injustice. Only with justice and with the help of God.
Mr. Griffith, are you coming outside your position in life? Your business is spiritual.
My business, Mr. Parry, is anything that comes between man and the Spirit of God.
The deacon shall hear that you've been preaching socialism.
Mr. Parry!
Loose the old devil's teeth for it.
Yanto, Willem. He is our guest. Now enough. Beth, girl, give Mr. Parry a pint of home brewed and put his pipe back into his mouth.
I will give him a good clout with the frying pan.
Oh, no, now. Come. A bit of singing, is it? A song, all. Come.
Down the field, my soul, when. Oh, fun we found before, when.
Unhurried. In the kitchen again?
Oh, it is hungry they are.
Here, let me help you with the fire.
Mr. Griffith, will we always be in your debt now you have made us a family again?
Ah, there's enough coal, I think.
Oh, look at your hands. They'll need cleaning. Here, let me see. Oh.
Why, what is it?
Why, your hands. They are like my father's and my brother's. Have you been down the mines?
10 years while I was studying.
10 years?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, here, now, a bit of soap.
Oh, no, please don't bother. I'll get it.
Now, look, you. You are king in the chapel, but I will be queen in my own kitchen. Now, the hands, please.
You will be queen wherever you walk.
What does that mean?
I should not have said it.
Why not?
I have no right to speak to you so.
If the right is mine to give, you have it.
In just a few moments, Mr. DeMille and our stars, Walter Pidgeon, Donald Crisp, Maureen O'Hara, Roddy McDowell, and Sarah Allgood, will bring us Act Two of How Green Was My Valley. And now, here's a young business girl greeting her roommate, a bit enviously.
Hi, Mary. Oh, lucky you to get home early. Phew, what a day we had.
Supper's nearly ready, Jane.
Oh, wonderful. I'm certainly for a cozy evening right here at home.
Darling, now don't get mad, but I promised we'd both be at the USO dance at 9. They needed more girls.
Mary Lou Davis, if you think...
Oh, now, Janie, be an angel. There's plenty of warm water in the bathroom, and look, here's a nice new cake of Lux soap. Oh, you'll feel lots different after your beauty bath. You know you will.
And later...
Oh, to think I might have missed this party.
Gosh, it's wonderful dancing with you, Jane. You're mighty sweet, you know.
Score one for Jane's smart little roommate. She knew what a wonderful beauty pickup a Lux toilet soap bath can be. Try it next time you're tired and have a date to keep. Cover yourself all over with the rich, creamy Lux soap lather. Active lather that carries away perspiration, every trace of dust and dirt in a twinkling. Relax a few moments in this fragrant, delightful bath. When you step out, how soft and smooth your skin feels. And most important of all, it's exquisitely fresh. You're sure of daintiness. Sure of skin that's sweet. Hollywood screen stars use their gentle complexion soap as a daily bath soap, too. They love the delicate perfume Lux soap has. A flower-like fragrance that clings lightly to the skin. You'll find this satin-smooth white soap makes a truly luxurious bath. Get 3 cakes of Lux toilet soap tomorrow. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act Two of How Green Was My Valley, starring Walter Pidgeon as Griffith, Donald Crisp as Mr. Morgan, Maureen O'Hara as Ann Harrod, Roddy McDowell as Hugh, and Sarah Allgood as Beth Morgan.
While I lay in the wall bed, recovering from my hurt, the strike was settled, and the men returned to the mine. Always through that time, I kept my faith that I would walk again. Then one bright, windy day in early spring, Mr. Griffith came for me as he had promised. He carried me to the top of the hill above our village.
Now then, boy, down you go. There. Now, put your feet apart and stand on them.
Yes, sir.
Now, you can walk, you, if you try. Come, lad. Walk to me.
Can I, sir?
Walk over here. 1 step. 1 step.
Oh,
And now another. Come on. See?
I'm walking. 'Tis walking I am, sir.
There's a good lad. There's a good old man you are. Now, rest a bit, eh?
Mr. Griffith, I have walked.
Of course you have. And you have been lucky, Hugh. Lucky to suffer, and lucky to spend these weary months in your bed. For so God has given you the chance to make spirit within yourself. And as your father cleans his lamp to have good light, so keep clean your spirit.
How, sir?
By prayer, boy. And I don't mean shouting and mumbling and wallowing in religious sentiment. Prayer is only another name for good, clean, direct thinking. When you pray, think. Think well what you are saying, and make your thoughts into things that are solid. In that manner, your prayer will have strength, and that strength shall become a part of you. mind, body, and spirit.
Yes, sir.
Now then, up on my shoulders, boy. And remember, the first duty of these new legs is to get you to chapel on Sunday.
Oh, they will, sir. They will.
My new legs carried me to chapel, and home again, too. And it was on that Sunday that Mr. Evans came to call on my father. Mr. Evans, the owner of the mine.
Yes, yes, yes. Come in, come in. What under the blazes? Who is it?
Good morning, Morgan.
Oh, Mr. Evans. Good morning, Mr. Evans. Sit down, sir.
Thank you, Morgan.
Oh, your pardon. A pail of water, sir. I've been soaking my poor feet, sir. Beth! My boots! My boots! Sit down, sir.
Now, Morgan, to business.
Yes, sir.
I've come here on a very delicate mission, Morgan.
No trouble at the mine, sir?
No trouble, but it worries me.
Yes, sir.
I'm here to get your permission that my son Yestin may have permission. Bless you, Morgan.
Thank you, sir.
Now, where was I?
Permission.
Oh, yes, permission. That my son Yestin may have permission, with your daughter Angharad permission, to call upon her. There we are.
Your son and my...
Well, Morgan?
We are a very proud family, Mr. Evans. But you have my permission, Mr. Evans, to give your son permission to speak to Angharad with her permission.
Thank you, Morgan. I'm very much obliged to you. He's just outside. I'll tell him I'm much obliged.
Good day, sir.
Good day.
Yes, sir. Good day. Beth, my boots. My boots, girl.
And so it was that wealthy Yeston Evans came to ask for Angharad in marriage. And Mr. Griffiths knew of it and stayed away from our house. For a whole week we never saw his face, until at last Angharad could wait no longer.
Who is it? One moment. Angharad, you shouldn't be here.
I couldn't spend another night without knowing what has happened. What is wrong?
Wrong?
Oh, you know what I mean. Why have you changed towards me? Why am I a stranger now? What have I done?
No, you've done nothing. The blame is mine. Your mother spoke to me after chapel. She is happy to think you will be having plenty all your days.
With Yeston Evans?
You could do no better.
I don't want him. I want you.
Angharad, I, too, have spent nights trying to think this thing out. When I took up this work, I knew what it meant. It meant devotion and sacrifice. That I was perfectly willing to do. But to share it with another, do you think I'll have you going threadbare all your life, depending on the charity of others for your good meals, our children growing up in cast-off clothing, and ourselves thanking God for parenthood in a house full of bits?
It could make no difference.
No. I can bear with such a life for the sake of my work. But I think I would start to kill if I saw the white come to your hair 20 years before its time.
Why? Why would you start to kill? Look at me. Are you a man or a saint?
I am no saint, but I have a duty towards you. Let me do it. Go back to your house, Angharad. It is late.
My sister and Yeston Evans were married at the chapel by Mr. Griffith. My sister left our village then to live in Cape Town. My brothers Gwillem and Owen left, too, for America, and our house was lonely without them. Mr. Griffith used to come of an evening to tutor me for school. Many problems he gave us, me and my father, sitting in the kitchen by the stove.
Now then, the bathtub holds 100 gallons. A fills it at the rate of 20 gallons a minute, and B at the rate of 10 gallons a minute. Got that, Mr. Morgan?
20 and 10 gallons. Yes, sir.
Now then, C is a hole that empties it at the rate of 5 gallons a minute. How long to fill the tub?
Oh.
They're silly. Trying to fill a bathtub full of holes, indeed.
A sum it is, girl, a sum. A problem for the mind. For Hugh's examination into school next month.
That old national school. It's silly they are with their sums. Who would pour water in a bathtub full of holes? Who would think of it? Only a madman.
It is to see if the boy can calculate, girl. Figures, nothing else. How many gallons and how long?
In a bathtub full of holes?
Now I know why I have such a tribe of sons. It is you, Beth Morgan, is the cause. Look, you, Mr. Griffith. Have you something else?
The decimal point.
The decimal?
Yeah.
The decimal point, then. And peace to my house.
Oh, go and scratch.
I went to the national school. On the first day, I returned in tatters with my face bruised and bleeding. It had been a fight in the yard with the school bully.
What happened, Hugh? What is it, lad? Speak up.
I fell on the mountain.
Fell indeed. Look at him.
Hugh, did you win, boy?
No.
Yanto, fetch Bando the fighter. Bring him here.
Bando it is.
Willem!
Quiet, girl. Hugh, are you willing to go to school tomorrow?
Yes, sir.
Good. From tonight you shall get a penny for every mark on your face, 6 pence for a bloody nose, a shilling for a black eye, and 2 shillings for a broken nose.
Willem, stop it. Fight again, Hugh, and when you come home, not another look will you get from me, not another word. Break your old nose then. Break your mother's heart every time you go out of the house.
A boy must fight, Beth.
Fight? Fight, is it? Another beating like that, and he'll walk home dead.
Beating? Beating, is it? He's had no beating. A hiding, yes, but no beating. Give the boy time, and it will be he that's giving the beating, is it?
Mr. Morgan.
Bando, come into the house.
Good evening. Good evening, Mrs. Morgan.
Leave off your hat.
Yes, Mrs. Morgan.
Is Kafatha coming?
He's here. Kavartha.
A match, is it? He'll make no match without his trainer, Mr. Morgan.
Oh, it's not a match. I want you to teach my son how to box.
No, to fight first. Too many call themselves boxers who are not even fighters. Boxing is an art, is it?
It is.
An art. Bloody head's an art.
Oh, go along with your girl. A cup of tea for the man, is it?
Tea? No tea, Mrs. Morgan. No, in training we are. A glass of beer, if you please.
Bathtubs full of holes, and now prize fighters.
Now, boy, to work. Your hands like this.
Yes.
So.
Yes, sir.
Your feet apart.
Yes, sir.
Now, mind your guard. And when your man rushes, you do so and so.
Guard up now.
Hit him, you. Go on. You've got him now. Hit him, you.
Stop it, I say.
Mr. Jonas, mind you.
So, our little coal mining friend has been indulging in his favorite sport again, eh?
I was fighting, Mr. Jonas, but it is not my favorite sport, sir.
Come here. You see this stick? You know what it is for?
Yes, sir.
Good. Fight, will you? Fight, eh? I'll teach you to fight. You dirty little sweep. I'll teach you to fight.
Well, I will go to my death. He's cut to the bone.
Did you get that in school, Hugh?
I was fighting.
Who was it? Mr. Jonas, is it?
We'll have a word with Mr. Jonas.
No.
And why not?
I broke the rule when I fought.
There is no rule for that.
But he won me.
Rubbish sport.
Wait, Abby. This is Hugh's affair. He shall decide. Say the word, lad, and we'll have the bones hot from his flesh.
No. Leave him alone.
Oh, carry him into the house. Carry him in.
Easy, lad. Easy.
Kavartha.
Well, Bando.
The lad is hurt bad.
He is.
I think there is work for us, is it?
There is.
This class will come to order. Yesterday, all of you brilliant children made some progress, a very small progress, in the matter of linear measurements. We will now begin...
Good morning.
Yes? What is it?
Good morning, Mr.
Jonas is my name.
Jonas.
We have come to the right place indeed, Cavartha. Mr. Jonas, I am Dibando.
What can I do for you?
A man is never too old to learn, is it, Mr. Jonas?
No.
I was in school myself once, but no great one for knowledge.
Look here, what do you want?
Knowledge? Mr. Jonas, how would you go about taking the measurement of a stick?
By its length, of course.
And how would you measure a man who would use a stick on a boy 1/3 his size?
Yes, how?
I don't understand.
Now, you are good in the use of a stick, Mr. Jonas, but boxing is my subject, according to the rules laid down by the good Marquess of Queensberry.
Heaven rest his soul.
And happy I am to pass on my knowledge to you.
What do you want, please?
Get him into position now, Cavartha.
Yes. Put up your fist, Mr. Jonas.
Stop it! Stop it!
Now, look. To make a good boxer, you must have a good right hand like this, Mr. Jonas.
Oh!
You see? Stand him up, Cavartha.
Up it is. Up, Mr. Jonas.
And this, Mr. Jonas, is how you will punish a man with your left and put your soul into it.
Oh, no, stop!
Here, Mr. Jonas. No sleeping now. Why, the gentleman's talking to you.
Raise him up.
On your feet, Mr. Jonas. Why, the lesson's only beginning. Oh.
Boys and girls, could I have your attention, please? I am not accustomed to speaking in public.
Only public houses.
But this blow, never use. It's against the rules. Break a man's nose. But this one is fair.
Help him. He's asleep again.
Sleep, is it? I'm afraid he will never make a boxer.
No aptitude for knowledge.
Good morning, Mr. Jonas.
I stayed on at the National School, and Mr. Jonas left. And then one evening as I returned home, I heard the whistle at the mine. The whistle that meant only one thing to us: tragedy, an accident. Someone in that black pit had died.
Mr. Griffith!
You, come here.
Someone hurt. Who is it?
Quiet, lad. We'll know in a moment. They are bringing up the cage.
Stand back! Just the cage!
Tell us who it is! Tell us!
Quiet, girl, quiet!
Mr. Griffith,
Well, Leonto, who is it?
it's Eva. He fell under a tram on the lower level. He's been killed.
And so Ivor was gone. Ivor, the eldest, the solid and dependable one. And our grief was nameless. There came a time later when I returned from school with my certificate of graduation. My father's eyes were pride-filled when I placed it in his hand.
Ah, 'tis a good paper. With honors, then. Our son is a scholar, girl.
What is it, Hugh? I can't make sense with it.
Latin it is.
It is written in Latin, Mama.
Latin, is it? Why not good Welsh? Or even English?
It is the fashion, girl.
Fashion. Decimal points and bathtubs full of holes. Oh, my poor Hugh. They've stuffed your head with Latin, then.
Beth, my old beauty, you. A black eye, is it?
Latin.
Now then, Hugh, what will it be? To Cardiff to school, then the university to be a lawyer, is it? Or a doctor?
Dr. Hugh Morgan. That would be something special, with a lovely horse and trap and a good black suit and a shirt with starch. Oh, there is good, my little one.
Well, Hugh, what will it be? Huh?
I will go down the colliery with you, sir.
The colliery? Have sense, boy. The colliery is no place for you. Why not try for a respectable job?
Respectable? Are you and his brothers a lot of old jailbirds, then?
Oh, leave it now, Beth. I only want the best for the boy.
If he is as good a man as you and his brothers, I will rest happy.
I'm thinking of the boy's future. Hugh is a scholar. Why take brains down a coal mine?
I would rather, sir.
All right. Decide for yourself, but blame yourself if you are wrong now.
The colliery, sir.
All right, the colliery it is. Good night.
Where are you going?
To get drunk.
It was to work then. Work to earn bread for those one loves. But I felt a man in truth, to be coming up the colliery cage with my father, sharing his tiredness, blacked by the same dust, and I was happy. Then in time, my sister Angharad came back, but alone, without her husband. She did not come to our house, but stayed at the big Ivan's house, her house, on the top of the hill.
Who is it? To see Mrs. Evans, please.
And who are you?
I am Hugh Morgan.
Oh, her brother.
Her brother, is it in it?
Yes, Mrs. Nicholas. Hugh Morgan. This way, please. Is that someone for me, Mrs. Nicholas?
It's your brother, Mrs. Evans.
Hugh. Oh, Hugh.
You didn't come to see us, Angharad.
Hugh. Mrs. Nicholas, will you bring some tea, please?
Tea? Yes, Mrs. Evans.
Sit down, Hugh. Oh, there is grown you are and changed.
You, too.
Oh, I look ill and ought to take care of myself. Everyone coming in the house says so. So you say it, too, and let us finish with it. But tell me all the news. How are all the boys and girls we used to know?
Well, the Jenkins girls are married. Maldwin Hughes has gone to be a doctor. Reese Howells is in a solicitor's office. And Mr. Griffith is still first up and last to bed.
Hugh, how is he?
Not as he was.
Is he ill?
Inside. In his eyes and in his voice. Like you.
Please go home, Hugh. Go home at once.
I'm sorry.
Now then, Mrs. Evans, tea, is it? Here you are.
Leave it, Mrs. Nicholas. I will pour.
Well, I always did the pouring for Mr. Yeston's poor mother.
I will pour, I said.
Yes, Mrs. Evans. A new mistress is like new sheets. A little bit stiff, but washing's to come.
Why do you have her here?
Oh, 37 years with the family, or so she tells me 60 times a day. Have some tea, Hugh.
You don't want me to go?
No, Hugh. I'm sorry for being nasty. Please stay. Oh, Hugh, I tried to tell Mother. I tried to write. Oh, Hugh, it's lonely I am.
Below in the kitchen, the tongues began to wag. Mrs. Nicholas and the women of the neighborhood.
Not for me to say, only the housekeeper I am. 37 years in the family and living to curse the day.
Why, what is it, Mrs. Nicholas?
Divorce.
Divorce?
No. Saying nothing I am, but that is what is in her mind. She is here without her husband, is it? And why? It is because she's in love with this preacher.
Preacher?
Preacher, I said. Mr. Griffith it is.
But Mr. Griffith has not been near the house.
What difference is that, girl? Not a word now.
We will not say a word, Mrs. Nicholas. No. Oh, no, indeed, not a word. No.
Divorce. Mr. Griffith it is.
The preacher and Mrs. Evans. Don't say I told you.
Divorce.
Divorce.
The knives that can be hidden in idle tongues. For generations, the Morgans had lived in this valley.
Mr. Griffith and Mrs. Evans.
And now our name was touched with slander.
Divorce.
Our house looked strange to me. And then I knew why. For the first time I could remember, our front door was shut tight in the daytime.
We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille presents Walter Pidgeon, Donald Crisp, Maureen O'Hara, Roddy McDowell, and Sarah Allgood, who will bring us Act 3 of How Green Was My Valley. Well, here's Sally, looking very excited.
It's the special news we've got tonight. Let's hurry up and tell people.
It's our good news for flower lovers.
Yes, our news about flowers everyone can grow, whether they have gardens or live in city apartments.
No one will want to miss our Rainbow Garden offer of choice tulip bulbs. These gorgeous tulips can be grown outdoors for May flowering or made to bloom indoors in time for Easter. And remember, now is the time to plant tulip bulbs. Sally, won't you tell our audience how to get them?
It's so easy. To get 10 of these full-size, first-quality tulip bulbs, send the wrapper from 1 cake of Lux toilet soap or the opening tab from a box of Lux Flakes with 25 cents in coin to Lux Rainbow Garden, Box 1, New York City. Be sure to include your name and address.
Thanks, Sally. I hope our listeners are writing that down. Lux Rainbow Garden, Box 1, New York City. I want to urge flower lovers everywhere not to miss this wonderful Lux and Lux toilet soap offer. These bulbs are not ordinary. Only the finest varieties are included in this offer. There are stately Darwins, clear, bright cottage blooms, and breeder tulips of rare, rich coloring. They come in wonderful shades of scarlet and cerise, clear yellows, and rich, glowing pinks and orange.
Just think, so soon after winter to have these glorious rainbow colors in your garden. By planting them in pots, you can even make them bloom indoors in time for Easter.
An illustrated leaflet with exact planting directions for indoors or outdoors comes with each set of bulbs. These same bulbs will flower again year after year. To get this choice collection of 10 fine bulbs, just send 25 cents in coin, no stamps, please, with a wrapper from a cake of Lux toilet soap or opening tab from a box of Lux, together with your name and address to Lux Rainbow Garden, Box 1, New York City. Please allow at least 2 weeks for your tulip bulbs to reach you. Send for as many sets as you like, enclosing 25 cents and Lux soap wrapper or Lux tab for each additional set. If you prefer, you can get handy order blanks from your dealer. Don't delay, because fall is the time for planting. This offer is good only in the United States. Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
The curtain rises on the third act of How Green Was My Valley, starring Walter Pidgeon, Donald Crisp, Maureen O'Hara, Roddy McDowell, and Sarah Allgood.
As the slag had spread over my valley, so now a blackness spread over the minds of its people. My sister and the preacher. Each day I heard their names together, and as many times did I fight in the streets.
Dada?
Fighting again, Hugh. More trouble with the Philistines, is it?
Yes, Dada.
You? What is it now? Look at your face.
Even John. He said things about Angharad and Mr. Griffith.
Children, too.
You were right, my son. You were right to fight. My coat, girl. I'm going to the mine.
You will be back?
I will be back for breakfast.
You will not go to chapel then?
No. And if they do this thing, I will never set foot in the chapel again as long as I live.
I will have the sheets warm on your bed.
There's an old beauty you are.
Go and scratch, boy.
Mother, what is this about the chapel?
Tonight, after the service, a deacon's meeting over Angharad.
Angharad? But she has done nothing.
Nothing is enough for people who have minds like theirs. Oh, Hugh, my little one, I hope when you're grown, their tongues will be slower to hurt.
But will Angharad be at the meeting?
No, none of us will be there. But the disgrace will not stay away.
I will go, Mother.
Mr. Griffith spoke that night in the chapel. Pale and looking very old, he descended from the pulpit and faced the deacons.
This is the last time I will talk in this chapel. I am leaving the valley with regret toward those who have helped me here and who have let me help them. But for the rest of you, those of you who have only proved that I have wasted my time among you, I have only this to say. There is not one among you who has had the courage to come to me and accuse me of wrongdoing. And yet, by any standard, if there has been a sin, I am the one who should be branded the sinner. Will anyone raise his voice here now to accuse me? No. You're cowards, too, as well as hypocrites. But I don't blame you. The fault is mine as much as yours. The idle tongues, the poverty of mind which you have shown, mean that I have failed to reach most of you with the lesson I was given to teach. I thought when I was a young man that I would conquer the world with truth, with the golden sound of the word. But only a few of you heard, Only a few of you understood. The rest of you put on black and sat in chapel. Why do you come here? Why do you dress your hypocrisy in black and parade it before your God on Sunday? From love? No, for you've shown that your hearts are too withered to receive the love of your divine Father. I know why you've come. I've seen it in your faces Sunday after Sunday as I've stood here before you. Fear has brought you here, horrible, superstitious fear. Fear of divine retribution, a bolt of fire from the skies, the vengeance of the Lord and the justice of God. But you have forgotten the love of Jesus. You disregard his sacrifice. Death, fear, flames, horror, and black clothes. Hold your meeting then, but know if you do this in the name of God and in the house of God, you blaspheme against him and his word. My dear Angharad, I am leaving the valley. I am leaving tonight, and...
Mr. Griffith?
Well, Hugh, I'm glad you've come.
Thank you, sir. Is there anything I can do?
Indeed there is. You can do me a great service. This watch, my father gave it to me when I entered the ministry. It's marked time we both loved. Take it.
Oh, no, sir.
A service I said you'd be doing me. No need for us to shake hands, Hugh. We will live in the minds of each other.
Mr. Griffith, won't you see Angharad before you go? She wants you to.
No. If I were to see her again, Hugh, I couldn't find the strength to leave her. Goodbye, boy. And there's a good old man you are. Listen.
It's the mine. Something's happened at the mine.
Come along, lad.
Mr. Griffith, Daddy is dead. Daddy is dead.
Come along.
A cave-in it was. A cave-in on the lower level.
Man is there. Let me through. My man is there.
A cave-in and 30 men beneath it.
There's another cage coming up.
Stand back, you men. Stand back. Those women with relatives, let them to the pit.
There they are, the second cage.
Oh! Mr. Griffith, I don't see Dada.
Di, is Gwilla Morgan up?
Not yet, sir.
Gwilla Morgan. Has anyone seen Gwilla Morgan?
Angharad.
Oh, my father.
He is still there.
Oh, still there. Mama, he is still there.
Willem.
Men! Men, listen to me. Who is for Gwilla Morgan and the others? Who will come down with me?
I, for one. He is the blood of my heart.
Come along, then.
Take some shovels here, quick!
On the cage, you men. We're going down.
I am going with you, sir. I'm going to find Dada.
If you wish, lad. Ready now?
Wait, Mr. Griffith.
Yes, Angharad.
You will come back. You must come back.
I said tonight, if I were to see you again, I couldn't find the strength to leave you.
Oh, you will come back then. I know.
Ready there? Send the cage down.
To our knees here and getting deeper, sir.
They will have the pump started soon.
Morgan. Willem Morgan.
Dada! Dada!
They were working in this tunnel, you're sure?
They were here in the one beyond, but the props have all given way. We cannot go much further, sir.
We will go on.
Dada!
Willem Morgan.
Dada, where are you?
Wait. I heard him.
Quiet, everyone. Call again, Hugh.
Dada! Dada! He's over there.
This way, lad. We're coming, Willem Morgan. Hold on.
We're coming, Dada. We're coming.
Watch your foot here. It's deeper.
You men back there bring tops.
There he is. There.
Easy, men.
Mr. Griffith. He's caught beneath the rock. We'll never get him out alive. Never.
Dada. Oh, Dada.
Hugh, lad. Hugh, my son.
I was going to take you out, Dada.
No. The rock. Do not dig. It will fall.
We are going to take you out.
You, my lad. There's a good old man you are. A good old man.
Dada. Oh, Dada.
Come, Hugh.
Here comes the cage.
Oh, the cage, Mama. They are bringing him up.
Gwillem. Gwillem is dead.
Oh, no, Mama. He will be alive.
Gwillem is dead. I know he is dead. He came to me just now as I stood here. Ivor was with him. He spoke to me and told me of the glory he had seen.
No more. But men like him can never die. They are with us still, real in memory as they were real in flesh, loving and beloved forever. How green was my valley then, and the valley of them that have gone.
Your applause calls back 5 stars, who gave 5 brilliant performances tonight. Walter Pidgeon, Donald Crisp, Maureen O'Hara, Roddy McDowell, and Sarah Allgood.
Thank you, C.B. The 5 of us spent a number of weeks together making the picture, and, speaking for myself, this little reunion is a very great pleasure.
And for all of us, Walter, you have rather a special feature in this cast tonight, C.B. 2 players from the world-famous Abbey Theatre of Dublin, Sarah Allgood and Maureen O'Hara.
Well, I spent only a few years there, Mr. Crisp, but that was long enough even to appreciate the tradition established by many fine artists like Miss Allgood.
Thank you, Maureen, dear. That's very nice of you.
Nothing gives a producer more satisfaction than a cast of real troopers, whether they've had years of experience or take to acting as young as Roddy McDowell.
If I can stay in the theater as long as you have, sir, I'll be very happy. What have I got to go about 40 years?
You'll have at least that if you keep up the kind of work you've been doing, Roddy. And tonight we're delighted to welcome you and Sarah Allgood and Maureen O'Hara to this stage for the first time.
I've enjoyed being here, Mr. DeMille, but I don't really feel like a stranger. I've heard the Lux Radio Theater so much, and of course I use Lux soap ever since I came to Hollywood. I hardly think I could get along without it. You see, complexion care is so easy when you have Lux soap.
And even now, it's easy to get Lux soap anywhere.
C.B., we're all anxious to hear about your next play.
Well, next Monday we have a comedy, Walter. One of the screen's recent laugh hits from 20th Century Fox. It's called The Magnificent Dope. And our stars are the same 3 players who are making a hit in the picture. Don Amici, Henry Fonda, and Lynn Barry. Don plays a kind of human dynamo who thinks he can make a success out of anyone until he tackles Mr. Thaddeus Page, played by Henry Fonda. At any rate, it makes a great show for us next Monday night.
I've heard a lot about the picture, C.B., and I want to hear it. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. You won the Academy Award all over again tonight. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Don Amici, Henry Fonda, and Lynn Barry in The Magnificent Dope. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Here's a question for the ladies. Have you been throwing away explosives we need to win the war? Well, if you still throw away waste fats, you're doing that very thing. Keep all used frying fats, meat drippings, and bacon grease, and strain them into a clean, wide-top can. Your meat dealer will pay you for them. So save waste kitchen fats to make explosives. Donald Crisp will soon be seen in the Warner Brothers picture, The Adventures of Mark Twain. Maureen O'Hara, Roddy McDowell, and Sarah Allgood appeared by courtesy of 20th Century Fox. Miss O'Hara will be seen in The Black Swan. Miss Allgood in Life Begins at 8:30. and Roddy McDowell is currently on the screen in The Pied Piper. Heard in tonight's play were Gail Gordon as narrator, Stuart Robertson as Daibondo, Joseph Kearns as Capartha, Paul Langton as Yanto, Kemble Cooper as Mr. Jonas, Gloria Gordon as Mrs. Nicholas, Frederick Warlock as Mr. Evans, and Esther Mason, Herbert Evans, Fred Mackay, Claire Videra, Norman Field, and Stephen Muller. Tune in next Monday night to hear Don Amici, Henry Fonda, and Lynn Barry in The Magnificent Dope. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been John M. Kennedy.
Feeling tired, nervous, vitamin-starved? Get that Vim's feeling. See your druggist right away. Ask about that special trial offer of Vim's, the new low-cost vitamin mineral tablets. Buy the large $1.69 package, get the regular 50-cent size absolutely free. VIMMS, Vim's, FREE, free. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Ladies and gentlemen, the ringing of that phone bell means mystery, adventure.
Nero Wolf's office, Archie Goodwin speaking. Mr. Wolf? Yeah, he's right here. Who's this?
Archie, hang up. Don't ask questions.
You have a what?
Archie, it's past your bedtime.
Well, I'm afraid, Mr. Wolf, it's past his bedtime.
Your bedtime.
It's a client, boss.
That's what I was afraid of. Foolish.
Hello? Hello?
Well, why do you look so bewildered?
He's coming right over. He says he's got a date with murder.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the detective genius who rates the knife and fork, the greatest tools ever invented by man. The ponderous, brilliant, and unpredictable Nero Wolfe. Created by Rex Stout and brought to you in a new series of adventures over this NBC network in the person of Mr. Sidney Greenstreet.
Tonight's story, The Case of the Calculated Risk, was as strange and baffling as any Nero Wolfe had to deal with. It started late one night when a big-shouldered man sporting a reddish beard and billing himself as Dave Caffrey pushed his way in, walked up to Nero Wolfe's desk, and rocked him with this opener.
Tomorrow morning, Mr. Wolfe, I'm going to kill a man.
I beg your pardon, sir?
I'm going to kill a man with these two hands.
I've been told strange things across this desk, Mr. Caffrey. This is the first time a murderer has confided his intention to me in advance. This man you speak of.
I'm not telling you his name. I'm not telling you where I'm going to meet him. This session tomorrow is going to be private and personal. But if anything happens to me between now and then, I want you to take over.
Mr. Caffrey, do you seriously think I could assist you in a matter of private vengeance?
That's not what I'm asking. This guy deserves to die. I plan to kill him with these two hands, me, myself. But if I slip up, if he gets me first, I want you to see that justice is done.
And I assure you, sir...
I told you this guy deserves to die. Let me tell you why. Years ago down south, there were three men in business together, partners. Me and two others.
Your notebook, Archie, if Mr. Caffrey doesn't mind.
You're wasting your time, Wolf. The names I'll use will be phony. I won't give you anything you can check back on.
We'll take our chance, sir. Please proceed.
It happened in a town about 40 miles from the place where we had our business. We'd gone there to collect some money, the three of us. Carl, Mitch, and me. Dave Caffrey. But all we collected was bad news. So bad that Carl hadn't even given our right names at the hotel. Said he was scared some of our creditors would come hitting up on us for what we owed. Three of us had some drinks, and we'd been pacing around for nearly an hour. I can still remember the way Mitch stood and looked at me. And then up at Carl, when Carl suddenly pulled to a stop and came out with this idea of his.
So, Dave, you've got 6,000 cash on hand. You counted it, Mitch.
Well, didn't we make it 62.40, Carl?
Whichever. We've got this 6,000 odd, plus some slow accounts receivable against debts of 38,000. With three of us trying to live from the business, we haven't got a chance.
Well, we ain't got much of a one, Carl, but...
It's hopeless, Dave. With two partners, though...
Two partners? You reckon on pulling out, Carl?
I say we cut cards for it, Mitch. Low man drops out.
Break up the partnership? After sticking together all these years?
Wait a minute, Dave. Wait a minute. Maybe Carl's right. Maybe this could work.
Carl, you mean the low man drops out clean? Right now?
Right now, Mitch. Other two to take over assets and debts and see if they can get this thing back in the black.
Okay, Carl. Get the cards out.
Dave?
Well, that's what you guys want.
Okay, then. Here's a new deck. Shuffle them, Mitch.
All shuffled.
Cut them, Dave. Go ahead, Mitch. You get first pick. Spread them if you like.
Here goes. 6.
Your turn, Dave.
Okay. 9 of clubs.
Lucky guy, Dave. That puts you in whatever Carl pulls.
I'll pull it fast. There she is.
An ace.
Sorry, Mitch. That leaves you elected.
Well, Mitch, I'm sorry, too. I guess we all had a fair whack at it, but...
Hey, wait a minute. Let me see that ace again, Carl.
Easy, Mitch. I said I was sorry,
Look,
but...
Dave.
Yeah, what is it, Mitch?
All the aces are marked. Carl, I'm going to cram this deck right down your crooked throat.
Look out, Mitch. He's got a knife.
Oh.
Carl, you...
All right. I've cut him for keeps. What do we do now?
What do we do? Look, Carl, I didn't mark those cards. I didn't kill Mitch. And what's more...
Shut up, Dave. We're both in and out now. Come on. Let's get out of here.
Now what, Carl?
Look, Dave, this is where we split up. 2 men together, easy to trace. You head one way, I go the other.
Yeah, but the dough, I got no money.
Here, I'll split up the 6,000. This is your half. Here, stick the envelope in your pocket. Now, grab that tray. Get set. I'll catch the next one going the other way. Get going, Dave!
That's how it was, Mr. Wolf. It all happened so fast that I...
This man you call Carl, he would seem to be one of the world's choice creatures, Mr. Gaffrey.
When I thought to look in that envelope he gave me, I found $40 and a few folds of wrapping paper in it. I was mad enough to... Well, I got off the freight and intended to go back, but... Then I picked up a paper.
And read all about the murder of your friend Mitch with the statement that Carl had accused you of the crime and that the police believed him in view of your escape.
That's it.
Classical, but not at all original.
Well, I was young then and stupid. And I'd had those drinks to start with.
And you spent the intervening years hunting down the man Carl, am I correct?
Yeah. I tramped the country from east to west, from north to south. Tramped it for years, searching for him. And yesterday I located him. He's a big wheel these days up on that 37th floor of his. But tomorrow when I get...
Yes, Mr. Caffrey, the 37th floor of...
Never mind what building.
Now, wait a minute, Caffrey. If you expect Mr. Wolf to help you...
I don't want him to help me. I'll help myself. But if I slip up, I know Wolf's reputation well enough to know that he'll never rest till this rotten, chiseling murderer is sitting in the chair. That's why I've come here. Just to provide a backstop in case my dear friend of long ago manages to get the best of me.
How will we know?
You see this envelope? Read what it says.
Nero Wolf, 601 West 35th Street, New York. Delivered to him in case of my death.
That's right. And this envelope was $500. Nearly all I've got in the world. Along with it, the full details on that knifing. Real names, dates. The proof you'll need in case I don't finish it up.
Go on.
Tonight, Mr. Wolf, I'm going to give this envelope to the manager of the hotel where I'm stopping. I'm calling on, well, Carl. Tomorrow at noon, right after his secretary goes to lunch. If I'm not back in my hotel at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, the hotel manager will deliver this envelope to you. Is that clear?
Perfectly. But you don't think I'm going to allow you to go through with this wire plan, do you?
You can't stop me. And don't have Goodwin follow me. I'd lose him in 2 blocks. Good night.
Shall I try to tail him, boss?
It's no use, Archie. Get Inspector Kramer on the phone at once. I want the police to help us head off this murder. Nero Wolf speaking.
It's Archie. I'm calling from the morgue.
And?
They found Caffrey's body in a subway washroom, mugged and stabbed. Wallet gone, pockets cleaned out, no envelope.
Just 2 hours ago he was here. No envelope, eh?
Gone.
Witnesses?
None so far. Homicide's calling it straight mugging and robbery.
As it well might look, except for...
Except for a guy named Carl. How much do I tell Kramer?
All of it. Ask the inspector to start queries throughout the South on the original killing.
The original killing? Look.
It's our best chance of getting a description of the man called Carr. The original killing and the partnership. Starting from, say, 8 years ago and working back to the middle 20s. Tell him to concentrate on towns on railway lines.
Putting out pictures of Caffrey and...
Pictures and dentistry. Fingerprints to Washington. Kramer will know.
And if I come across a haystack, do I keep my eye out for needles?
We are going to find Carl, Archie. We are going to find him if it takes from now till doomsday.
Mr. Wolf, let's face it, we're licked.
Licked, Archie?
3 days now. We found Caffrey's hotel here in New York. No traceable phone calls. Not a witness has turned up on that subway washroom party. And Kramer says he's getting nowhere with those answers from the Southland.
The original story is bound to come slowly, Archie. We are asking a check on the unsolved killings of a dozen states over a 20-year period.
And what now?
You start trudging, Archie.
Trudging?
Through office buildings, through 37th floors of many office buildings. You keep trudging till we find him.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Mr. Wolf. This is a big city, remember? I might have to go through hundreds of buildings.
This morning, Archie, the Municipal Reference Library informed me that there are exactly 34 buildings of 37 floors or higher in Manhattan. Now, when you rule out the United Nations building, hotels,
Okay. Maybe not so many 37th floors, but lots of offices per floor. Maybe 40 or 50. Call it 30 times 40, and you've still got 1,200 to start with. And you don't know what kind of business. You don't know what Carl's real name is. You don't even know what he looks like. There could be 4,000 men like him.
4,000 affluent men, Archie?
Yeah, well, all right. Caffrey said he was in the chips, though. You know, for a guy who'd been bumming around, that could mean anything from 10 grand a year up. Say, wait a minute. That cuts your field to 1,000.
1,000 tall men?
Tall? I've been over those notes. Caffrey didn't say he was tall.
As plainly as you could ask. Caffrey was almost your height, but he said Mitch stood and looked at me. And then he looked up at Carl. Up, Archie. That makes Carl your height or taller.
Yeah. Well, maybe Caffrey and Mitch were sitting down, and Carl was,
Caffrey told us the three were standing at the time. Check your notes. I've studied them.
Okay. Maybe that does cut it down some. Yeah, it's still a lot of citizens that start checking for a southern accent.
Don't rely on accent, Archie. Carl has had many years to lose any accent he might have had.
Yeah, that's true.
And so we narrow it, Archie. A man almost surely tall. A man not using the name he was born with. A man with an unexplained gap in his past.
I ought to be able to reach right out and tap him.
You go skeptical again, Archie?
Well, it's still a pretty big haystack.
Let's see if we can't trim it some more. On these building lists I've been going over, I've ruled out for now the members of professions requiring lengthy formal training. Medical men, lawyers, scientists of most kinds.
Yeah, that's chopping it down, I'll admit that.
I'll have further eliminations as we get into it. And I'm putting Saul Panzer on a second list this afternoon. Some of the credit references I'll handle by phone.
So I start trudging, huh?
You start trudging. And remember, Archie, since you'll probably be operating through secretaries, you're looking for a murderer named Carl, not for a new set of telephone numbers to brighten your winter.
Tall? Well, I don't know what you're peddling, Goodwin, but if my boss put his elevator shoes on and stood on a box, he'd still be down somewhere around my necktie. If he stood on his money, though, we'd need a helicopter to get up near his shoelaces.
Oh, Miss Jonas, do you mind if I sit down?
Why, of course not, Mr. Goodwin.
Oh, thanks. You know, I've been in 12 offices on this floor, and you're the first girl who's seen the importance of this survey first crack out of the box.
Well, I'm sort of new here, and I try to pay attention.
Oh, you're not just beautiful. You've got a head on you. Is Mr. McLean in?
Well, he's at lunch right now.
Lunch? Oh, that reminds me. Know any good restaurants up this way?
Well, I was just going to the downstairs drugstore myself, but I wouldn't say
Well,
that...
come on. Put your bonnet on and let's skip the drugstore. This meal is on the Executive Resources Survey. Hey, Now, boss, the boil down.
Tinsley, McLean, Fernandez, Tesreau, and Kaplan. All 5 of them tall, all 5 a little misty in the background. You and Saul have done well, Archie. Very well. But I'm crossing off Fernandez and Kaplan.
Why?
The Credit Bureau report clears Fernandez, and Kaplan was on a special war job. The FBI X-rayed his record twice.
Leaving J.P. Tinsley, Carson McLean, and Philip Tesreau, huh?
I'd like to see all 3 here, Archie. Get them here one way or another. And so you do admit that Tinsley isn't your real name?
Mr. Wolf, are you a blackmailer or what?
I'm a licensed private investigator, sir. Any disclosure you make will be kept in confidence, provided it doesn't touch on the case I'm engaged on.
You haven't said what the case is.
I don't intend to. If you prefer to explain this mysterious gap in your background at the district attorney's office...
Well, I'm using the name Tinsley because I've got an undivorced first wife out on the coast. We broke up 20 years ago, but she said she'd see to it that I never married again. And she knew where I was today. Well, I don't say I'm a saint, but she's a vindictive woman.
I see. May I have names, dates, and places starting 1924?
I can't quite understand your interest, Mr. Wolf.
It's rather complicated, to put it briefly, Mr. McLean. I'm working in the interest of a client. Our people have found this puzzling gap in your background, and I'd appreciate such clarification as you may be able to supply.
But I told you, Mr. Goodwin, I was raised and educated in the Orient. Until 32, I was in business with my father in China.
Where you say your father died?
Died. With the Depression, I returned to New York, started this importing business in a small way, weathered through the early 30s, and I think my bankers can assure you of my standing today.
They've done so. Carson, McLean and Company has an excellent credit rating.
Thank you, Mr. Wolf.
To switch somewhat abruptly, Mr. McLean, would you happen to remember how you spent the evening of the 19th?
Of this month?
Of this month?
Well, I could hardly... Wait. You say the 19th. Would that have been on a Tuesday?
Yes, it was Tuesday.
Well, that simplifies it. I'm nearly always at the office on Tuesday nights dictating the revisions in our weekly wholesalers' lists. Let me see. Yes, I was there on the 19th. Had a tray sent in. Miss Tunis and I worked till just after midnight.
Miss Helen Tunis, the secretary Mr. Goodwin spoke of.
She's been with me for 2 or 3 months.
Miss Tunis can confirm this dictation on the night of the 19th?
Of course. And Mr. Wolf, your manner is so persuasive that I'd scarcely realize you're asking some extraordinary searching questions. May I ask why in the world you...
If you'll indulge me, Mr. McLean, my prying is nearly concluded. You say you were in China until 1932. Mr. Tesreau, I'll be brutally frank. We know that your name's not Tesreau. And we know that you served a prison term from 34 to 38 for arson. I'd like some straight answers.
I didn't say I wouldn't answer your questions.
The past can remain your own, provided...
Now, look, Mr. Wolf, I've been going straight for 12 years. And this business of mine is on the level. Now, if this is a shakedown...
I'm asking where you were on the night of the 19th.
And I'm telling you I stayed in town. I ate alone. And I went to a movie. I caught the 11:35 for Stanford. And that's all there is to it.
You're denying that you were ever in business in the South?
I was born in the South, but I haven't been back there since I was a kid.
What about the arson?
I put in 4 years squaring for that mistake.
Let's start again, Mr. Tesreau. You say you were in Cincinnati in 1931.
Okay, Mr. Wolf, 3 candidates, and we're still on the 1-yard line. Our 1-yard line. Tesreau, McLean, Tinsley. No, rule out McLean. He gave references enough for those years in China. And with Helen Tunis, he's got the one firm alibi we've laid on to. Caffrey was killed before midnight.
With conditions as they are in the Far East, Archie, it'll be weeks before cables came back on McLean's claims.
Claims? You figure the whole Chinese background's a fake?
I want you to see Miss Tunis again, Archie, taking all precautions for her safety. And this is one time I give you permission to ply her with all the attentions you can contrive.
Are we far enough to pull tails on any of these three?
I've got Saul Panzer on Tesoro, and Saul promised to have men on Tinsley and McLean. Pictures of the three have gone to Kramer for circulation in the South.
No. No answer yet from the coast on Tinsley, huh?
Not yet. For the moment, Archie, you'll concentrate on Helen Tunis.
Helen, I've got to see you tonight.
I'd love to, Archie.
Now, look,
but...
Helen, I phoned you to come out in the corridor this way because I didn't want McLean to know we're talking. Do you still say you got that new mink coat on your own money?
Mr. Goodwin, I don't know what right you
Helen,
have
if you
to...
get 5 guys to buy your stuff, it's your business.
Mr. McLean said his wife might be sending detectives around. Well, you can go right back to your old Mrs. McLean and tell her that I...
Easy, Helen, easy.
He was dictating to me.
You know, baby, the harder you lie, the prettier you look. But if this is a fake alibi, and if you keep propping it up, you're going to find yourself in trouble. Bad trouble. Now, how about it? Do I see you at your apartment tonight, or would you rather come down with me to Nero Wolf's right now?
Archie, All right. I can't go with you now, and I've got a dinner date with my aunt tonight that I can't break, but I'll try to be back at my apartment by 11.
Archie! Nero Wolf speaking.
This is Archie, Mr. Wolf. I'm at Helen Tunis' apartment.
Well?
I could cut my throat for not making her come with me this afternoon.
Trouble?
Not for her anymore, poor kid. I got here 3 minutes ago and found her strangled. Couldn't have happened more than half an hour ago.
McLean.
McLean. Didn't Saul Panzer say he was getting a tail on him?
He was a new man, and he lost him. I should have left you on McLean, Archie.
No, we were both wrong. What do you want me to do?
Phone the police immediately.
Well, this is 32nd Street. I'm only 3 blocks in a job from the office. What if I come back and call from there?
Come back, then. I'll phone Kramer myself.
Mr. Wolf, I'm still kicking myself for that.
Look out, Archie.
Too late, Mr. Wolf. Keep coming right in, Goodwin, with your hands up. No, I wouldn't try that.
McLean.
And keep your hand out of that desk drawer, Wolf.
This time you're too late, McLean. My hand's in the drawer, and I think I'll leave it there.
You don't think I'd shoot?
I'm sure you would. But you've got 2 of us to cover now. No, Archie, don't try to draw yet.
How'd you get in here, McLean?
He surprised me after making his way in through the area way below, and of course it had to be Fritz's night out.
I caught your fat friend just 2 seconds before he could get in his call to the police, Goodwin. I overheard his talk with you from the hallway here.
My apologies for not crying out sooner, Archie.
Get your hand out of that drawer. Pull it out without the gun, Wolf, or I'll let you have it now.
I refuse to, McLean. Seems obvious that you mean to kill us in any case.
I'm afraid that's true, Wolf. But when you called me here and Goodwin started making dates with Helen Tunis...
Poor kid, I told her not to talk to you.
She didn't, Goodwin. I've been scared of you and Wolf since I followed Colby here that first night.
Colby?
You knew him as Caffrey. I caught up with him afterward in that subway washroom. No, keep that hand up and watch that gun of yours, Wolf. When I found that envelope on him and read the letter to you contained in it, I knew he hadn't spilled the whole South Carolina story to you.
South Carolina? Would the original knifing have been taking place anywhere near Hampton or Jasper counties?
Hampton County. But our business is over the line in Georgia. It doesn't matter now.
Pity, Archie. We learned this afternoon that we were growing warm on South Carolina. Mr. McLean, may I ask what you hope to achieve by this insane project of disposing of Mr. Goodwin and myself?
I'm buying time, Wolf. I've $90,000 in small bills in that bag there, plus a plane ticket to Buenos Aires. I've got a silencer on this gun. If you 2 aren't found till tomorrow morning, I'll be out of the country before they start looking for me.
You don't think the police will put out an alarm for you when they find the body of Helen Tunis?
Goodwin left it to you to report that, remember?
Let's remind ourselves to be prompter on reporting deaths, Archie.
Starting with our own, Mr. Wolf?
Glad you can take it that way, Goodwin.
You actually think you can knock the 2 of us off?
I'm about to find out, Goodwin.
One moment, McLean. You've never been a real gambler. You know that. With marked cards, of course. But you're not the man to face a sure loss now.
A sure loss?
The loss of your life. Within seconds after you try to pull that trigger.
I told you I had a silencer. You think anyone will hear the shots?
There'll be more shots than you count on. My hand's on a pistol now in this drawer, and Mr. Goodwin has a .38 in his shoulder holster.
You can't shoot through the desk. and Goodwin won't get a chance to draw.
You're an intelligent man, McLean. Vicious but intelligent. May I describe the certainty of your immediate death if you don't throw that pistol on the desk and give yourself up?
There are two of you, I know that, but...
McLean, you must be aware that in the actual fact, exceedingly few men are killed instantly by a single shot, even from a pistol of heavy caliber. The one you hold is a .32.
And it's a .45 in that drawer, McLean.
I assure you, McLean, that neither of us will surrender the weapons we have. Should you start shooting, we'll both do our best to draw and keep firing till you're dead.
You're stalling, Wolf. What have I got to lose by trying for you both now?
Your life? I'll correct that. The loss of some 6 or 8 weeks of your life, possibly months. Whatever the time necessary to bring you to trial and to convict you and execute you for the murders you've committed.
Suppose I cancel you out and then take my chances with Goodwin.
A better choice, but still a dubious one. I'm fat, exceedingly fat. And for perhaps the first time in my life, I'm thoroughly grateful for that. My bulk affects the calculation, McLean.
McLean, you could pull off all 7 shots and still not hit Mr. Wolf where it counts. You have to start, you better start on me.
You exaggerate, Archie, and I thank you for the gallantry of it. No, it's quite likely that with 2 or 3 shots, McLean might well dispose of me, but not with your first shot, McLean, and we'll not permit you many more than your first.
Look, if I promise to do no more than tie you two up to give me my head start, will you toss in your guns?
Of course not. Do I speak for us both, Archie?
Check. I say let's start it now.
Wolf, if I give you half of what's in that bag, would you forget these admissions I've made and help on my defense?
I've told you I refuse to bargain. I think that I shall count 5. If your weapon hasn't been tossed on the desk by then, I'll do my best to get my pistol into action. Are you in accord, Archie?
Start counting.
Wait a minute, Mr. Wolf.
1.
If I trade half that bag for no shooting and 1 hour start, no tying up, just your promise that...
2.
All the bag for a half-hour start, 90,000.
3. Are you ready, Archie?
All set, sir. Except if you're the one who walks out of this, call up every number in my little red book, huh? And tell each girl I was thinking of her just before you got the 5.
Agreed. I resume 4.
Okay. You win.
Holy sweet Susan, it worked.
A commendable choice, McLean, for us at least. You see, I'm afraid I forgot to mention one slight factor which might have operated in your favor.
What's that, boss?
I must confess, Archie, that my .45 is in the upstairs den where I took it to oil it last night.
Holy cow, you didn't have a gun?
Why, you...
Take it easy, McLean. I've really got one. Oh, by the way, Mr. Wolf, signal's off on those women, huh? When my heart gets back down out of my throat, I'll call them myself.
I'll trouble you for a beer first, Archie. And then, if you'll be good enough to phone Inspector Kramer, you can bid him pick up his triple murderer. The one-time cutter of cards. Fortunately for us, who's never been a real gambler.
You have been listening to The New Adventures of Nero Wolfe, starring Sidney Greenstreet. Tonight's transcribed story was based on the characters created by Rex Stout. This is an Edwin Fadiman program produced and directed by J. Donald Wilson. In the cast were Gerald Moore as Archie Goodwin and Lorraine Carter, Bill Johnstone, Howard McNear, Herb Butterfield, and Vic Rodman. Next week at this same time, Nero Wolfe and Archie will bring you The Case of the Phantom Fingers. Don Stanley speaking. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. Ladies and gentlemen, the ringing of that phone bell brings you mystery, adventure.
Nero Wolfe's office, Archie Goodwin speaking. No, I'm sorry. Mr. Wolfe is busy planning a menu. I'll see if he can talk to you. What's the name again? You want to talk to a dame named Mrs. Collins?
Hang up, Archie.
Do we know a Mrs. Collins?
No.
I don't suppose you care, but I think her voice is very charming.
Doubtless. Every female has a charming voice to you. Hang up.
Okay. I'm sorry, Mrs. Collins, but at the moment, Mr. Wolf is too involved with his digestive system to be interrupted. However, if I may introduce myself, Archie Goodwin, Mr. Wolf's assistant, if I can be of any help.
Archie.
Yes, Mrs. Collins, I'll ask him. Cocktail party.
Hang up, Archie.
Mrs. Collins, I'm afraid it would be better if you didn't expect Mr. Wolf. Goodbye. Cocktails. Phooey.
Absurd. Perfectly absurd.
She says you promised to come to her cocktail party, and why aren't you there?
Because you are going to attend the cocktail party and the probable unpleasant ending.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's that genius who is the bulkiest, balkiest, the most ponderous, and most brilliant detective in the world. Yes, none other than that chair-borne mass of unpredictable intellect, Nero Wolfe, created by Rex Stout and brought to you in a new series of adventures over this NBC network in the person of Mr. Sidney Greenstreet.
Mr. Wolf and I refer to this as the case of the party for death. Nero Wolfe really should have gone to the party since he'd accepted, but I was delegated. I can't complain now, since it was there that I met Georgia, the most beautiful redhead. Well, that's my weakness, redheads. Yeah, and blondes and brunettes. Well, anyway, Mr. Wolfe was adamant about going to the party.
I've never been to a cocktail party in my life. You know, I drink nothing but beer.
You could take your beer with you, couldn't you?
I could not.
Do we know a Mrs. Collins whose cocktail party you said you'd go to?
The phone rang and I picked it up.
Where was I?
Exactly.
Okay. So a Mrs. Collins with a beautiful, seductive voice conned you into accepting an invitation to a cocktail party that you knew you weren't going to.
Archie.
Yes, master.
Just a little less sarcasm, perhaps.
Sarcasm?
Call it impertinence, then.
Impertinence, master?
Exactly. Less of that. Much less.
Okay.
Continue now.
Where was I?
You were reading the duck recipe.
Oh, yes, the duck. Oh, here we are. Dodine de canard. The dodine is one of the oldest dishes in the repertory of French cooking, being mentioned in books of the 14th century. Le Grand Cuisinier de Toute Cuisine.
Hooey, what time is it, Archie?
Almost 6:30.
Oh, in that case...
You going to get up?
Here on this card are your instructions, Archie. If you are still alive tomorrow, you may make your report.
I helped the huge bulk that was Nero Wolfe out of his specially built desk chair and walked with him to the elevator that would take him upstairs to his orchids. I stepped back to the desk and found the card which bore my instructions. In his small, perfect handwriting, I read, Mrs. Albert Collins, Empire Towers. Arrive at 7, say I sent you. After the murder, telephone me before the police arrive. At exactly 7, I rang Mrs. Collins' doorbell. Mrs. Collins?
I'm Mrs. Collins.
I'm Archie Goodwin. We talked on the phone a little while ago.
Oh, yes. Well, come in, Mr. Goodwin.
Mr. Wolfe begs to be excused. At the last moment, he was unable to attend.
Well, I'm glad you could come.
You're not disappointed?
No, I don't think so. I'm rather upset. I'm afraid, Mr. Goodwin, for my life. That's why I called Mr. Wolfe. Oh, just drop your hat and coat there, Mr. Goodwin.
May I tell you something, Mrs. Collins?
Well, of course, Mr. Goodwin.
Archie will do.
Archie?
When I spoke to you on the phone, I thought I knew what you'd look like.
And?
You do.
Well, is that good?
It's not bad, Mrs. Collins.
Janie will do.
Janie will do.
Archie,
Mm-hmm.
I think it would be best if I say you're an old beau of mine.
From where?
In Hollywood. When I went to Hollywood High School and you went to USC.
Okay, but don't expect me to remember much about it.
I'll be flattered if you remember anything about it. I want you to keep your eyes and ears open. Observe everything tonight. Well, now shall we join the party? Oh, Albert, this is Archie Goodwin. Archie, this is my husband, Albert.
How do you do?
Hello.
And this is Joe Boyce, my husband's partner.
How do you do? Boys?
I've told you about Archie, Albert, but well, I guess you probably don't remember, do you?
No, I don't.
When I was in high school and he went to USC.
Oh, yeah, sure. What'll you have, Goodwin?
I'd like a plain lime and soda.
Oh, now, really? A teetotaler now?
Yes, I used to overdo it, remember?
So you knew my wife in Hollywood?
Quite a while ago, though.
Uh-huh. Been here long?
Oh, a while.
Did you and my wife run into each other again just lately?
Yeah.
A few days ago?
About.
Joe Boyce here is my partner, chemical business. Makes this sort of an old home week, doesn't it, Joe?
In a way, Al. I guess it does it that.
Joe knew my wife back in those days, too. And they're still very friendly. Yes, indeed. You two have got something in common to talk about, haven't you, Goodman?
Mrs. Collins, you mean? We never knew each other very well.
No? Okay, Goodman, let it go.
Why, look. Look what I found. A new man. Just what I need. I'm Georgia.
Archie.
Archie, dear, will you fix up my drink, please?
Anything for a lady.
Let's go to the bar. Eh, Archie?
I'm determined, Joe. You're only the money, our only Jane. I might listen.
Oh, Al, can't we talk about it later?
I like talking about it now, Joe.
You're going to be sorry about this, Al.
I am already. But you'll have 20 years or so in prison just being sorry. I've got the papers you forged right here.
You're hysterical, Al. Let's face it. The firm went broke, but I suffered too. So let's forget it.
Yes, Joe. The firm went broke, but you didn't. And I don't think my wife did either. The two of you had everything figured for yourselves. Well, I'm turning the papers over to the DA tomorrow.
Nero Wolf speaking.
Archie, what do you know about this expected murder, if anything?
Has it happened yet?
No, but who's supposed to get killed?
I haven't the faintest idea, Archie.
Then why don't you stop it?
That is impossible. I don't even know who's there.
You want me to tell you?
Not in the least.
How am I supposed to prevent it if I don't know what I'm looking for?
You're not supposed to prevent it, Archie. I don't think you could. I don't think anybody could.
You want to hear what I found out already?
No?
I'll tell you anyway. Collins thinks his wife and his partner Boyce have been stealing his dough, and he's threatening to send Boyce to the clink.
Archie.
Yeah?
You're wasting our time. Go back to the party. There is nothing you can do to prevent the murder. But I want you to be there when it happens.
Now that all the guests have gone, let's sit down here, Georgia.
When Janie was in Hollywood, she must have had more good-looking boyfriends.
Let's get personal about this, Georgia.
Yeah, let's.
When you say good-looking, do you mean me?
I don't mean anybody else, Archie.
You know, I think you're pretty, too.
You'd better not let Jane hear you say that.
You think she'd care?
I thought you knew Jane.
Only slightly. You don't like Jane too well, do you?
Why?
Why? Why what?
Why don't you tell the truth about it? No man as attractive as you ever knew Jane slightly. Either they knew her or they didn't know her. Maybe you think I'm getting a little tipsy.
The idea never occurred to me.
No? Well, it has to me.
Refill your glass?
I'll come with you to the bar.
Here's your drink, Georgia. Oh, I find there's no ice left in the ice bucket.
Janie? Hey, Janie, no ice.
Oh, well, I'll get some. Here, give me the bucket.
Mrs. Collins, Janie, I mean.
Yes, Archie.
May I use the phone in the bedroom again?
Oh, of course.
You excuse me for a minute, Georgia?
I'm coming with you.
Why don't you just stay here until Jane brings the ice? Well, why don't you go talk to Joe Boyce?
I don't want to talk to Joe Boyce. I don't want to talk to Joe Boyce ever.
Now, look, Georgia.
I'm coming with you, Archie. Is that clear?
Okay, come on.
Here's where the phone is.
I could have found it myself.
You don't want me with you, do you?
Just sit down here on the edge of the bed and listen, if that's what you want to do.
Nero Wolf speaking.
Archie, boss.
Well, Archie, what?
Just a bit of a report.
Go on.
At this moment, I am sitting on the edge of one of two twin beds in the apartment of Mr. and Mrs. Albert Collins. Sitting next to me is a gorgeous redhead named Georgia. Georgia what, dear?
Boyce.
You mean you're the wife of Joe Boyce?
Of course. Didn't you know?
I am sitting next to the gorgeous redheaded wife of Albert Collins' partner, Joe Boyce.
Archie, you annoy me.
From what I just learned, I can see there's another friction going on.
You mean Georgia and Jane?
Yep, fireworks between them. This one no like other one.
Have you anything more to say?
When I called, I was going to ask if there's any reason why I shouldn't come home now.
I wrote your instructions for you, Archie.
After the murder, call you.
Yeah, that's perfectly clear, isn't it?
But what if there isn't any?
Don't call me. Simple, isn't it?
Hello. He hung up.
Archie,
What?
that was a strange conversation.
Do you want me to explain it to you, honey?
What was that business about murder?
Shall we join the party?
Murder. Archie, wouldn't you be surprised if there was one?
Yeah? Who's going to do what and to whom?
I don't know. Maybe I will.
Elucidate, honey. Do you intend to figure as the killer or the corpse?
I don't intend to figure as anything. But you never know. Archie, do you think Jane Collins is better looking than me?
Nope.
Honestly?
Honestly.
Then what's the matter with me?
Nothing. Nothing at all.
Oh, yes, there is. Look, do you want to kiss me?
Well, I'll tell you. When I graduated from Sunday school, I took a vow.
That's what I mean. But if I were Jane, you'd want to kiss me, wouldn't you?
No, frankly, no.
Why not?
Well, when I graduated from Sunday school,
Okay, Archie. Let's go back. You boys have such happy faces. Where's Jane?
In the kitchen getting some ice. Where have you been?
With Archie.
Is he an old school chum of yours, too?
Do you care, Joe?
No.
Mr. Boyce.
What?
How much do you weigh?
187. Why?
Then I'll be giving you 5 pounds. Shall we step outside?
This I have got to see.
Shut up. Mr. Goodwin, you seem angry.
Just terribly, terribly hurt.
Would it do any good if I apologized? Today I'm a little upset. If I said anything to offend you, I do apologize. Now, if you still want me to give you a boxing lesson, I'm at your service.
Let's forget it. I'm sorry, too. Jane Collins came in from the kitchen with a bucket of ice cubes, a tray of fresh glasses, and the strapless gown she'd been wearing.
There. I never thought I'd make it. Now I'm going to mix my own drink, and you can take care of yourselves. Ice first. Huh? Whiskey. And soda. It's a simple recipe, isn't it, Archie?
All it needs is the ingredients.
Well, I drink to the ingredients. Nice.
Janie, darling.
What, dear?
Would you mind very much if I took Archie away from you?
Haven't you done that already, dear?
To listen to those girls, you'd think, wouldn't you, Goodwin?
Me, I never think.
What do you do, Archie?
I concentrate.
On what?
On not thinking. I did some serious concentrating on not thinking about Nero Wolfe, or about the conflict of the partners, Albert Collins and Joe Boyce, about the jealousies of Jane and Georgia. The next 5 minutes hardly seemed an hour. Jane and Boyce murmured to each other. Collins drank gently but firmly.
Why can't you be honest, Archie? What's the matter with me?
What, Georgia?
You weren't listening, were you?
To every gorgeous word you said.
What did I say?
I want to hear it again, just the way you said it before.
I said, why shouldn't there be a murder? Why not? It's an order.
It's just not considered the thing to do.
Thing to do. Can you think of anything better?
No, frankly.
I can. My glass is empty.
My glass is empty, too. Jane. Jane!
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not much of a hostess, am I? Oh, don't answer that. Oh, you're all empty. But I've only drunk half of mine.
You don't usually drink so slowly, Jane.
Well, I'm just not in the mood tonight. I usually drink faster to keep you from drinking mine. See, Albert always gulps his and then reaches for mine.
What's the difference?
Well, I'll fix you some fresh drinks, but put my drink over there by you, Georgia, and lay off, Albert. I only had about 3 swallows of it. Besides, you don't need any more.
I suppose we know what dear Jane is going to do, don't we?
Lay off, will you?
Lay off. It's my husband who said that, Archie. Archie, meet my husband, Mr. Boyce. I will now explain why dear Jane took our glasses away to the kitchen when she could have poured a drink right here.
Listen, Georgia, will you...
Mr. Boyce is speaking, Archie. What, Mr. Boyce?
Nuts.
Mr. Boyce says nuts, Mr. Goodwin. What do you say, Mr. Collins?
I think Joe has covered the field.
We were talking, weren't we, Archie?
Possibly.
We were talking about dear Jane. She's got to be always the prettiest, always devastating. Right now, she's putting on a completely new face. And in about 20 minutes, when our tongues are hanging out, she'll come back, all horsed up and bright and smiling, with another tray of drinks.
Yes, you'll take all night to fix them.
Well, I'm going to get some air on the balcony.
Don't jump off. Al, you're drinking too much lately.
I shouldn't worry you, Joe. Especially now.
When you start drinking, not only your drinks, but everybody else's too, well... Jane's right.
Is that what worries you? Slide Jane's glass down. The ice is all melted.
You see what I mean?
Okay, Joe, let's not be nasty until tomorrow. Well, that gives me an idea. Think I'll propose a toast. Until tomorrow. You know, it may be rather fitting that I should drink a toast from the glass that Janie left. Until tomorrow.
Go! Al. Al? Jane? Janie!
Albert! Oh, Albert.
Nero Wolf speaking.
May I come home now?
Oh, hello, Archie.
I said, may I come home now?
Have you sent for the police, Inspector Kramer?
Of course.
Who was killed, Archie?
Albert Collins.
How, Archie?
I don't know. You were right, though, weren't you?
Naturally. About what?
Murder.
Oh, that. We can talk about it tomorrow. Good night, Archie. Come home when you can.
What do you mean, come home when I can?
You'll be held as a witness, won't you? Try not to wake me with the elevator when you come in.
Well, Inspector Kramer, you've had me here at headquarters for a long while. For quite a long while. Haven't you asked me enough questions?
Goodwin, you say you never saw these people before, Collins or Boyce or their wives. Yet when all the other guests had gone, you were still there.
I guess I just don't know how to say goodbye.
You didn't know they were partners in a chemical company. You didn't know that Boyce had forged a lot of papers with Collins' name.
All I know is what you tell me.
Goodwin.
Yes, sir?
I'm trying to be nice.
Yes, sir.
Now, I know, of course, that you went to that party because Nero Wolf told you to.
Do you?
My question is, how did Wolf know it was going to happen?
Why don't you ask him?
I already have.
He told you?
He says he never heard of Collins or Boyce.
Did he say he'd ever heard of me?
He says he isn't responsible for you or your shady friends. Maybe he knows I found a poison pellet in George's bag.
Inspector, may I make an important call?
Go ahead.
Archie. Confounded light. Hello?
What time is it, Master?
Confounded, Archie.
I'll tell you what time it is. It's a little after 4 a.m. I'm at Central Headquarters, and Inspector Kramer has been chatting with me about my shady friends.
Kramer is a jackass.
Just a second. Pick up the other phone, will you, Inspector? Sorry, Mr. Wolf. What was that you were saying about Inspector Kramer?
I said Kramer is a jackass.
Thank you.
Wait a minute. Wolf!
Oh? Eavesdropping, Inspector.
I was just talking about bringing you down here for a little questioning, Wolf.
Phooey.
What's that?
Phooey. It can be spelled in several ways. I spell it P-F-U-I. Phooey.
You think I won't bring you down here as a material witness?
Yes, I think you won't. I think you'd be making a great mistake if you did.
A great mistake? Why?
Because I might not tell you who killed Collins. Then you wouldn't know which one of these people to prefer charges against. Now send Archie home. Even he needs an occasional night's sleep.
What do you think of that? He hung up.
So it seems. Busy? He's probably left the phone off the hook, Inspector. By now, he's probably asleep again.
You know I can go out there, don't you?
Sure you can. More important men than you have tried it. And where are they now?
Goodwin?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to let you go.
I'm sure Mr. Wolf and I are very grateful, Inspector.
You want to know why I'm letting you go?
I know why.
Why?
Because if you're nice and cooperative and don't make too much trouble, Mr. Wolf will solve this case for you and tell you whom to prefer charges against.
Goodwin.
Sir?
Get out.
Thank you, Inspector. Good morning, Inspector. At 3 o'clock the next afternoon, I was rearranging the furniture in Nero Wolf's office while the great man sat behind his desk watching me perspire.
Are you finished now, Archie?
Yeah, I guess so.
And tell me where they sat.
There were 2 couches, like this, in front of a fireplace. Collins and Boyce were sitting together on one couch. When Georgia and I came in, they were looking at some canceled checks.
Where was Mrs. Collins?
I told you she was getting ice and fresh glasses.
Why was she getting fresh glasses, Archie? Where were the empty ones?
I don't know. Maybe they were the same ones she brought back, washed and polished.
Archie, I trust your powers of observation absolutely. That's why I sent you to Mrs. Collins' cocktail party.
Okay, how did you know there was going to be a murder? If it was a murder.
It was a murder, Archie. But isn't it obvious?
How is it obvious? Suppose Collins slipped a few drops of the poison into his drink himself.
It's very strong, very deadly poison, with a remarkably strong odor.
Like almonds, I know. I smelled it when I picked him up.
Archie, was anything found on the body that might have contained the poison? A fountain pen, whatever?
Not even that.
Inspector Kramer found a poison pellet in Georgia's handbag. He thinks she poisoned Collins' drink.
Say, could be. But it wasn't his drink, it was his wife's. Then Georgia was trying to kill Jane, and Collins got it by mistake.
We shall soon see, Archie.
I was expecting a murder because you told me to expect it. I watched every move that everybody made. There is no possibility that Jane's glass, the glass with the poison in it, was tampered with by anybody.
This I believe.
Okay.
Archie, you're sore, aren't you?
Have you ever spent the night with Inspector Kramer? He's really a good man, too. Why did you say he was a jackass?
Because he didn't know who killed Collins?
Do you?
Of course. Was there ever any question about it?
Just a moment, please.
The only trouble is it may be difficult to prove. That's why we are giving this little cocktail party this afternoon with the help of Inspector Kramer. By the way...
Yes?
Call Mrs. Collins and tell her to bring a bucket of ice from her refrigerator.
Why?
Because our refrigerator's broken down.
No, it hasn't. I was just out in the kitchen a minute ago.
Our refrigerator has broken down. And it would be very helpful if Mrs. Collins would bring a bucket of ice cubes.
What makes you think she'll do it?
She will. Call her.
6:45. There we were in Wolf's office doing a repeat performance of last night's smash hit. 2 couches faced each other, a cocktail table between them. On one couch, red-headed Georgia and me. On the other couch, it was a big one, Joe Boyce, Jane Collins, widow of the lately defunct Albert, and Nero Wolf. Jane had been drinking a little slower than the rest of us. Our glasses were empty. Hers was still half full. Wolf said...
Archie.
Yeah?
At this point in last night's party, Mrs. Collins got up and left to get some fresh drinks. Repeat what she said.
Approximately?
Approximately will do.
I think she said something like this. She said, put my drink over by you, Georgia. Lay off, Albert. I've had about 3 swallows of it. Besides, you don't need any more, Albert. Am I right, Jane?
Close enough, Archie. But what of it?
Now, what is this nonsense all about, Wolf?
Mr. Wolf is trying to make something out of nothing.
I think Mr. Wolf is going to turn up something mighty interesting. Don't look so perturbed, Joe.
Since I am playing the part of the late Mr. Collins, pass me Jane's glass.
I'll keep my glass, Mr. Wolf. I haven't finished my drink.
You're a very clever woman, Mrs. Collins.
Would it be too much if I ask what this is all about?
What worries you, Archie?
You make it sound as if that drink she's holding is poison. But it can't be, because as yesterday, she's already drunk half of it herself.
When our freezer broke down, she was more than willing to bring a bucket of ice cubes, wasn't she?
So?
What would happen, Archie, if you froze a gelatine-coated pellet of poison in the center of one particular ice cube? Mrs. Collins hasn't finished her drink. Notice the ice is all melted now. She hasn't taken one sip since the ice melted completely. She came prepared in case she was exposed. Smell it, Archie.
No, Archie, stand back. I can easily swallow this before you can reach me. Mr. Wolf, in a few seconds, I'll drink it. But tell me something first. Tell me how you knew.
Jane, listen to me.
I knew there was going to be a murder last night because you said so. I knew that it was you who would commit the murder because it was you who invited me. You hoped an expert witness would prove that you couldn't have killed your husband. So I sent Archie Goodwin, whose observations are always exact, even when he doesn't know the import of what he's observing.
She brought back clean glasses. She poured the drinks out of bottles already open. And if anybody had put anything in or touched one of those glasses, I would have seen it.
Exactly. The poison pellet was frozen in a certain ice cube. Mrs. Collins put that cube in her own drink, drank it until the ice had almost melted down to the poisonous pellet center. And then she took all the other glasses away, leaving only hers half full. And as usual, her husband drank it.
No, Jane, don't.
Too late, Joe. It's too late.
Well, boss, Jane didn't get away with the suicide try. That was clever thinking you did.
I prepared a cube of ice in which I had frozen a gelatine capsule containing nothing more than a vitamin compound. I substituted for the cube in which Jane had placed the poison for herself.
Wonder why Jane Collins wanted to have Joe. He'd stolen practically all the money in the company. He was just a crook.
Birds of a feather, Archie. I don't believe Joe Boyce had any idea that Jane was planning a murder. And he still had all the money.
Well, the forgeries will put him away for a long time. And poor Georgia could have had it pinned on her if it hadn't been for me.
Yes. You knew all along, didn't you, that Jane had planned to have Georgie accused by planting another pellet of the poison in Georgie's handbag. Jane would have gotten rid of her husband and Joe's wife in one stroke. You knew all that, didn't you?
Well, how about a bottle of beer, boss?
Could you spare the time?
Georgia. Beautiful redhead. Wonder where she is tonight.
I'm sure I haven't the slightest idea, but in case you do... well, just be quiet with the elevator door when you come in.
You have been listening to The New Adventures of Nero Wolfe, starring Sidney Greenstreet. Tonight's transcribed story by Mindred Lord was based on the characters created by Rex Stout. This is an Edwin Fadiman program, produced and directed by J. Donald Wilson. In the cast were Harry Bartell as Archie Goodwin, and G.G. Pearson, Herb Butterfield, Peter Leeds, Evelyn Eaton, and Bill Johnstone. Next week at this same time, Nero Wolfe and Archie will bring you The Case of the Malevolent Medic. Don Stanley speaking. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC.
Lady Esther presents the Screen Guild Players. The Screen Guild play tonight, Across the Pacific. The starring players...
This is Humphrey Bogart.
This is Mary Astor.
This is Sidney Greenstreet.
Tonight, Lady Esther welcomes you to a suspenseful program of espionage and counter-espionage. Across the Pacific, starring Humphrey Bogart as Captain Rick Leland, a United States Army intelligence officer, Mary Astor as Alberta Marlowe, and Sidney Greenstreet as Dr. Lawrence, a spy in the employ of the Japanese government.
Are you sure that Dr. Lorenz is the head of this Jap spy ring, General Rogers?
Yes, Captain Leland.
Then why don't you just arrest him?
Well, that wouldn't solve the problem, Captain. We must know what Dr. Lorenz is planning. No, Captain, I'm afraid you're going to have to suffer the disgrace of a dishonorable discharge if we're going to trap Dr. Lorenz.
Very well, sir.
Of course, you know what you're letting yourself in for. No one but you and I will know that the evidence placed against you at the court-martial will be faked.
No one, sir?
Well, Colonel Hart in New York and Smith, our operative in Panama, will know, but your fellow officers won't.
Well, they're not going to think very much of me, are they?
Almost certainly not. But the more authentic we can make your disgrace appear, the better your chance of catching Lorenz. Do you want to withdraw from the operation?
I guess I can take it, sir. Start the court-martial.
Captain Leland, the court by secret written ballot finds you guilty as charged and sentences you to be dismissed from the service of the Army of the United States.
Well, that was the situation Captain Rick Leland faced. Forced to sacrifice everything he had gained during 10 years of splendid service, suffer the bitter enmity of his fellow officers, on the chance that he might catch Dr. Lorenz.
Pardon me, sir.
Yes, Captain Leland?
Well, General Rogers knew what he was doing. Immediately after my court-martial, Dr. Lorenz showed the interest in me that General Rogers had anticipated. For weeks, our operatives have been trying to book passage out of Halifax on the Genoa Maru, a Jap freighter carrying Dr. Lorenz to the Orient. And for weeks, they'd been getting turned down. But they took me, a disgraced ex-coast artillery officer, aboard right away. That's where I met Alberta Marlowe, just as the Genoa Maru left her dock. Don't look now, baby, but there's a man following you.
What?
How are you?
Aren't we being just a little premature?
Oh, I don't know. On a boat carrying only 4 passengers, we're going to know each other eventually. Why not now?
That's reasonable. I'm Alberta Marlowe.
And I'm Rick Leland. Would you mind stepping into the light so I can see your face? You better pinch me.
I don't think I know you well enough for that yet.
A pretty girl on a boat with no college boys, no handsome officers, no eligible men of any description. It's wonderful.
Have you traveled a lot, Mr. Leland?
Some. Never in such beautiful company.
Good night, Mr. Leland.
No, don't go. Let's sit in the salon and talk.
I'm sorry. I hope I'll see you again.
Yes, I imagine you will. On a boat this size, we may run into each other. Now, that wasn't the best start a romance ever had. Well, I had to file Alberta's attractions away for future reference and concentrate on Dr. Lorenz. The doc was concentrating on me, too. And the night before we were due to dock in New York, he tried to loosen up my tongue by getting me drunk.
Certain remarks you dropped on deck this morning, Mr. Leland. I gather you're quite well informed in matters pertaining to the United States Navy.
Yeah, I know a little bit about it.
Were you perhaps in the Navy?
Nope. Coast Artillery, Army.
Oh, how interesting. Were you stationed in Panama?
Part of the time.
I hope you don't think I'm too inquisitive.
Not at all. You're furnishing the whiskey.
That's hardly an excuse for asking a man his history.
I haven't got any history. I was in the Army. I got kicked out. I went to Canada and tried to join their army, but they wouldn't have me.
Can't understand that.
Simple enough. They don't want men kicked out of another army.
What do you plan to do now?
Well, I still have some friends in the canal zone, I think. Maybe I can pick up a few bucks. Then when I get to the Orient, I'll hire out to whoever will pay for my services.
It's very interesting, Mr. Leland. I can't tell you how I sympathize.
Thanks, Doc.
Do you intend to stay aboard the Genoa Maru when we dock in New York tomorrow? Or do you perhaps have friends there, Mr. Leland?
Well, I doubt if I have any friends left, but I'm going to give at least one of them a chance to kick me out of his office.
Well, it's good to see you, Captain Leland.
Thank you, sir.
Well, how are you and the genial Dr. Lorenz making out?
I think he's rising to the bait, Colonel.
Well, don't be too sure of anything. Lorenz is no chump, or he wouldn't have lasted so long with the Japanese.
No, he isn't exactly naive. I had to shake a guy getting here. Started to trail me right from the Genoa Maru.
Now, be very careful, Captain Leland. You're entirely surrounded by enemies every second you're on that boat.
Yes, sir. Oh, incidentally, there's a girl aboard the Genoa Maru.
Oh, yeah.
Alberta Marlowe.
Yes, we're investigating her. She makes an effort to convince everyone that she comes from Medicine Hat. As a matter of fact, she owns an exclusive women's wear shop right here in New York. Last year, she made 8 trips to Europe.
Well, they might have been buying trips for her shop.
Of course. Then again, they might not. If she's on the level, how could she get aboard the Genoa Maru?
Yes, that's true.
What's Miss Marlowe like, Captain Leland?
Well, you remember the girl you dreamed about marrying when you were 16? Well, this is her in the flesh.
I understand. Well, Captain, the Genoa Maru will be sailing shortly. You'd better get back to your ship and Dr. Lorenz and the girl I was going to marry when I was 16.
Yes, sir. Well, Alberta, what do you think of your trip on the Genoa Maru?
It's some experience for a girl from Medicine Hat, Rick.
Is that a gag, or do you really come from a place called Medicine Hat?
What's wrong with Medicine Hat except that it's cold in winter, hot in summer, and nothing ever happens there?
Ah, you happen there, baby. That's good enough for me. Are you, by any chance, a wealthy girl, I hope?
No. My father was a farmer. I work in the 10-cent store in Medicine Hat. I sell peanut brittle.
Well, I'm used to bad luck. I'll probably end up having the captain marry us on the boat.
Oh, no, you won't. I want a church wedding.
Oh.
By the way, you've lived in Panama. Did you happen to know a man named Morton? Dan Morton?
Yes, I remember something about him. Planter, I think. Kind of eccentric. Why?
Oh, some people in Halifax told me to look him up.
Oh, do. He might take a fancy to you and leave you all his money. Then you and I'll be in fine shape.
I'm not so obsessed with money as you are. I can get along without money.
You stick to me, baby, and you'll get a lot of practice at it.
I certainly pity the woman you ever marry.
Oh, I won't ever marry.
You aren't married, are you, Rick?
Uh-huh. You keep asking questions like that, what'll happen to our romance?
What'll happen to it anyway if you don't shave?
Oh, now, Alberta, you wouldn't let a little 5 o'clock shadow stand between us.
I certainly would.
Well, that isn't very tactful. Do I say anything about your dishpan hands?
Good morning, Miss Marlowe. Mr. Leland.
Good morning,
Good morning, Doc.
I enjoy listening to you two, if you'll permit me.
Oh, you can referee.
Relationships between modern young Americans seem most unusual to a man of my years. You give your lovemaking a peculiar assault and battery twist.
It's the same principle as a prize fighter going into training before a big fight, Doc.
Well, your sparring partner is checking out now, Rick. I'll see you this afternoon.
I'll see you later.
Bye, Doctor.
Goodbye. Miss Marlowe is a very charming young woman, Mr. Leland. I'm glad to see that you're so interested in her.
Oh, you are? Well, thanks, Doc.
Not at all. You see, I'm very interested in you, Mr.
Yes,
Leland.
I know. Everybody falls for my pretty brown eyes.
Don't be facetious, Mr. Leland. One night you told me about your trouble in the Army. I'd like to hear more about that.
Why not? It's known in every Army post in this hemisphere. I got in a jam with a dame. I needed dough. I had access to regimental funds. I borrowed from it. Meaning to put the money back, of course.
Of course.
But they found out before I could. Well, you can write your own finish.
Whatever that finish is to be, you'll need money. Here's $350. You can have more when you want it. Within reason, of course.
Now, let's hear my side of the deal.
I never discuss being a traitor with a man. You'll find it easier if you don't think about that part of it.
Go ahead.
Very well. In a day or two, you'll talk to me about certain military installations in the vicinity of both Balboa and Cristobal, with particular reference to anti-aircraft emplacements, railway guns, and ammunition dumps.
Well, that ought to be worth quite a lot.
Find me quite generous. And now, having committed yourself to acting as my agent, I wouldn't want you to change your mind. That might turn out to be most fatally unfortunate.
Yes, I get it. Now, when do you want this information?
When we arrive in Panama. Good day, Mr. Leland.
Yeah. Good day.
And so the curtain falls on Act One of Across the Pacific, starring Humphrey Bogart as Rick Leland, Mary Astor as Alberta Marlowe, and Sidney Greenstreet as Dr. Lorenz. Act Two in just a moment. Now, here's an interesting Believe It or Not from our hostess, Lady Esther.
Here is a believe it or not, if ever there were one. Last Friday, a woman applied for membership in an organization of grandmothers. Dark, slim, and attractive. She looked more like a bride than a grandmother. Sorry, she was told. This club is for grandmothers only. But I am a grandmother, she insisted. I'm 46 years old. And she showed them a picture of her 2 small grandchildren. The next day, I met a member of the club at a luncheon, and she told me about the incident. She said, "You'd never guess that woman's age. Why, her skin looked as smooth and fresh as a girl's. I thought she was about 30. Now, that's why she looked so young. Because of her skin. A soft, smooth, fresh-looking skin can make any woman look younger, whether she's 30, 40, or even 50 years old. And a fresher, younger-looking skin is something nearly any woman can have if she really wants it. Now, I'd like to send you a tube of Lady Esther Four-Purpose Face Cream free, so that you can try it and see for yourself how much smoother, fresher, and younger it makes your skin look. Just send me your name and address on the back of a penny postcard, and by return mail you'll receive a generous tube of Lady Esther Four-Purpose Face Cream, enough for a week's trial. Try it, and see how it brings your skin 4 important aids to beauty. See how it cleans your skin, how it softens your skin, how it helps nature refine the pores, and how it even leaves a perfect base for powder. With the tube of Lady Esther Four-Purpose Face Cream, I will send you also the 9 exciting shades of Lady Esther Face Powder. So be sure you don't forget to write. All the address you need is Lady Esther, Chicago.
And now the curtain rises on the second act of Across the Pacific, starring Humphrey Bogart as Captain Rick Leland, Mary Astor as Alberta Marlowe, and Sidney Greenstreet as Dr. Lorenz.
Panama, Dr. Lorenz and Alberta Marlowe joined me in checking into the Pan American Hotel, which was run by an old friend of mine, Sam Wing. The day after we landed, Alberta received a mysterious phone call and disappeared without even a goodbye. I was sitting in my room, trying to figure out how to trace her without arousing any suspicion, when Lorenz called for his military information.
Good afternoon, Mr. Leland.
Oh, hello, Doc. Sit down. What's on your mind?
Well, Mr. Leland, now that we're in Panama, I think it's time you began to earn your money.
Okay. Where shall I begin?
The Pedro Miguel locks will be a good place for a starter. How many batteries are there? And what are their calibers?
Anti-aircraft or the heavy stuff?
Begin with the 16-inch guns.
Let's see. The last time I was down here 2 years ago, there were double railroad guns east and west, 2 twin 16-inch concrete embrasures, half a mile north. That setup's probably been revised by now.
Revised and augmented considerably, Mr. Leland. But your information was quite correct for its time.
Testing me, eh?
Yes. Now we go on to something of real value. What specific knowledge have you of the military plane patrol over the canal area?
2 years ago...
What happened 2 years ago doesn't interest me. What I want is the current schedule of patrol plane. When the flights take off, exactly what areas they cover, at what altitude they conduct their reconnaissance, and the precise time of their return. I'll pay generously.
How much?
Shall we say $500?
Oh, why don't we say $1,500?
I said I'd pay generously, not foolishly.
Now, just a minute. The only place I could get that schedule is at Air Force headquarters. That's not too easy.
Now, make your deal. $1,500 if you get it today. $500 if the delivery is after midnight.
And why all the rush?
There's no rush.
Just $1,000 worth, eh?
Your place is to answer questions, Mr. Leland, not ask them.
Well, as long as I couldn't ask any questions, I had to go out and look for the answers. And Alberta's room seemed like a good place to start. I began to take apart everything in the room.
Mr. Leland.
Huh?
Did you lose something?
No.
I trust I haven't disturbed you, Mr. Leland.
That's all right, Doc.
Has your search revealed anything?
Yes. You'd be surprised how little girls wear these days. I was shocked.
I would consider it prudent of you, Mr. Leland, if you should cease your attentions to Miss Marlowe.
Yeah, why so, Doc?
Your interest in her is unqualifiedly romantic, is it not, Mr. Leland?
Between the two of us, Doc, I'm nuts about the lady.
Well, speaking as a father, I suggest that you might find a safer romance, something more permanent.
Oh, thank you, Doc. Incidentally, here's the patrol plane schedule.
And here's the money, Mr. Leland, $1,500. You may count it.
Just a second, Doc. I know I said 1,500, but, I got to look out for myself.
How much more do you want?
Well, let's say 500 more.
You overestimate your value to me, Mr. Leland. Actually, we have on file any information you can give us. It's merely that we like to check and recheck such data.
Oh, come off it, Doc.
You doubt me, Mr. Leland. Well, will you please hand me the phone?
Sure.
Thank you. Room clerk. This is Dr. Lorenz. I'm checking out. Have my bill ready, please.
Are you leaving, Doc?
Yes, Mr. Leland. And so I believe are you.
What was that, Doc?
Hit him, Tatsuko. Good work, Tatsuko.
Thanks, boss.
Hand me that envelope in Leland's hand, please. Thank you. Seems to be a very complete schedule. That's the 5:22 patrol, absolutely on time. Come, Tatsuiko. We have no time to lose.
Sam Wing.
What's the matter, you, Ricky? How you catch your head bump trouble?
That's a present from my pal, Dr. Lorenz. Where is he?
He go 5 hours ago.
Checked out right after I was slugged. What about Miss Marlowe?
Oh, she no come back.
Probably made the getaway together.
You like movies, maybe. Go Japanese theater.
What's up, Sam?
You go Japanese theater. By and by, man come sit next to you. Tell you something, maybe, see? Maybe find Dr. Lorenz. Maybe so find Miss Marlowe.
You got a gun, Sam? Lorenz took mine.
Yeah, can do. Here. You go Japanese theater, sit down front.
Senor Leland?
Yeah.
I think things happen fast tonight. I take you to place.
Where?
Bountiful Plantation.
Oh, why didn't I think of that? That's the place Alberta was asking me about on the boat.
What, senor?
That's nothing. Get me out of there fast. What are you stopping here for?
It is not safe to go any further than the car, Senor Leland. This is Bountiful Plantation, full of Japs.
Well, where do we go from here?
I go back to Cristobal. You go that way. See many Japs. Airplane. Landing field.
Airplane? Landing field?
Si, senor. Tonight they are loading torpedoes on airplane. I think they blow up Panama Canal.
Well, we've got to stop them.
No, not me, senor. I'm poor man with many mouths to feed. You stop them. I go back to Cristobal pronto.
All right. How far is their landing field?
Oh, just a little way through the brush, senor. You will not have to go far until you hear them working.
Okay, thanks. There must be 30 of the monkeys. If I could only get over.
Stick them up, Captain Leland. I'll take your gun. Now turn around and walk to the plantation house. And don't get in heroic ideas, or you'll be just another dead Yank.
Do you really expect to...
Shut up. Keep walking.
I hate to put you to all this
I told
trouble.
you to shut up. Up the steps. Open the door.
Well, if it isn't my old playmate, Dr. Lorenz. Hey, Doc, tell this gorilla of yours to take his gun out of my back.
What? Why, Mr. Leland, I'm surprised. Indeed I am. But you're forever furnishing surprises.
This'll be his last one.
Who's your rough playmate, Doc?
I'm sorry. Permit me to introduce Joe Totsuiko. Joe was a student at one of your American universities.
That's where I learned to be such a tough guy, Ricky.
And I see you know my name. We met before?
Well, in a way. I slugged you at the hotel.
Uh-huh.
Astounding recuperative powers you possess, Mr. Leland. Or should I say, Captain Leland. Amazing animal energy. The average man, given the punishment you received, would have been flat on his back for a week.
Well, you see, that comes from living a clean life. Oh, by the way, Doc, how did you manage to get all the parts for your plane and the torpedoes into the Canal Zone area?
Piece by piece and bit by bit, we brought them in cases of otherwise innocent farm equipment addressed to Dan Morton, Bountiful Plantation. Now, I think we'd better join Miss Marlowe and her father.
Alberta? Who's her father?
Dan Marlowe, alias Dan Morton. Come, Mr. Lehman.
Rick.
Alberta.
That's her father with her.
Her father?
Pathetic, is he not, sir? Yet beautiful in a sense that he's a perfect representation of what has happened to your Western civilization.
I'm afraid I don't get you.
Look at him. Eyes without focus. Flesh without feeling. Lips with no tongue. Utter decay. Mr. Marlowe is a thief. He absconded with his own company's funds. Escaped to Panama with his loot. Fed conscience. And took to drink. Mr. Marlowe's dipsomania enabled us to introduce our nationals into his employ under the guise of workers and servants. In due time, he became a prisoner on rather than master of this plantation.
Rick, you aren't.
What?
You aren't with them?
Captain Leland is with the United States Army Intelligence, actively engaged in counter-espionage.
What do you figure in all this, Alberta?
I don't. I never did. I didn't know anything about what was happening down here. Now that you've seen Father, you know why I didn't want to tell you the truth about myself. But I was going to tell you anyway this afternoon when I got a telephone call to come out here immediately.
Nice timing, eh, Ricky?
Very nice, Joe.
I think you will discover, Captain Leland, that we have left absolutely nothing to chance.
Well, maybe you're right, Doc. Seems you are. I take my hat off to you.
Americans are famous for their sportsmanship. Time for me to leave you.
Going for a walk, Doc?
Yes, Captain. I must see that plane take off on its history-making flight. A flight that will culminate in the destruction of your vaunted Panama Canal. Keep them here for a time, Joe.
Then what happens, Doc?
Joe has his instructions. Goodbye, Miss Marlowe. Mr. Marlowe. And particularly, Captain Leland.
Well, there goes one of the most polite murderers who ever slit a throat.
You think you're pretty tough, don't you, Ricky?
In my modest, unassuming way, I try to hold my own. Do you guys really think you're going to win this war you're starting, Joe?
We're going to make an awfully good swing at it.
Well, cheer up. You'll all swing together.
Father, come back here. He's got a gun.
Get back, Marlowe. You dope.
Father, stop him, Rick. He doesn't know what he's doing.
Look out, Marlowe.
Stop him, Rick. Stop him. You shot him, Joe.
I'll shoot him again if he doesn't stop coming. Get away from me.
Get him, Rick.
Got him. Give me his gun, Alberta. It fell on the floor. Come on, we've got to stop that plane before it takes off.
There's a path over here to the clearing. There's the plane, Rick.
Yes, I can see it. There's a machine gun guard right ahead of us.
Rick.
Shh. I got to sneak up on that machine gunner.
Rick, be careful.
Nothing's going to happen to me, baby. I hope. I'll get off this path and lie flat on the ground.
All right.
Wish me luck.
Good luck, Rick.
Thanks. I'll see you later. I got him, baby! Now we're in business.
Are you okay?
Yeah, if I can get this thing working.
Higher, Rick, higher!
Okay.
You're still firing too low, Rick.
Well, get a load of this one.
You got him, Rick! You got him!
Yeah, duck flat on the ground, flat!
Are you all right, Rick?
Yeah. But you better not take a look at that landing field.
Why not?
What that explosion did to Doc Lorenz and those Japs isn't pretty. Hey, take a look upstairs.
What? Are those our patrol planes?
Yep, and right on schedule, too. And they'll still be on schedule, baby, when Japan's just a little island again. You and I are spending our honeymoon in Medicine Hat.
Thanks to our fine cast for their performances tonight with the Lady Esther Screen Guild Players. Thank you again, Mary Esther, Humphrey Bogart, and Sidney Greenstreet. Please come back and do another play for us soon.
We'd like to, Mr. Bradley. You see, the Motion Picture Relief Fund, which receives the benefits from these series of programs, is something in which we're all very interested. And I know that you, ladies and gentlemen, will be interested in what two well-known people have to say. Humphrey Bogart will be back in a minute or two to tell you about next week's program, which will be one of the outstanding radio events of the year. Right now, here's a message from one of America's best-known beauty authorities, our hostess, Lady Esther.
Thank you, Miss Astor. I'd like to speak to our radio audience directly and very frankly, if I may. Are you as proud of your skin as you used to be? How long has it been since you studied yourself critically in the mirror? Can you really say that your skin is as fresh and smooth as it was, well, let's say 6 months ago? Or are you beginning to notice tired lines here and there, perhaps a blemish or two? Now, it may be that your skin is taking extra punishment these days. You may be outdoors more than usual, or you may be living in an area where there are many defense plants, and the air is so laden with smoke and dust that your skin gets much dirtier than usual. Now, thousands of women in defense plants and in smoke-laden defense areas have changed to Lady Esther four-purpose face cream for the care of their skin. Wouldn't you like to see for yourself, without cost, why so many women write me they're changing to Lady Esther face cream? Then don't forget the offer I made a little while ago. Send for your free tube of Lady Esther four-purpose face cream, enough for a whole week's trial. With it, you will receive all 9 exciting shades of Lady Esther face powder. Just write your name and address on the back of a penny postcard and send it to Lady Esther, Chicago. I'm sorry, but Canadian wartime restrictions prevent me from extending my offer to people living in Canada.
Ladies and gentlemen, Humphrey Bogart.
The staff has told you that next week's presentation of the Lady Esther Screen Guild Players will be one of the season's outstanding radio events. That is true. It'll be one of the really great American plays in a most successful motion picture, Dodsworth. Our stars will be Nan Sunderland, Walter Houston, and Betty Davis.
Next week, then, Lady Esther will present the Screen Guild Players in Dodsworth, starring Walter Houston, Betty Davis, and Nan Sunderland. Be sure to listen. Mary Esther can soon be seen in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer production, Private Miss Jones. Humphrey Bogart and Sidney Greenstreet can soon be seen in the Warner Brothers picture, Casablanca. Across the Pacific, a Warner Brothers picture was adapted for radio by Bill Hampton, and the music was arranged and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The Screen Guild Players are presented every Monday night at this time by Lady Esther. This is Truman Bradley speaking for Lady Esther, saying thank you and good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
X-Tree, X-Tree, Senator X-Tree. Now the most refreshing drink in the world, Orange Crush, presents the Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Now ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure of The Proof of Treason. The Green Hornet strikes again. The Adventures of the Green Hornet are brought to you by the most refreshing drink in the world, Orange Crush. Delicious Orange Crush is made with real fresh oranges, with all its wonderful fresh fruit flavor sealed in that sun-proof Orange Crush brown bottle, the exclusive brown bottle that keeps light out, keeps flavor in. Always look for that exclusive brown bottle and enjoy the one and only Orange Crush. The two men lounging near the payphone in the neighborhood drugstore consulted their watches.
It's 8 o'clock now.
I got 1 minute, too.
That's it, Dirk.
Yeah.
I'll get it, Pop. It's for me. I'm expecting a call.
All right, all right.
Hello. Yeah, talking. He's there, huh? Okay, leave it to me and Brad. Don't worry.
All set?
All set. Baldwin just got home. Let's go.
Third house from the corner, right?
Right. His room is in the front, on the first floor. Got the grenade ready?
Sure.
Don't miss.
I never miss. Baldwin is finished.
Oh, there's the house.
Step on it.
An hour later, Axford was discussing the case with Brick Reed and Miss Case in the publisher's office.
So they drove past, and one of them threw a grenade into the front room, blew it to smithereens. A gangster's job, said I to Burke when he told me about it. It would seem to be, says he, but Baldwin is no gangster.
Well, is he sure of that, Michael?
The man is a professor, Casey. There's little enough we have on him in our files. A few stories, a picture,
Is that the file?
It is.
That's it?
Here you are.
Oh, thank you.
One of the stories is about his coming to the university from Washington, where he was doing some research. There's an interview on the subject of, what is it, Reed?
Nuclear fission. The possibility of adapting atomic energy to commercial use.
Well, Mr. Reed, has he been connected with any of the government projects?
No, Miss Case.
Just the same, he has a lot of know-how about busting the atom. And so it's my theory that it wasn't any gangsters who were after him. It was a bunch of Reds. Who else would want to kill him?
In that case, the federal men will be investigating the murder.
Murder? Who said anything about murder?
Well, what else would you call it?
For there to be a murder, there has to be someone killed.
Well, you've certainly led us to believe Professor Baldwin was killed.
I said his room was blown to bits. He didn't happen to be in it at the time.
Oh, no.
He was out in the kitchen helping his landlady raise a window that was struck.
Oh. Michael!
They had no trouble at all with the window after the explosion.
Oh, you old fraud.
It was an attempted murder. There's no doubt of that.
Yes, but I'm not sure that I agree with your theory, Axford.
That it was Reds who were behind it?
Well, I can understand they might be interested in what the professor knows, but killing a man is a poor way to get information from him.
True thing, Reed.
Since Baldwin's alive, I suppose the police have questioned him.
They have.
Does he have any enemies?
Well, he says not. He says that it must have been a mistake, that the grenade was intended for someone else.
Possible. Well, keep me informed if there are any developments, Axford. We'll let the rest of these letters go until tomorrow, Miss Case.
Thank you.
As soon as Brick Reed arrived at his apartment, he dialed Commissioner Higgins' private number.
Hello?
Britt Reed, Commissioner.
I had an idea I'd have a call from you.
Concerning Professor Henry Baldwin?
Exactly. You want to know whether those hoodlums made a mistake?
Well, did they?
Well, I'm not sure. I questioned the professor myself.
Oh, what did he say?
He gave a very good imitation of a petrified pedagogue.
Imitation?
Well, that's the way it seemed to me.
Well, you don't believe the bombing was a mistake, then?
Why don't you question the professor yourself?
Is that an order, sir?
Well, I'm not in any position to give orders to you.
Is he still at the 3rd Street address?
No, he's moved into the Weston Hotel a few blocks away.
Room number?
324.
324, Weston Hotel.
The doorman at the freight entrance goes off duty at 11 o'clock.
It's close to that now. You must have some reason for not trusting the professor.
Well, I didn't have at the time I talked to him. But since he checked into the Weston, he made a telephone call to River 41180.
That means nothing to me.
Well, that number belongs to Wilkes Sherman.
Oh, a reform candidate for mayor.
Reform. We have the cleanest city administration this town has ever known. Sherman's a demagogue who's appealing to every prejudice. If he's elected... Oh, hold the wire. They're buzzing me from homicide.
I'll be here. Cato.
Yes, Mr. Britt.
Mask and gas gun.
Well, written down. So resigned. Your man Axford is here. You'll get the story. as soon as anyone.
Good night, Commissioner.
Good night.
Well, then we not go out tonight, Mr. Britt? You heard what the Commissioner said, Cato? Oh, he talks very loud. Well, we're going out. First, we'll see what happens at 1000 River Street.
Sergeant Burke and Axford took the rickety elevator to the 6th floor of the Washington Arms.
Suppose he isn't in.
He's in. The patrolman on the beach saw him come in about an hour ago. Yep, here we are, 6th floor.
611, 613. That's the next one.
He's in. Shadow, open up. It's no use stalling. We know you're in there. Open the door, Cato. This is the police.
Just a second.
Open this door. We'll break it down.
Hey, what's the idea of waking a guy up in the middle of the night?
You always whistle in your sleep, Cato?
Turn on the lights, Axford.
Right.
Okay, so I didn't want to be disturbed. What's on your so-called mind? Well, say something.
You'll do the talking, Cato.
About what?
About Professor Baldwin.
Baldwin? Never heard of him.
Then why'd you throw a grenade into his room tonight?
Me? You're crazy. I was at a movie. A triple feature at the Criterion. I was in there from 6 o'clock until 11.
Your car was spotted on 3rd Street. A few minutes after 8.
My car hasn't been out of the garage all day.
We've just come from the garage. The hood's still warm.
I didn't take it out.
We have 2 witnesses who'll swear that you were driving it.
Oh, so it's that way, huh?
Yeah. You're in a tough spot, Duck.
This Baldwin mug. Is he dead?
And why shouldn't he be dead? With a grenade
That's enough,
exploding?
Axford. You're under arrest, Cato.
Now, wait a minute. Your witnesses must have seen somebody besides me in that car.
That doesn't make any difference.
Yes, it does.
Those shots came from the building across the court.
There's someone up on the roof.
Yeah, I see him.
He's wearing a mask. Holy crow, that's the Green Hornet.
It was Britt Reed Sergeant Burke and Axford saw on the roof of the building next door. He had climbed up there to see what happened in Dirk's apartment when the police called on him. But it was not Britt who fired the shots that killed Dirk Caddo. They had come from a room directly opposite the gangsters. Britt realized the police were after him, so there was no time to investigate. He ran down the fire escape on the far side of the building and sprinted through the alley to the Black Beauty.
What happened, Mr. Britt? Caddo was shot as the police were questioning him. Did you see a man come out of that building?
Oh, yes, he ran past here.
Which way did he turn at the corner?
Oh, to left.
After him.
There he is, getting into a blue car.
Hold it down. Follow him.
Is that the man who shoot Caddo?
I'm almost sure of it, but the police think I did the shooting. Don't lose that car.
We'll continue our story in just a moment. Say, fellas and girls, what's the first thing you think of when you get home from school? I bet it's something good to eat. So you go straight to the kitchen for a tasty snack. And to make that snack a real delight, reach in your refrigerator for an ice-cold Orange Crush. Boy, it's just wonderful with a cheese sandwich or oatmeal cookies. Orange Crush is the most refreshing drink in the world. It sparkles, it tingles. It's just what you want when you're tired out and thirsty. And no orange drink you ever tasted can match the tangy, fresh fruit flavor of delicious Orange Crush. You see, Orange Crush is made with real oranges, fresh, juicy, tree-ripened oranges from sunny California. There's nothing artificial about Orange Crush. No artificial flavoring, no artificial coloring. That golden, fresh fruit Orange Crush goodness all comes from nature. That's why you can drink all you want of swell-tasting Orange Crush. It's good for you. Tell that to your mom, and tell her you really love it. Tell her you'll sure appreciate it if she'll keep the refrigerator stocked up with Orange Crush all the time. She can get it at her grocer's in 6-bottle handy packs. And when you or Mom go to buy Orange Crush, make sure that's what you get. Don't say orange, say, I want Orange Crush, 'cause there's no other drink so good. You'll recognize Orange Crush by its famous crinkly brown bottle, the sunproof bottle that keeps sunlight out and keeps flavor in. So always ask for and be sure you get genuine Orange Crush. ORANGECRUSH. Orange Crush. Now back to the Green Hornet. The gunman in the blue sedan drove carefully until he left the city behind. Then he stepped hard on the accelerator. He followed the lake road, and half an hour later reached a cluster of summer cottages. With one exception, all of them were dark. The gunman parked his car in a grove of trees next to a maroon convertible and hurried toward the cabin that housed a dim light in the front room.
Okay, I got him just as the police started to grill him.
You had no chance to talk?
No, but it was dangerous business shutting him up. I might have been caught.
It had to be done. Not being a member of the party, he couldn't be trusted. You made a clean getaway?
I think so.
Yeah. We've had a number of lucky breaks tonight. I've had a phone call from Baldwin.
The what?
You heard me.
He's alive. I didn't get him.
And it's very fortunate you didn't.
But we have strict orders.
The execution must wait. It turns out that Baldwin hasn't been a complete fool. When he decided to break with the party, he also decided to protect himself in the same way others have done.
He has evidence against you?
Yes. Transcripts of secret documents in my handwriting that I passed on to him for typing and microfilming.
But you haven't done any of that work for 3 years.
He planned ahead. He knew I was slated for a political career, and that the party wouldn't like to lose their investment in me.
If he were to turn that evidence over to the authorities...
He's more interested in living.
What did he tell you?
That he must make a phone call once a day to a certain person. If he doesn't, the person has instructions to mail an envelope to Washington.
So we can't touch him until we get the envelope.
That's it.
If we just had him here for a few hours.
Either here or someplace even more remote. Say, look out. Behind you, Brad. The kitchen door.
What?
It's the Green Hornet.
Take it.
You shot him.
Gas. You'll be out for an hour. Now, let's see if you're armed.
No.
Sit down.
Why have you come here? What do you want?
I'm delivering your friend to the police.
Why?
Because they're looking for me for the murder of Dirk Caddo. And I don't like to be accused of murders I didn't commit.
You followed Brad here?
Of course. Now, it looks as if you'll have to find someone else to help you with your plans.
How long have you been out in the kitchen?
Long enough. So you'd like to get Professor Baldwin someplace where you can work him over?
Yes, I would.
How much would you pay?
$500.
Make it 5,000.
It's your deal. You deliver him here?
No, I'll pick the place. You'll be hearing from me.
What are you going to do with Brad?
Drop him off someplace where he can be found easily.
The police will never be able to prove he shot Dirk?
You think not? Just wait until they check the gun he's carrying. The slugs we fire from it will match the ones they find in Dirk. And just in case you plan to make trouble...
I promise you I'll not interfere in any way.
I'll make sure of it.
No.
All right, Cato. Give me a hand with this hoodlum.
What do we do with him?
Leave him somewhere near headquarters. Then call the commissioner and tell him where he can be found.
You tell Commissioner everything we hear?
Of course.
What'd he do about it?
Send the information over to the federal authorities. Let's go.
As a result of the Green Hornet's activities that night, the killer, Brad Carson, was in jail the following morning, and the district attorney prepared to prosecute. The commissioner and Britt had lunch together at the City Club.
Carson will be convicted, there's no doubt of it. I only wish there was some way we could tie Sherman in with the case.
Carson would have to talk.
Well, there's no chance of that.
What about the espionage angle?
Federal men have had no luck with the professor. He denies ever having been a member of the party. He says that Sherman is a complete stranger. Never even heard his name till he came here.
Well, I can think of one way to get the professor's evidence.
Well, how?
Well, if the professor doesn't telephone his friend, whoever he or she is, the evidence will be sent to Washington.
Are you suggesting that we hold him incommunicado?
I realize that'd be impossible for you.
For anyone, Britt.
Of course. I must be getting back to the office, Commissioner.
Will you be here tomorrow?
No, I'll be out of town for a few days. I'll be seeing you, Commissioner.
That night, the Black Beauty raced through the streets of the city once more. Professor Henry Baldwin was wakened from a troubled sleep by a knocking at the door of his hotel room.
Who's there? Leave it at the desk. I'll pick it up in the morning.
It's urgent, Professor. Must be delivered at once in person.
Very well.
I'm coming in.
You're masked. The Green Hornet. What do you want?
Get dressed, Professor. I'm taking you to Sherman.
No.
And advise you to come quietly. Otherwise, I'll have to use force.
You wouldn't dare shoot me. If you do, the whole truth will come out about Sherman.
He doesn't want that to happen.
Then go back to him. Tell him that if I'm not able to make a telephone call at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, he'll go to jail for espionage.
There's plenty of time to talk between now and 8 o'clock.
You promise that no harm will come to me?
Yes, I can promise that. If you don't make any trouble.
Very well, then. I'll come with you. Perhaps Sherman and I had better have a talk. When we've finished, he'll be convinced that he must leave me alone. I'll be ready to go in 5 minutes.
Half an hour later, Wilkes Sherman received a call from the Green Hornet.
Hello?
Sherman?
Yes.
This is the Green Hornet. I'm ready to collect that 5,000.
You've taken him prisoner? Where is he?
Meet me at the 23rd Street Wharf in 15 minutes.
It will take me a little time to round up some men.
You'll come alone. Not at all.
But if we're to make him talk, I'll need help.
I'll give you all the help you need.
You're asking me to trust you a great deal.
You're afraid I'll knock you over the head and take the 5,000.
Frankly, yes.
You needn't bring it with you. I'll collect later.
Well, in that case...
15 minutes.
I'll be there.
When Sherman reached the foot of 23rd Street, he found the Green Hornet waiting for him in a speedboat tied to the dock.
Get in.
What's the idea of the boat?
The professor's on board that cruiser anchored out in the river.
A cruiser? Not a bad idea.
Hurry up.
Yes.
I don't understand this. Why should Sherman want to keep me a prisoner? Means political suicide for him. Means prison.
And what does it mean for you, Professor?
The end of fear.
How's that?
No, it's hard to explain. But there was a full confession in the envelope that was sent to Washington 2 days ago. I described how I happened to join the party and everything I did while I belonged to it. I gave all my reasons for breaking away. Now that the confession's been read, I'll probably go to jail myself. If I live long enough, that is.
You'll live.
But the strange thing is that faced with prison, I feel free for the first time in years. That's why I'm no longer afraid.
When the professor had finished eating, Britt took the tray and locked the cabin once more. The second tray was taken to the chart room above deck, where Sherman sat in a chair bound hand and foot. His hands were untied so he could eat. Sherman picked up an argument that had been going on for 3 days.
Admit it, Hornet. You're holding me for ransom.
I admit nothing.
I've told you who to contact. Have you managed to do it yet?
How could I contact anyone? I haven't left the boat.
You have a shortwave radio on board. I've heard you sending code.
Actually?
I mean a code of your own. I picked up some of the words, but they don't make sense. Why not admit that you're keeping in touch with a Confederate on shore? All I want to know is whether he's contacted my men yet.
Do you want any more to eat?
No.
And I'll tie your hands again.
After taking the tray back to the galley, Britt tuned in the shortwave transmitter and began to send. Almost at once, he received an answer. He copied down the incoming message letter by letter, and then sent a message to stand by. He decoded the message he had received.
Have reported your cruiser stolen. Coast Guard now searching for it. All newspapers carrying headlines on Professor's confession and proof of Sherman's guilt. Federal men looking for both Professor and Sherman.
Hurriedly, Britt wrote a sentence, coded it, and sent a last message and a sign-off.
Meet me, Windmill Point, 10 o'clock, the convertible.
Shortly before 10 o'clock that evening, Axford hurried into Miss Case's office with a flash bulletin.
Casey, will you look at this? They found Mr. E's cruiser.
Where?
Adrift in the middle of the lake. There's something wrong with the engine. They're towing it into the yacht club.
Was there anyone on board?
There was, and that's the big news.
Who?
Sherman and the professor.
Heavens. Well, the federal men will be waiting to arrest them.
Sherman, anyway. It's the general consensus of opinion that the professor hasn't done enough to be prosecuted. He's more of a hero than a criminal.
You'd better get to the yacht club as fast as you can.
I'm on me way!
At 10:30, Cato parked the convertible in front of the yacht club, and Britt, wearing the light topcoat and hat Cato had brought him, got out of the car and started for the pier, which was crowded with people. The first person he recognized was Axford.
Reed, you got back from your vacation just in time.
In time for what?
The Coast Guard found your boat.
Well, I'm glad of that.
But that's only the beginning. They found Sherman and Professor Baldwin on board it. Sherman was trying to get the engine started, and the professor was tied hand and foot and locked in the cabin below decks.
Well, does that mean Sherman was holding the professor a prisoner?
Of course it does, but he denies it. Says he didn't even know the professor was on board. He has some wild tale about the Green Hornet.
Oh, what sort of a tale?
Oh, that it was the Hornet who stole the boat. That it was the Hornet who had been holding him, Sherman that is, a prisoner. And that just a few hours ago, the Hornet steers the boat into the middle of the lake, does something to the engine, cuts Sherman's ropes, jumps into a speedboat he'd been towing, and takes off for the shore. Now, who could believe anything like that?
Oh, who indeed?
But Sherman has a lot more to worry about than a charge of stealing your cruiser. Have you read about the professor's confession?
Yes, I have a copy of the Sentinel in the car.
Well, he's ready to back up his confession with his personal testimony. He'll get off scot-free, mark my words. And instead of being our next mayor, Sherman will be just a number.
Yeah. Oh, there's the commissioner. Commissioner?
Oh, hello, Reed. I haven't time to talk, but I hope you had a nice vacation.
I had a wonderful time. I wish you'd been with me.
Oh, no, thank you. Your idea of a wonderful time isn't mine. I'd just as soon spend a vacation with the Green Hornet.
Sentinel Extra, paper, Reds indicted for spying. Wilt Sherman branded as spy. Read all about it. Green Hornet escaped. Sentinel Extra, paper.
That's the Green Hornet story for today. Another exciting story brought to you by the most refreshing drink in the world. The drink that's actually good for you because it's made with real oranges. The one and only Orange Crush. It sparkles, it tingles, it makes you feel fresh again. Always keep several bottles in your refrigerator. And always remember, the handy way to do that is to get the handy pack. 6 bottles of Orange Crush in a handy carrying case. This program is a feature of the Green Hornet Incorporated. Created by George W. Trendle, produced by Trendle Campbell Muir Incorporated, directed by Charles D. Livingston, and edited by Fran Stryker. The part of the Green Hornet is played by Jack McCarthy. This copyrighted feature originates in Detroit, and all characters, places, and incidents used are fictitious. The Green Hornet is brought to you every Wednesday and Friday at this same time by the most refreshing drink in the world, Orange Crush. That's the drink you like best of all. Try it. Next time, ask for Orange Crush. But remember, don't say orange. Say Orange Crush. ORANGECRUSH. Orange Crush. Next Wednesday, listen to the Green Hornet again in the exciting story of danger entitled Jeff Warren's Safe. And now, till Wednesday, this is Fred Foy saying so long from Orange Crush. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
We present now a special transcribed Christmas message from the President of the United States to the American people.
My fellow countrymen, all over our country and in many other parts of the world, men, women, and children are preparing to celebrate the birthday of Christ. Never before in our lives has a Christmas seemed so important. I'm not thinking of turkey dinners and stacks of gifts. I mean the quiet, reverent celebration of faith, hope, and love, born in a manger in Bethlehem. Across all the continents of this world, peace-loving people today feel apprehension and loneliness and fear. Many have forgotten the humble surroundings of the Nativity and how, from a straw-littered stable, shone a light which for nearly 20 centuries has given men strength, comfort, and peace of mind. At this Christmas time, we should renew our faith in God. We celebrate the hour in which God came to man. It is fitting that we should turn to Him. Many of us are fortunate enough to celebrate Christmas at our own fireside. But there are many others who are away from their homes and loved ones on this day. Thousands of our boys are on the cold and dreary battlefield of Korea. But all of us, at home, at war, wherever we may be, are within reach of God's love and power. We can all pray. All of us should pray. We should ask the fulfillment of God's will. We should ask for courage, for wisdom, for the quietness of soul which comes alone to them who place their lives in His hands. We should pray for a peace which is based on righteousness. The nation already is in the midst of a crusade of prayer. On the last Sunday of the old year, there will be special services devoted to a revival of faith in God. I call upon all of you to enlist in this common cause. I call upon you no matter what your spiritual allegiance may be. We're all joined in the fight against the tyranny of communism. Communism is godless. Democracy is the foundation of faith. Faith in oneself, faith in one's neighbors, faith in God. Democracy's most powerful weapon is not a gun, a tank, or a bomb. It is faith. Faith in the brotherhood and dignity of man under God. Let us pray at this Christmas time for the wisdom, the humility, and the courage to carry on in this faith.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have just heard President Truman's Christmas message to the American people. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
In answer to many thousands of requests from its listeners, the National Broadcasting Company is happy to bring you Adventures in Time and Space, transcribed in future tense. Dimension X.
This is the story of Riesling, the singer of the spaceways. You've probably sung his songs in school, in English, French, or German. The language doesn't matter, but it was an earth tongue. But the real story of Riesling is not found in the footnotes of a scholar's critique or a publisher's biography. It is in the memories of the old-time spacemen, the pioneers who pushed the thundering old-fashioned rockets to the far, strange ports that are our commonplace heritage. These men know the true story of Riesling.
The arching sky is calling spacemen back to their trade. All hands stand by, free falling, and the lights below us fade. Outride the sons of terror, far drives the thundering jet, up leaps the race of earthmen, out far and onward yet.
When I first met Riesling, he was hustling drinks in the Twin Moons Bar at Drywater, Mars. He'd won a guitar off a Chinese barkeep at Luna City by cheating at one thumb, and he made his whiskey by singing in the bar and passing the hat.
Listen to her, Hudson. Don't she strum pretty? Like a 16-year-old gal.
Say, how much you collect on that last song?
$3 Martian and a slug. Al grabbed it from my bill. He don't trust me no more. Funny, never did have no luck with hound dogs nor Martian barkeep.
Hey, Riesling, look over there by the bar. There's an Institute 4 striper giving in the eye. Know him?
Captain Hicks off the Goshawk.
He's sure giving you the once-over. Maybe he's got a job.
They don't make never no mind to me. I've been blacklisted. Hicks logged me for making up a song on watch. Right fine song, too.
Hold it. Here comes the brass arm.
Riesling, I've been looking for you.
I've been right here, Skipper. You saw to that.
I need a jetman on the Goshawk.
Interesting. Real interesting.
Well?
I got news for you, Skipper. You blacklisted me, remember?
Well, you kept your nose clean, and we need an experienced man.
Been a little changing down aft in the Goshawk, ain't there, Skipper?
How'd you know that?
You got that new atomic pile drive. Last 3 of them tea kettles blew somewhere in the asteroids.
Look, it's double pay, but if you're scared...
Scared? Listen, fella. For double pay, I'd jump off the top of the Harriman Tower if you allowed me rubber heels for the landing.
All right, then. You show up tonight to sign the book. Sober.
Got no choice, Skipper. Money and me is total strangers.
We lift at 11:30 Mars time. Sober, you understand, Riesling?
You taking the job?
Well, that Goshawk is one stinking old tub. Her engine's got more bugs than a beagle dog in spring. And that new drive is about as safe as a pretty gal in the Ozarks. But I reckon she'll do for one more trip.
Welcome home, Riesling.
Hi, Jimmy Legs. Meet my friend Hertzman. He's signing on as a wiper. This here's Jimmy Legs Casey. He's bosun. Can't hold his liquor no more than a sieve, poor boy.
Hey, Mr. Casey.
Riesling, you sober enough to sign the book?
Drunk or sober, I make my mark. Stand aside.
3 X's?
It took me a middle name.
Yeah, you 2 lay below. And Hertzman.
Aye, sir.
Get him sobered up before the skipper makes rounds.
Jimmy Legs, I'm sober as a hanging judge.
Yeah? Well, you can leave that bottle here.
What bottle?
The one in your back pocket. Oh, glass buttons, maybe, huh? Give it here.
Jimmy Legs, I swear I'm going to write a song about you.
Go ahead, threaten me. Now get below. We raise ship in 30 minutes.
Hi, Skipper.
Riesling, what the devil are you doing up here on the bridge without permission?
Figured I'd take a little stroll.
Riesling, get below before I have...
Hold on, Skipper. You'll have that gold braid just crawling up your arm. I'm up here on business.
Well?
That number 2 jet ain't fit. Cadmium dampers are warped.
Why tell me? Tell the chief engineer.
I did. He says they'll hold.
Well?
He's wrong.
He's wrong. He's got a Harriman Institute degree in power electronics. And some drunk space rat says he's wrong.
Skipper, I was damping jets when that shirt-tailed tad wore pins for buttons.
I've got no time for you, Riesling. Casey, sound takeoff.
Aye, sir. I'm telling you, Skipper, that number 2 jet's gonna blow. Dampers walk crooked like a turtle's back.
Riesling, drag your deadhead out of here. Get below.
Go ahead from the control tower, Captain.
All right, Casey. Fire 1 and 4.
Hawk-class Thunder had to blast for 3 watches before going into free flight. Riesling and I had the second watch. Damping was done by hand in those days with a multiplying vernier and a danger peeper. And as long as the peeper ticked off slow and steady, we knew the ship was safe. For a while. Hey, Riesling, you better stow that guitar. If Jimmy Legs catches it, he'll blow a gasket.
Don't worry, I can damp this tea kettle in my sleep.
How's number 2?
All right, so far. Did you ever hear that song about Hicks, the one that got me blacklisted?
Oh, the skipper is the father of his crew, a gentle guide and light to me and you. But on Mars he likes his women if they walk or if they're swimming, or if they've got 6 arms instead of 2.
Hey, the second verse is better.
Now the skipper likes his liquor by the quart. Yes, he'd go from Mars to Venus for a snort. He'll drink rocket fuel and...
Hell, hi, Skip. Didn't see you come in.
You were too busy, eh? Who's watching the gauge?
I got an eye on it. Don't you fret none.
Riesling, I'm going to fix it so you can't get a berth on a rocket-powered pogo stick. Report to Casey under arrest.
I don't rightly think I will.
You what?
You kind of forget, Skipper. According to Space Code, you can't remove a jetman till the end of the watch, right?
Now, look, you corn-fed space lawyer.
Now, is that a rule or ain't it?
Riesling, your shift is over at 2300. And I'll see you ride the rest of the way in slop locker.
Maybe. Maybe. In the meantime, you clear out of my power room. I gotta make me up a 3rd verse for my song.
I got it.
Power room.
Damp number 2 a point.
Number 2, all right. Hey, let me have that mic. Jimmy Legs, is that forced dry boil up there?
Give me that, Casey. Riesling, I've taken just about enough from you.
And I've got a little news for you, Skipper. Number 2 jet is bulging like a fat lady in a satin skirt.
Listen, you clown, that's
Skipper, I think I'm gonna junk my song and start over. I could do much better
This
on
is
you.
the last time, Riesling. Damp number 2 a point.
Sure. Look out, Hertzman. I'll take it. You watch the gauge. Now. Riding easy here. She's bucking a little. Riesling, hit the emergency. She won't damp. It's that foot. There go the lights. Riesling, stay down behind the baffle. I've got to take a look. It's radioactive. Look out. I've got to piece the hot stuff out of the tube.
What's going on down there?
Shut up, Jimmy Legs. I'm busy. Hey, she's tight now.
What happened?
Number 2 blew, you lunk-headed space rat.
You all right?
A little sunburn. The lights are gone. What's the matter with the emergency circuits?
Riesling.
Jimmy Legs, get some lights down here. It's dark. Get the emergency light on.
They're on, Riesling. They went on after the blast. The lights are on.
What are you talking about? Jimmy Legs. Jimmy Legs, turn on the lights. It's dark. Turn on the lights.
That blue radioactive glow from the jets was the last thing Riesling ever saw. His optic nerve was burned out in an instant. He was in sick bay on the rest of the trip, and on the swing back, we set Riesling down at dry water Mars. Look out for the cable, Riesling.
Thanks, Hertzman.
Hey, Riesling.
That you, Jimmy Legs?
Hold up a minute, will you? Oh, Riesling.
Jimmy Legs, I promised I'd write a song about you, didn't I?
Sure, Riesling, sure.
Can't seem to sing like he used to.
Look, Riesling, the men up on the bridge feel kind of bad about this.
Yeah? Why didn't they think of that when Riesling told them that damper was shot?
Now, Hertzman, that's all over.
Sure. That's all forgotten. Riesling, let's get down to the Twin Moons before I vomit.
Now, hold it. The skipper feels pretty bad about the whole thing, Riesling.
Kind of late for that, Jimmy Leaks. Feeling sorry don't hold no corn.
The boys passed the hat. The skipper kicked in half a month's pay.
Did he now? Then on principle, I suppose I ought to tell him to stuff it back up the jets. But you can't buy no drinking whiskey on principle. I'll take it.
Here you are. I'll get it. I'll be seeing you, Riesling.
Sure, Jimmy Lee. Sure. Come on, Hertzman. Let's get that drink.
That was all. Just another space bum who didn't have the good sense to finish before his luck ran out. Well, Riesling holed up at the Twin Moons till his money was gone. Then he hooked a ride on a crawler over to Marsopolis. It was a boom town then, with an industrial district mushrooming between the Lesser and Grand Canals. I ran into Riesling about 2 months later, playing his guitar on a jetty that ran out into the canal. He had a dirty rag tied over his eyes with a jetman's knot, and his hat was on the wharf beside him.
Riesling! Who's that? Wait a minute. Hertzman.
Yeah, how you been?
Passable. Say, is this a Venusian dime?
Ah, it's a slug.
I figured.
Well, how's it going? Singing again?
Some. Working saloons, mostly. But I've been thinking some funny songs, Hertzman. The words come out different than they used to. Come on along the canal with me.
Sure. Here, take my arm.
I know the way. That's a funny thing, Hertzman. I figure I know it better than other folks. Look back there, towards the city. What do you see?
Factory towers. Smell them from here.
But it don't seem that way to me. I remember them old buildings, old before Bible times on earth. Thin and graceful like the fairy palaces my Grammy used to tell about down home in the hills.
They've torn them down now, or else blocked them up with cinder bricks.
Hertzman, when I stand out here on the canal, I can see it the way it used to be. The water, ice blue with the stars shining up out of it. Way off there, the city with the towers sweeping up like a bird flying off a tree. I can see it.
It's the dirtiest stinkhole in the system.
Not always. Depends on how you see it.
Bone tide the race that raised the towers, forgotten are their lores. Long gone the gods who shed the tears that lap these crystal shores. Slow beats the time-worn heart of Mars beneath this icy sky. The thin air whispers voicelessly that all who live must die.
You make that up? Why don't you go home, Riesling?
Home? Earth. I've been thinking about that, Hertzman. When I was a youngster down in the Ozarks, I used to climb a big old oak tree my daddy had in the dooryard. You could see the hills for miles, green and cool. I've been thinking about that.
Why don't you go back then?
I couldn't see them hills no more now. I couldn't stand to see black when I knew they was lying all around me, cool and green in the sun. I couldn't stand that.
Yeah.
Well, let's get back to town, Hertzman. Today I made $3.50 mush, and I'm all set to drink it down before dawn. Come on!
I lost track of Riesling after that. I shipped out on a slow freight of the Condor class for Luna, and he hitchhiked a ride to Venusberg on an ore ship in the Tri-Planet run. So he beat around the system, Venusberg to Layport to Drywater to New Shanghai and back. Any spaceport was his home, and no skipper had refused to lift the extra mass of Riesling and his battered guitar. He made up his songs, sitting out watches down in the power rooms with old shipmates, while the monotonous beat of the jets shook the hull plates.
Hear the jets,
hear the jets,
hear them snarl at your back when you're stretched on the rack. Hear the jets, feel the pain in your ship, feel the strain in your grip.
Hear the jets,
feel her rise, feel her drive, strand steel come alive on her jets.
Little by little, his songs began to travel along the spaceways ahead of him. Raw spaceman songs with titles like Since the Pusher Met My Cousin and The Spacesuit Built for Two. But more and more, we began to hear a different kind of song. Strange, sad songs, the ones you find printed in the centennial editions. Dark Star Passing, Death Song of a Woods Cove. And then, finally, The Green Hills of Earth. It grew for 20 years, that song. They say it started way back when Riesling was down in the labor camps on Venus, singing for the indentured men.
Now, if someone will kindly pass a bottle. Oh, it is not much, Riesling. Here. It'll do. What is that stuff? Tequila. You cannot make him good here on Venus. What do you use? Carabush. Home it is different. Where are you from, son?
Tasco, Mexico.
That's a long way from here.
See, a long way.
How'd you come to sign on?
The man comes out of the village from the city in the shining automobile, very big. He says there is work. You signed the paper for 10 years and you work. Yeah, work. There is work here, all right. 10 stinking hours in the jungle with machete. I tell you, when I get home to Earth...
What'll you do, son?
What is the use? We aren't getting home. You know how many men die out there in the swamp today? 10 men, 10! What is the use? My mother, she's dead. My father don't care.
A girl?
Oh, she says she wait. I don't know.
Sure, son.
You sing some more, Riesling. We drink, you sing.
Maybe a new song, son.
We rot in the molds of Venus. We wretched her tainted breath. Foul are her flooded jungles, a-crawling with unclean death.
What is the matter? Finish the song, Riesling.
I can't. Can't yet. It just don't come. I'll finish it when I go home. That's it. When I go home to the hills. Now pass that bottle. The dawn whistle don't blow for 4 hours.
That's where the Green Hills started. And I was there when it was finished. It was 20 years after that. And there wasn't a man flying or on the beach hadn't heard of Riesling and his songs. He was getting old now for a spaceman. He was a familiar figure through the whole system. Tall, gaunt, and with that dirty bandage tied across his blind eyes. I was chief jetman then on the old Falcon. We were cradled at Venus Ellis Isle, scheduled for a direct jump to Great Lakes, Illinois, on Earth. I was checking in dunnage when Riesling felt his way up the gangway and came through the lock. Riesling!
Who's that?
Mike Hertzman.
Hertzman.
Well, what are you doing on this old hog?
I figured I'd ride her back to Earth.
Earth? Are you going home, Riesling? I thought you were never going to make that run.
I've been hankering to set foot in the Ozarks again.
How about those hills?
I've been singing about them so long now, Hertzman. I got to finish the song. I got to set foot in the dooryard and hear the wind through that oak tree. About the last thing I'll be doing. I got to get home before it...
Riesling, there's a new company policy in effect.
You see, Hertzman, I'm getting just a little old.
Riesling, listen. No more deadhead rides. The new code book is in force.
Oh, I seen code books come and go.
The skipper's one of them youngsters fresh out of Harriman Institute cadet training. He's liable to throw the book at you.
At me? I've been around space as long as Halley's Comet and Brewster's Ridge. I'm going back to Earth, the cool green hills of Earth. I'm going home.
All secured, Hertzman. What are you doing here?
That's Riesling, Captain.
Riesling, huh?
I'm dragging it back to Earth, Captain.
Not in this ship. Hertzman, have this man removed.
Funny thing, Captain, I sprained my shoulder sudden.
Look, Skipper, you're a youngster. You're pretty new out here. I'm going home. You don't know what that means to an old man, going home.
I can't take you. Against the Harriman Code.
Oh, now look, Skipper. You can slide me by to the distressed spaceman's clause in that code book.
Distressed spaceman, my eye. You've been bumming around the system for 30 years.
Skipper, you make me do something I never done for no one before. I'm an old man. An old blind man, and I want to go home. I ain't never crawled in front of a four-striper in my life, but you gotta let me drag home. The law says a man's got a trip coming to him. You can stretch for a poor old blind man, now can't you? You got it, Skipper.
All right, you old space rat. But keep out of the way. I run an efficient ship, and I don't want any trouble.
No, sir, no trouble. I'll just lay down to the power room. I kind of like to be near the jets when they blast off for Earth.
Sit down, Riesling. Take a load off your feet.
Thanks, Mac.
Stand by for lift. Stand by.
Best seat in the system. Power room and an old Hawk-class ship.
Power room, fire 3.
Aye, sir.
The cool green hills of Earth.
You still singing that, Riesling?
Oh, some. I changed her a little. Gonna finish her now, Mac. Going home to finish her.
Yeah. Have you seen those new automatic dampers, Riesling? Don't have to do nothing but sit and watch.
Hey, where's the peeper?
Turned off. She's all automatic.
You have it soft nowadays. When I was twisting her tail, you had to stay awake. You got an old hand damping plates on?
All but the links. Iron shipped them. They cover up the dials.
You might need them.
No, the automatics handle everything. Well, you're finally going home, Riesling, huh? Won't seem the same out past the moon.
I've been waiting for this a long time, man. Gonna be good to get home, I reckon.
The arching sky is calling spacemen back.
Mac, you all right? I got the emergency. The hand dampers, where are the links? Mac, you gotta be on the wall here somewhere. I got him.
Power room, what's the alarm? Emergency squad coming in.
Stay out, the place is hot. Radiation blast.
Stay behind the baffle.
I got the link shift. I can hand damper now.
What's going on in there?
I'm still in Jet 3.
Is this McDougal?
McDougal is dead. This is Riesling on watch.
Riesling, get out of there. You'll kill yourself.
Don't worry, Skipper. I know this power room like the inside of my shirt. Somebody's got a damper.
Riesling, I'm sending in a crew.
No use. The whole room will be hot for an hour and the other jets won't hold. Skipper, throw on the recording tape.
What?
Throw on the recording tape. I want to get something down.
Tape's on, Riesling. Stop it, Riesling. The radiation will burn you down.
Yeah, I reckon. Yeah, pretty sharp sunburn. Pick me out of here with a tongs and bury me in a lead shield coffin. Okay, Skipper. She's clean. Radiation's getting brighter. I can almost see it. Bright, rosy like the sun. Like the sun over the hills down home. I got my song figured right now. Here it comes.
We pray for one last landing on the globe that gave us birth. Let us rest our eyes on the fleecy skies of the cool green hills of Earth.
I can see him now. The hills. The sun. I can see the sun.
That's the way he died. Riesling, the blind singer of the spaceways, singing of the home he never reached,
the cool green hills of Earth.
Next week, we bring you another story many of you have requested that we repeat. It's the strange tale of man's first visit to another planet and why he decides that Mars is heaven.
Be with us at this same time next week for another adventure into the unknown world of Dimension X. This program was transcribed. Now, dynamic Tallulah Bankhead brings you The Big Show on NBC.
Ladies and gentlemen, the ringing of that phone bell means mystery, adventure.
Nero Wolf's office, Archie Goodwin speaking. You want Mr. Wolf to what?
Mr. Wolf will do nothing of the sort, Archie. Mr. Wolf is thirsty.
Hold on for a moment. The bottle opener's in the left-hand drawer of your desk.
Thank you, Archie.
Mr. Wolf, I've got a man named Denby on the phone. He wants you to umpire a card game.
The man is insane.
He's offering a fee.
The answer is no. I know nothing of card games, nor do I wish to learn.
Okay. Well, the answer is no, Mr. Denby. Sure, I'll ask him again. After he finishes the beer he's working on. Goodbye.
People appall me. The fantasies they indulge in. Bah, what on earth made that maniac think I might consent to preside at a card game?
Well, it seems he expects one of the players to be death.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the bulkiest, balkiest, smartest, and most unpredictable detective in the world. That chair-born genius, Nero Wolfe. Created by Rex Stout and brought to you in a new series of adventures over this NBC network in the person of Mr. Sidney Greenstreet.
Wolf would not attend, but the card game went on anyway. At the home of a Mr. Stephen Denby.
Jean?
Yes?
LaCosta? Mr. Piper? I think we're ready to begin, eh?
I'm ready.
Yes, Jean. You always are.
How I like that remark, I'll have to decide later on.
Yeah, please do. LaCosta?
It's all right with me.
And Mr. Piper?
I brought a deck.
No, as host, I shall supply the cards.
Before we play, I examine them, yes?
Of course. Here you are. Judd?
Yeah, Mr. Denby?
You will remain outside the door until called. No one is to enter this room under any circumstances.
Got it.
LaCosta?
The cards look all right.
Thank you. Now then, shall we make things absolutely clear?
You mean, should you make a speech? I don't mind.
But make it short, huh?
I shall. The four of us seated at this table are joint owners of the Candy Club, a rather successful institution devoted to the sale of food, liquor, entertainment...
And the gambling.
And games of chance. For some time now, we have all resented sharing the profits. Some of us have attempted to buy out the others.
Denby, you needn't babble on. No one wants to sell. We know that.
True, Mr. Piper. Which is the reason for this little game of cards. One hand shall be dealt to each of us, a hand at poker. Whoever wins gets the club. The others retire as gracefully as they can. Agreed?
That's why we're here.
Agreed. Very well. The cards are shuffled. I'll place them in the center of the table. LaCosta, would you like to...
I cut.
Good.
If nobody minds, I'll cut them, too. After Mr. LaCosta.
Nobody minds. Happy now, Mr. Piper?
Let's get going, huh?
Very well, unless Jean would care to...
Oh, thanks. We're all crooks here, which sort of cancels out any funny business with a card.
Very well. We shall all draw a card in turn until 5 cards are drawn by each player. Shall we start, Jean?
Sure.
Lucasto?
Okay.
Mr. Piper?
Yes, of course.
And myself. We just keep going in rotation.
This is fun.
Fun? No. There's too much money which rides on these cards.
That's what makes it fun.
Would you mind keeping quiet? I'm nervous.
We all are, one way or another. I think we all have our 5 cards now.
We all got them.
Very well, then. In the same order that the cards were dealt. Jean?
A pair of 3s.
Lucasto?
Nothing.
Mr. Piper?
Kings. 2.
The lights!
Piper. What?
Da-da-da-da-da. Hey, I don't like to seem stuffy, mister, but will you take your elbow out of my back?
I'd be delighted to, Mr. Goodwin, but it's not my elbow.
I don't care if it's your tibia maximus. Just take it away.
Chuck wouldn't like that.
Oh, we have company. Mind if I look around?
Keep right on walking, pal.
That would be Chuck behind me, huh? And you are...
My name is Denby. You may remember it.
Oh, yeah. You phoned a couple of hours ago about a card game. Now, look, just what is your boy poking in my back?
I think it's a 38.
You're not sure?
It might be a 45.
Chuck, is it loaded?
Make a funny move, pal, and you'll find out the hard way.
Yo, wait a minute. It's just a passing curiosity. Where are we going?
My car. Get in.
If you insist. I guess you do. Okay.
I'll drive, Chuck.
The car bulletproof?
No, that's hardly necessary. Chuck shoots first.
Well, that's a saving, I guess. The only thing is, I hadn't figured on taking a ride. I told Mr. Wolf I was going for a walk. He disapproved,
You're
but...
going for a ride.
Isn't that a little corny?
Now, there's a minor difference. Usually the guest, shall we say, is killed at the conclusion of the ride. In this case...
Let's not make the difference too minor. Huh?
You will survive the ride. It's what comes afterwards that might kill you. You see, Mr. Goodwin, my friends and I have a little mystery to solve.
You want me to solve it?
No. We want Mr. Wolf to solve it. In order to do so, he must leave his house and come to mine. He has to in order to find the solution quickly.
Why?
Neither my friends nor myself have any desire to improve our acquaintance with the police. Therefore, we want the mystery solved before the police are even called in. Hence our need for Mr. Wolf. Hence our detaining you.
Detaining is a pretty word in the circumstances.
This is my home, Mr. Goodwin.
Oh, well, I don't like the architecture. I think I'll stay out.
Get going, pal.
On second thought, Mr. Denby, what makes you think Mr. Wolf is going to leave his house and come here?
You. Unless he does so, he will lose you. Forever. The door, Chuck.
Okay.
Mr. Goodwin, may I introduce you to my associates in business and in poker? To your right, Mr. Lucasto, a charming but impulsive fellow.
Hello.
He's only the stooge. Where's the fat fellow?
In time, Lucasto. The lovely lady whose back is to you is Jean. Jean something or other. She's always changing her name.
Hello.
Hello.
And the gentleman facing you is Mr. Piper.
How do you do? Is he exclusive or just... Hey, he's wearing his red carnation a little low, isn't he? Over his heart. Except that's no carnation.
That, Mr. Goodwin, is blood. Lifeblood.
Archie. Oh, Pa, he's always taking walks. Come in, the door's unlocked.
Are you... Yeah, you're Wolf.
Having made a magnificent discovery, suppose you remove your hat?
No, come on.
I beg your pardon?
Mr. Denby wants to see you.
Mr. Danby can see me here.
Here ain't where he wants to see you.
Here, at the risk of minor monotony, is where he'll have to see me.
Don't you want your boy Goodwin to keep on living?
No one has ever been able to discourage him.
Mr. Denby will.
Archie's in custody?
No, in Mr. Denby's house under a gun.
I don't have to believe that.
Take a look at this.
Wallet. Archie's wallet. I shall accompany you. And permit me to warn you that if Mr. Goodwin has been harmed, nothing short of murder will satisfy me.
It's getting late. Wolf isn't here yet. Maybe he doesn't worry about you, Goodwin.
Well, he could have been delayed. Maybe an orchid needed a pollen transfusion or something. Besides, only the good die young.
Then you must be very, very good, Archie.
That remark I didn't care for.
We sit here and wait for the fat one, but in the meanwhile, the police...
The police will come when we notify them.
But they will not like the delay we make to notify them. I say we waste time. I say the fat one will not risk coming.
You say entirely too much.
Is that so? Maybe I kill you myself.
Picasso, put that gun away.
Yes, darling Archie should have a chance to live. Not long if Wolf doesn't come.
Stop looking so pleased.
Are you afraid to die, Archie?
Yeah, well, I'm not looking forward to it. It's so final. Besides, I didn't eat a hearty dinner, and... Oh, the Marines have landed.
Who is it?
Chuck, with Nero Wolf.
Let him in. Shut the door, Chuck. Stay outside.
Archie?
Hello, Mr. Wolf. Oh, am I glad to see you.
I regret I cannot say the same thing. Blast you, why couldn't you stay at home instead of taking those confounded walks? I warned you it'd be dangerous.
Yeah, but Mr. Wolf, it wasn't the fresh air that got me. It was Denby.
Mr. Wolf, I knew you wouldn't come here without some sort of pressure. I thought the method I used would be most effective.
Would you really have killed Archie if I hadn't come?
I would have had no choice. I would have been stuck with a witness to an unsolved murder.
Suppose I cannot solve it.
I should be forced to apply the same logic to two witnesses.
Mr. Wolf, you really came here to save my life, huh?
Nonsense. I came here for a fee, Mr. Denby.
I have a check for $1,000 already made out.
Clear it up. You forget. I left my home. I traveled unprotected through the streets of the city, exposed to motor accidents, to fresh air, too. You offer me $1,000.
Will $2,500 do?
Barely. Archie, will you take the check? Now, I presume you want me to find who killed the gentleman at the table, the one facing me, huh?
His name is Mr. Piper.
The name is no importance. Will you all sit at the table in the same position you were at the time of the shooting?
Of course. Jean? Picasso?
Good. Now for a look at the wound. The lights, I should imagine, went out for a while when the shooting occurred.
They went out?
Yes. Of the three of you at the table, which one had the best motive for the murder?
We all have the same motive. The club.
Helpful. There was no one else in the room at the time?
No one.
The door?
Locked, with Chuck on guard outside of it.
So much for that. The windows, I notice, are closed. They were closed when the murder took place?
They were closed.
The window panes are all unbroken, which eliminates the possibility of the shot being fired from outside of them, unless one of them was raised and lowered.
That wouldn't have been possible. The windows are secured by catches.
Archie, will you check that?
Okay, Mr. Wolf.
I shall for the moment assume that the windows are neither lying nor untrustworthy. Does anyone remember anything unusual occurring at the time of the shooting?
Well, someone whispered Piper just before the shot.
Indeed. You all heard that whisper?
We heard it.
Man's voice or woman?
Well, I can't say. A whisper doesn't reveal much of anything.
The windows weren't open, Mr. Wolf.
Which leads to...
The fact that it had to be one of us in this room. But which one, Mr. Wolf?
The murder weapon. Ah, yes. Has it been moved?
Nobody touched it. It's laying on the floor where it was dropped.
Interesting. If you look closely, you will observe two oil spots staining the rug between the revolver and the lady's chair, indicating... who sat at the right of Mr. Piper?
I did. Why?
Mr. Denby.
Yes?
If I were you, I would turn Mr. Lecasto over to the police.
You are a liar.
I warned you about that gun, Lecasto.
Was it necessary to shoot Mr. Lecasto?
In the arm, yes. He was reaching for a gun. He'll live, however, till the police take him away. What do I tell them?
You could point out the angle of the wound. As you notice, Mr. Denby, the bullet entered Mr. Piper's heart from the right.
Yes, so it did. Therefore, whoever sat to his right, well, that was Lecasto.
Archie, you have the check?
I have it.
We may as well leave.
Mr. Wolf, you're sure Lecasto shot Piper?
I have indicated the evidence. The rest will be up to the jury. Come, Archie.
Jean,
Yes, Archie.
now that my life expectancy has increased, what are you doing tomorrow night?
Archie?
I got a scram.
Lancaster 7583.
I'll be ringing your bell. Oh, Mr. Denby, you better do something about Lucasto's arm or he won't live to be executed. You see, the executioner likes them warm before he chills them. The old homestead looks very nice, Mr. Wolf.
Yes, Archie. You should stay in it more often.
Yeah, but you never get to meet babes like Jean that way.
You never get kidnapped either. Nor would I have had to leave my home in order to rescue you.
Yeah, well, you earned a nice fee, fast.
Indeed?
You seem doubtful about it.
I'm positive, Archie. I know. I have not as yet earned my fee.
Huh? You mean Denby might not turn Lucasto over to the cops?
Of course he will. The trouble is, you see, Lecasto did not murder Piper.
No? He just thought a bullet in the heart might be good for Piper's rheumatism, huh?
As it happens, Piper suffered from asthma. But that's beside the point.
Fine. Mr. Wolf, I'm going to take it for granted that you know who did kill Piper. I'm also going to take it for granted that you won't tell me until you're ready. But why turn Lucasto over to the police?
2 reasons, Archie. First, I had no proof against the real killer. Secondly, we had to supply a scapegoat in order to be permitted to leave the Danby home. You were unarmed, helpless.
Go ahead, rub it in.
Nonsense. It was an interesting problem. I enjoyed it.
It was, huh? Well, to me, it's still in the present tenses. Which reminds me, as old Dr. Tidmouse said, there's always a future tense. And in that future tense, Jean.
No, Archie.
Oh, Mr. Wolf, stop. That girl's got a love for blood that appeals to the ghoul in me. Besides, did you notice what she does to her dress?
Archie, I was merely about to say that I have no objections to your dallying with the girl.
Oh, I don't believe it. My ears need overhauling.
I objected only to the future tense. Why not call her now?
Yeah, well, I won't pretend I understand this sudden enthusiasm on your part about my love life. Probably there's some foul, scheming motive at the bottom of it. But who am I to look a gift horse in the mouth? Now, let's see. Her number was,
Lancaster 7583, of course.
This is the most beautiful bar and grill I've ever seen, Archie.
Drank, you mean?
What?
Never mind.
All right. Archie, did anybody tell you you were beautiful, too?
Well, a girl here and there has mentioned it.
Oh, were they liars?
Now, tell me, Jean, how did you ever get into the gambling den racket?
Because I'm a crook?
Well, I suspected that, but,
I want another drink.
you've had enough.
I want another drink, and when Jean wants another drink, no gentleman who is a gentleman...
Jean, get down.
Oh, let me go. I don't want to climb under the table.
You'll stay under here until the barrage stops.
I guess the war's over. All right, Jean, get up.
No, now I'm here. I like it. I'm going to stay here for months and months.
Jean, do you realize that somebody just tried to kill you?
And I thought you had such a nice, honest face.
No, not me. Somebody out in the street. I don't know why, but Mr. Wolf will. Come on, pull yourself together and let's go see him.
The nice fat man? All right, I like him.
You do? Why?
Because he'd make such a big corpse.
Is that you, Archie?
Plus Jean.
What made you think I wanted her here?
Oh, she's one of your fans. She thinks you'd make a lovely corpse.
What was the reason for bringing her here?
She was shot at. Did you expect her to be?
I expected her to be killed. That's why I sent you to her.
It didn't occur to you I might be killed, too?
It did. I was willing to take the chance.
You were willing? Oh, Mr. Wolf, Jean's a little under the weather.
Splendid. In vino veritas.
Watch your language.
I mean that people in their cups often tell the truth, a proverb of some antiquity. Who shot at you tonight, Jean?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't see.
Has it occurred to you that you might just as easily have murdered Piper as not?
But Lucasto killed Piper. You said so yourself.
I lied. Furthermore, why the attack on you if Lucasto was the murderer?
Well, I don't know.
Did you also not know that Lucasto escaped from jail earlier this evening?
You're making that up.
Why should I? Mr. Denby turned him over to the police, but Lucasto managed to get away before being jailed.
That's not cricket.
Incidentally, Mr. Denby will be joining us at any moment. I expected you to bring Jean, Archie. Therefore, with the exception of Mr. Piper, who is resting in the morgue, and Mr. Lucasto, who is at large, we shall have all the participants in the card game. With them, perhaps we can deal a new hand, Archie?
Okay. Maybe it's the morgue to tell us Piper escaped. Oh, wrong again. Come in, Mr. Denby.
Mr. Wolf, I'm upset. I heard over the radio about Lucasto's escape. He'll try to kill us all.
Why?
Well, because we can testify that he murdered Piper.
True.
I beg your pardon?
Lucasto did not kill Piper.
But you said that he did.
The only evidence against Lucasto was the angle of the entrance of the bullet that lodged in his heart. May I remind you of the whisper you all heard in the darkness preceding Piper's death?
The whisper that said Piper?
Precisely. We must assume, then, that Piper turned his body in the direction of the whisper. Therefore, the angle of the wound would be wrong for Lucasto, but the correct one for...
Whoever sat opposite Piper.
I sat opposite him. But that doesn't mean I killed him.
Wait, you must have. Once he turned, the bullet must have come from opposite him. Only possible way. That means you, Jean.
No. No, it's a frame.
May I interrupt for a moment? Mr. Denby, if our present analysis is correct, it must have been you who whispered to Piper. Did you?
I hadn't thought about it before, but...
Denby, you're lying.
No, he's not lying. Continue, Mr. Denby.
Well, when the lights went out, I wanted to tell Piper something. He turned to me, and that's when he was shot.
Archie, you've taken all this down.
In my prettiest shorthand, Mr. Wolf.
Good.
I don't know why you're doing this, Denby. Maybe you think if I take the rap, you'll get the club. But remember, Lucasto's still free. He's gunning for all of us. But it'll be you. Especially you he'll want. Maybe you can talk a jury into sending me up for something I didn't do, but you won't live to gloat about it.
Oh, shut up, Jean. You killed Piper and...
Who's that?
This is, of course, the murderer of Mr. Piper. No comments? Archie, the door, if you please.
But I was the one who...
What kind of idiocy is this?
Archie, I said the door.
Okay, but shall I ask him in or sock him?
You will act as the situation demands.
Yes, sir. But for once, I'd like to know what the situation is.
Raise him, Goodwin, and keep him that way. Now back up into the living room.
I don't back up good. My gears...
You want it here?
Never mind. I'll strip a gear.
Archie, what are you doing?
Just what the situation demands, backing up. In case your knowledge of armaments has failed you, our little friend Chuck here is pointing a .38 revolver at me.
You won't save him from the chair.
Maybe not. But it could give me quite a pain in the stomach.
Chuck, what do you think you're doing?
You double-crossing louse.
Gentlemen, if you
So
please.
you thought you'd run to the fat dick and pin it all on me, huh, Denby?
You don't know what you're talking about. We haven't even mentioned you.
You sure of that, huh? Then why did Wolf phone me and tell me you were about to sing?
Wolf phoned you?
Yeah. Said you were getting ready to feed me to the electrician up the river.
Oh, he was making a stab in the dark, Chuck. Trying to start something.
That's so, Wolf?
Archie, will you read Chuck your notes about Mr. Denby's statement regarding the whisper?
Well, that doesn't mean... It could be misunderstood.
Read me the notes, Goodwin.
Here it is, I quote. When the lights went out, I wanted to tell Piper something. He turned to me and...
That's all I need to hear.
Chuck.
You were selling me out after hiring me to knock off Piper.
You dumb gunman. Now you've given Wolf what he wants, a confession. I was trying to pin it on Jean.
That's what you say now. It's kind of late, though. Too late for you.
No. Oh.
Goodbye, Mr. Denby. Nice shooting, Chuck.
Stay put, Goodwin. The rest of you, I'm leaving.
Police wouldn't approve. Better let me have your gun. Huh?
Wise guy. You know something? I've been thinking.
Can you think?
If I was to knock off you and Goodwin, me and Gene could split the club between us and nobody'd ever know who killed Piper.
Very whimsical, Chuck, but if you don't mind...
Archie, don't be an idiot.
Well, if I have to get shot, I prefer it to happen when I'm moving forward.
Archie.
Okay, come and get it, Goodwin. March right up nice and easy and take it.
I'm coming. Would somebody mind telling me why I don't fall down?
Fool.
I've been shot. Well, that's not the way to talk to a man who's just been... Hey, Chuck is lying down.
Is he dead?
Well, there's been a mistake. I didn't shoot him. He shot me.
Archie, stop blabbering. Neither of you shot the other. As a matter of fact...
I shot the chap.
Lucasto.
Lucasto, Archie?
Well, I thought he escaped.
No, I'm not crazy. I do not escape. The fat one, he phones the police to tell them how I'm innocent.
Yes, I had the police announce the escape, however, for reasons of, shall I say, strategy?
Well, on account of there are no bullet holes in me, you can say whatever you like, Mr. Wolf.
Thank you, Archie. That announcement helped heighten the tension our murderers were under.
And then they explode. The fat one, he says to me, Lucasto, wait in the next room. Watch careful. Maybe there's trouble. I watch. And now? Now there's no more trouble.
Well, place looks a lot tidier now with all those bodies removed, huh?
Indeed. Archie,
I'll get you the bottle of beer. But first, make with an explanation.
The case was crystal clear, Archie.
Maybe, but I'm no crystal gazer. Sure, I know. Denby had things arranged in advance with Chuck in case anybody held a better hand than his own. Piper did. So Denby whispered to Piper after kicking the light switch and set him up for a shot by Chuck from the doorway. The angle would provide evidence against Lucasto.
True. However, we had only Denby's word for it and Chuck's that the door was locked.
All right. We know, but you knew before Denby and Chuck blew up. How?
The oil spots on the rug, Archie?
Well, they only showed the gun had bounced when the murderer threw it away. Spattered oil, very well-kept gun.
They showed more than that. Where were those spots in relation to the gun? Think back, Archie.
Spots in relation... Oh, sure. They were between the gun and the door.
Therefore, the gun must have been thrown from the door. Bounced twice, staining the rug before reaching its final destination.
Oh, I get it now. That told you who'd fired the gun. But there wasn't proof enough, so you set up a nice atmosphere of suspicion and had the boys give each other away. All right, Mr. Wolf, you're a genius, and you may have your beer.
Thank you, Archie.
As for me, I'm not a genius, but I remember a phone number. So if you'll excuse me, Mr. Wolf.
You're excused, Archie.
Thanks.
But before you call that number, may I remind you that Jean is a girl of macabre tastes who appeals to the ghoul in you.
Sure you may, but why bother?
In order to be able to warn you that a ghoul and his money are soon parted. Good night, Archie.
You have been listening to The New Adventures of Nero Wolfe, starring Jay Novello, Howard McNear, Barney Phillips, and Bill Johnstone. Next week at this same time, Nero Wolfe and Archie will bring you The Case of the Calculated Risk. Don Stanley speaking. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC.
Lady Esther presents the Screen Guild Players. The Screen Guild play tonight, The Maltese Falcon. The starring players, this is Humphrey Bogart.
This is Mary Astor.
This is Sidney Greenstreet.
And this is Peter Lorre.
Tonight, Lady Esther presents the Screen Guild Players in Warner Brothers' sensational mystery story, The Maltese Falcon. It stars Humphrey Bogart as Private Detective Sam Spade, Mary Astor as Miss Wonderly, Sidney Greenstreet as Caspar Gutman, and Peter Lorre as Joel Cairo. This is the story of the Maltese Falcon and of the people whose lives it touched and seared. It began in San Francisco when a beautiful young woman who identified herself as Miss Wonderly walked into the offices of Spade and Archer, private detectives. Miss Wonderly had just told Sam Spade why she wished to engage detectives when Spade's partner, Miles Archer, entered the office.
Oh, excuse me, Sam.
No, it's all right, Miles. Come in. Miss Wonderly, this is Miles Archer, my partner.
How do you do? Oh, I'm pleased to meet you.
Miss Wonderly's sister ran away from New York with a fellow named Floyd Thursby. They're here in San Francisco. Miss Wonderly has seen Thursby and has a date with him tonight. Maybe he'll bring the sister with him. The chances are he won't. Miss Wonderly wants us to find the sister, get her away from Thursby, and back home.
But I want you to know that he's a dangerous man.
Jumping.
I don't think he'd stop at anything. I don't believe he'd hesitate to kill Corinne, my sister, if he thought it would save him.
Uh-huh. What time is he coming to see you, Miss Wonderly?
After 8 o'clock.
All right, Miss Wonderly, we'll have a man there.
Well, I'll look after it myself. Thank you, Mr. Archer. Will $200 be enough for a retainer?
Oh, plenty. Oh, it'll help if you meet Thursby in your hotel lobby, Miss Wonderly.
I will. Thank you again.
Goodbye. Well, Archer, what do you think of her?
Sweet. I'm going to enjoy shadowing her.
Okay, sucker. You call me if you run into any trouble. Hello? Yes, it's Spade.
This is Lieutenant Dundee, Spade.
What's on your mind, Copper?
I thought you might be interested in knowing that your partner, Archer, was found in an alley near the St. Mark, shot through the heart from close range. Blast burnt his coat. Coming down for a look at him before he's moved?
No. You've seen everything I could.
His gun was tucked away on his hip. It hadn't been fired. His overcoat was buttoned. Was he working, Sam? Well?
He was supposed to be tailing a fellow named Floyd Thursby.
What for?
Now, don't crowd me. I'll see you after I break the news to Archer's wife.
I'll be there in a couple of hours.
Oh, hello, Copper. Come on in.
Break the news to Archer's wife, Sam?
Uh-huh.
What kind of a gun do you carry?
None. I don't like 'em much.
You don't just happen to have one on you.
Search me. Turn the dump upside down if you want to. I won't squawk if you got a search warrant.
Why were you tailing Floyd Thursby, Sam?
I wasn't. Archer was, for the swell reason that we had a client who was paying good money to have him tailed.
Who's the client?
Sorry, I can't tell you that.
You didn't go to Archer's house to tell his wife. I called up and the girl from your office was there, and she said you told her to go.
What are you leading up to?
Just this, Spade. Floyd Thursby was shot down in front of his hotel about a half an hour after I talked to you.
Oh. I came into my apartment just a few minutes ahead of you. I was walking around thinking things over.
I knew you weren't here. I tried to get you on the phone. Where'd you walk to?
Just around. Thursby die?
Yeah.
How'd I kill him? I forget.
He was shot 4 times in the back.
Hotel people know anything about him?
Nothing. Except he'd been there a week.
Alone?
Alone.
You find out who he was? What his game was?
No, I thought you could tell me that.
I've never seen Thursby dead or alive.
Now, look, Spade. You know me. If you did get Thursby, you'll get a square deal from me. And most of the breaks. I don't know that I'd blame you a lot. Man that killed your partner. But that wouldn't keep me from nailing you.
That's fair enough. Now, would you mind scramming? I got some thinking to do, and I'd like to get a little sleep before daylight. Yeah, this is Sam Spade. Oh, I was just going to call you. Where are you? Well, the Coronet on California Street, apartment 101? What's that? The name's Miss LeBlanc. Okay, I'll be right out. Good morning.
Come in, Mr. Spade. Mr. Spade, I've a terrible, terrible confession to make. That story I told you yesterday was all just a story.
Oh, that. Well, we didn't exactly believe your story, Miss... is your name Wonderly or LeBlanc?
It's really O'Shaughnessy, Bridget O'Shaughnessy.
Oh. Well, Miss O'Shaughnessy, as I said, we didn't exactly believe your story. We believed your $200.
Oh?
Yes, you see, you paid us too much to be telling the truth.
You knew that when you accepted the money?
Oh, I suspected it. I was positive when Joe Cairo called on me.
Joe Cairo?
Yeah. Yeah, he seems interested in Floyd Thursby, too.
What did he say?
About what?
About me?
Nothing.
Well, what did he talk about?
Well, he offered me $5,000 for a black statuette of a bird. He was pretty sure I had it or knew where it was.
Do you?
Oh, I think I know someone who does, and $5,000 is a lot of money. But right now, the police are trying to find out who hired us to tail Floyd Thursby.
Mr. Spade, do they know about me?
No, I don't think they do. I've been able to stall them so far.
Must they know about me at all, Mr. Spade? Couldn't you manage somehow to shield me from them?
Maybe. But I'll have to know what it's all about.
I can't tell you now. Later I will, when I can. You must trust me, Mr. Spade. Oh, I'm so alone and afraid. I've got nobody to help me if you won't help me. Be generous, Mr. Spade. You're strong. You're brave. You can spare me some of that strength and courage, surely.
Sister, you don't need much of anybody's help. You're good. Chiefly your eyes, I think, and that throb you get in your voice when you say things like, be generous, Mr. Spade.
All right. I deserve that. But the lie was in the way I said it, and not at all in what I said.
Ah, now you are dangerous. Still, Cairo offered me $5,000.
It's far more than I could ever offer you if I must bid for your love.
Yeah, that's good coming from you. Have you given me any of your confidence, any of the truth? I can't go ahead without more confidence in you than I have now.
Can't you trust me just a little while?
How much is a little? And what are you waiting for?
I must talk to Joe Cairo.
Oh. Well, you can see him tonight. I know where to reach him.
Oh, he can't come here. I can't let him know where I am. I'm afraid.
We'll all meet at my place, then.
All right.
I'm delighted to see you again, Miss O'Shaughnessy.
I was sure you would be, Joe. Mr. Spade told me about your offer for the Maltese Falcon. How soon can you have the money ready?
Oh, it is ready.
You are ready to give us $5,000 if we turn the Falcon over to you?
I shall be able to give you the money as soon as the bank opens in the morning.
But I haven't got the Falcon.
Then why did you send for me?
Because I'll have it in another week.
Yes? Where is it?
Where Floyd hid it.
If you know where he hid it, why must we wait a week? And why are you willing to sell it to me?
I'm afraid. After what happened to Floyd, I'm afraid to touch it except to turn it over to somebody else right away.
Exactly what did happen to Floyd?
The fat man.
Gutman? Is he here?
I don't know. I suppose so.
If you two let me interrupt for a second, I can answer that. Gutman is here.
How do you know?
Because he called me and asked me to see him.
Have you?
Not yet. I thought that after our friend Cairo here left, I'd find out just how you and I stand before I took on any more clients.
Now, do you know how you and I stand, Sam?
Yeah. If I can believe anything about you. But you're such a liar.
I am a liar. I've always been a liar.
Well, I wouldn't brag about it. Was there any truth at all in that yarn you were telling me about Thursby and the Falcon?
Some. Not very much.
Well, we've got all night before us.
I'm so tired. So tired of lying and thinking up lies and not knowing what is a lie and what is the truth. I wish...
Hey, look, honey. I think I'd better have a talk with Gutman in the morning. Now, Mr. Gutman, shall we talk about the Falcon?
Oh, by all means, Mr. Spade. But first, answer me a question. Are you here as Miss O'Shaughnessy's representative?
Well, there's nothing certain about it either way yet. It depends.
Maybe it depends on Joel Cairo?
Maybe.
The question then, Mr. Spade, is which you'll represent. It'll be Miss O'Shaughnessy or Mr. Cairo.
I didn't say so.
Who else is there?
There's me.
Oh, well, that's wonderful, sir, wonderful. I do like a man who tells you right out he's looking out for himself. Don't we all?
Uh-huh. Now, let's talk about the Blackbird.
Let's, Mr. Spade. Have you any conception of how much money can be got out of that Blackbird?
No, but you just tell me what it is, and I'll figure out the profits.
You mean you don't know what that bird is?
I know it's black enameled, about a foot high, and I know the value in human life you people put on it.
Miss O'Shaughnessy didn't tell you what it is?
He offered me
Cairo didn't either?
He offered me $10,000 for it.
Do either of them know what that bird is, sir? What is your impression?
Well, there's not much to go by, but I don't think so.
If they don't know, I'm the only one in the whole wide, sweet world who does.
Good. And when you tell me, there'll be two of us.
Mathematically correct, sir. But I don't know for certain that I'm going to tell you.
Well, you think again and think fast. You'll do your talking today or you're through. What are you wasting my time for? I can get along without you.
That remains to be seen, Mr. Spade. They're away.
And there's another thing. Keep that gunman of yours away from me while you're making up your mind, or I'll kill him.
Well, sir, I must say you have a very violent temper.
Think it over. You got till 5:30, then you're either in or out for keeps.
Wilma.
I'm going to kill that guy. I could have done it easy when he was standing there with his back to me.
Of course you could, my boy. But business before pleasure. And we'll be seeing Mr. Spade again before 5:30.
So ends Act One of The Maltese Falcon, starring Peter Lorre, Sidney Greenstreet, Mary Astor, and Humphrey Bogart. Act Two in just a moment. But first, here's a word from our hostess, Lady Esther.
Some weeks ago, I was being shown through a shipyard, one of the largest in the country, and stopped to chat with a young woman wearing a safety mask. It gave her a stern, rather severe look, but when she removed the mask to chat with me, she was young and blonde and very lovely. Her skin looked so dainty and fresh that I just couldn't resist saying, "My, you look as though you just stepped out of a bandbox." She laughed and said, "Oh, I've been on the job since early this morning, and I haven't even had time to repowder my face. But after all, I do use your powder, you know." Of course, she's only one of millions of busy, important women who use Lady Esther face powder, partly because of its remarkable clinging quality. They explain that when they use Lady Esther face powder, they have the comfortable feeling that their skin always looks smooth and fresh, never streaked, caked, or shiny. But that's only one of the reasons why more lovely women now use Lady Esther face powder than any other kind. There are two other important reasons. First, the texture of my powder is so flattering that it hides little lines and blemishes, makes your skin look younger. And second, the shades of Lady Esther face powder are so rich, vivid, and alive, they give new interest, a look of new beauty to your skin. And both the unusual texture and the flattering shades are the result of my patented twin hurricane method of making face powder. So if you'd like to have your skin look softer, smoother, younger, and look that way for hours at a time, just try Lady Esther face powder.
And now the curtain rises on the second act of The Maltese Falcon, starring Humphrey Bogart as Sam Spade, Mary Astor as Bridget O'Shaughnessy, Sidney Greenstreet as Casper Gutman, the fat man, and Peter Lorre as Joel Cairo.
afternoon following Sam Spade's visit to Gutman's apartment, a dying man staggered into Spade's office and collapsed on the floor. He died before he could speak to Spade, but his papers identified him as Captain Jacoby of the steamship La Paloma, and clutched to his bullet-torn chest was the Maltese Falcon. After depositing the Falcon in a railroad station check room and mailing the identification check to his private post office box, Sam met Bridget O'Shaughnessy and took her to his apartment.
You know, Sam, I never would have placed myself in this position if I hadn't trusted you completely.
Oh, that again?
But you know that's so.
You don't have to trust me as long as you can persuade me to trust you.
But Sam, darling.
Well, I think we better let it go at that until we see what happens after Gutman gets here.
The fat man? Here?
Certainly, why not? Anyway, that should be him. So it's too late to change our plans. I'll be right back. Oh, hello, Gutman.
Good evening, sir.
I see you brought company. I can understand the gunman, but I didn't know Cairo was a friend of yours.
No, we're old acquaintances. Now that we're all here, let's go in and sit down and be comfortable and talk.
Oh, sure. Come on in. Now, look, Angel. Gutman brought a couple of friends along.
Good evening, Mr. Shaughnessy.
Hello, Joe.
You look unusually charming this evening, my dear.
Thanks.
The gunsel doesn't talk, Angel. Get away from me, punk.
Stand still and shut up.
Listen, you're not going to frisk me, touch me, and I'm going to make you use that gun. Ask your boss if he wants me shut up before we talk.
Never mind, Wilma. Oh, you're certainly a most headstrong and unpredictable individual, Mr. Spade. Now, why did you send for me?
You ready to make the first payment and take the Falcon off my hands?
The Falcon?
That's right, Angel. I've got it.
Well, sir, I have in this envelope $10,000.
10,000? Oh, we were talking about more money than that.
Yes, sir, we were, but there are more of us to be taken care of now.
Well, that may be, but I've got the Falcon.
I shouldn't think it would be necessary to remind you, Mr. Spade, that though you may have the Falcon yet, we certainly have you.
Yes, I'm trying not to let that worry me, but let the money wait. There's another thing to be taken care of first. We've got to have a fall guy.
I beg your pardon?
Police have got to have a victim, somebody they can stick for those 3 murders.
Two. Only 2 murders, Mr. Spade. Thursby undoubtedly killed your partner.
All right, 2 then. Now, the point I've got to give the police, a victim when the time comes. If I don't, I'll be it. Let's give him Wilmer here.
Why, you dirty rat.
He actually did shoot Thursby and Jacoby, didn't he? Anyway, he's made to order for the part. Let's turn him over to them.
By God, so you are a character, that you are. There's never any telling what you'll say or do next, except that it's bound to be something astonishing.
Well, it's our best bet. With him in their hands, the police will forget the rest of us.
Your plan is not at all practical, sir. Let's not say anything more about it.
All right. I have another suggestion. Let's give him Cairo.
Well, by God, sir.
Suppose we give him you, Mr. Spade, or Mr. Shaughnessy. How about that, huh?
Sam, you wouldn't.
You people want the Falcon, I've got it. The fall guy is part of the price I'm insisting on.
You seem to forget you're not in a position to insist on anything.
No? If you kill me, how are you going to get the Falcon?
By God, sir, you are a character.
Well?
Well, what else can I do? I'm sorry, Wilma. Terribly sorry. I want you to know that I couldn't be any fonder of you if you were my own son. But, well, if you lose a son, it's possible to get another. And there's only one Maltese Falcon.
You rat, I'll kill you for this.
Thank you, Mr. Spade. When you're as young as Wilma, one simply doesn't understand these things.
Well, how about some coffee, Bridget? Put the pot on, will you? I don't like to leave my guests.
Surely. Anything to get out of here.
Now, sir, let's get down to business.
I ought to have more than 10,000.
Of course, sir, you understand this is the first payment. You still don't understand the Falcon's worth.
Well, a black enamel bird can't be worth millions.
But it is. Otherwise, I should not have spent 17 years of my life trying to acquire it. The black enamel you refer to, sir, is merely camouflage, covering a solid gold bird encrusted from head to foot with the finest jewels.
Okay. So I get millions later. How's about 15,000 now?
Frankly and candidly, and on my word of honor as a gentleman, 10,000 I gave you is all the money I can raise right now.
Yeah, but you didn't say positively.
Positively.
Well, if that's the best you can do, it's the best you can do. But it's understood the punk has to stand as the fall guy.
That is part of our agreement, sir?
Okay, I'll make a phone call. The Falcon will be here in an hour.
It's a fake. This is not the Maltese falcon. Why? This is a lead imitation covered with the same enamel. See where I've shaved it off with a knife. Lead. Pure lead.
You bungled it. You, Gutman. You and your stupid attempt to buy it from the Russian who owned it. He caught on to how valuable it was. No wonder we had so little trouble stealing it. You imbecile. You bloated idiot.
Well, sir, what do you suggest? Shall we stand here and shed tears and call each other names? Or shall we pay the Russian another call in Istanbul?
Are you going?
17 years I've wanted that little item, and I intend to get it. Another year, well, sir, that will be an additional expenditure of time on only 5 15/17%.
I go with you.
Good. And Wilma?
Wilma,
Where is the boy?
He must have made his getaway while we were unwrapping the falcon.
A swell lot of thieves.
Well, sir, I'll have to ask you to return my $10,000.
I held up my end. It's your hard luck, not mine, if you didn't get what you wanted.
I'm sorry, but I must insist.
Oh, a hideout gun, huh? Okay.
Thank you, sir. The shortest farewells are the best. Adieu. And to you, Miss O'Shaughnessy, I leave the fake falcon as a little memento. Oh, come, Carl.
Hello, police department. Lieutenant Dundee there. Put him on. Tell him Sam Spade's calling. Now, look, Angel. Gutman and Cairo will talk when the cops nail them about us. We've only got minutes to get set for the police. Now, give me your whole story, fast.
Well, where shall I begin?
The day you first came to my office. Why did you want Thursby shadowed?
I suspected him of betraying me to Gutman, and I wanted to find out.
That's a lie. Gutman tried to make a deal with him. You had Thursby hooked, and you knew it. You wanted to get him out of the way before Captain Jacoby arrived with the Falcon. Isn't that so? What was your scheme?
I thought if he saw someone following him, he might be frightened into going away.
Now, look, Archer hadn't many brains, but he wasn't clumsy enough to be spotted the first night. You must have told Thursby he was being followed.
I told him, yes. But please believe me, Sam, I wouldn't have told him if I'd thought Floyd would kill him.
If you thought he wouldn't kill Archie, you were right, Angel.
Didn't he?
Archie had been a detective too long to be caught shadowing a man up a blind alley with his gun tucked away in his hip and his overcoat buttoned. But he'd have gone up there with you, Angel. He was just dumb enough for that.
Sam.
And then you could have stood as close to him as you liked, there in the dark. Put a hole through him with a gun you'd gotten from Thursby that evening.
Don't talk to me like that, Sam. You know I didn't.
Now, the police will be blowing in any minute now, Angel. Talk.
Oh, why do you accuse me of such a terrible...
Why did you shoot Archer? You thought Thursby would tackle him and one or the other would go down. If Thursby was killed, then you were rid of him. If it was Archer, then you could see that Thursby was caught. Was that it?
Something.
And when you find
like
out
that
Thursby didn't mean to tackle Archie, you borrowed the gun and did it yourself, right?
I guess so.
I know so. You didn't know Gutman was here looking for you until you learned Thursby was shot. Then you needed another protector. So you came back to me.
Yes, but no, sweetheart, it wasn't only that. I would have come back to you sooner or later. From the very first instant I saw you, I knew that...
Ah, you angel. Well, if you get a good break, you'll be out of San Quentin in 20 years.
Sam, you're not...
Yes, Angel. I'm going to send you over. But if they hang you, I'll always remember you.
Don't, Sam. Don't say that. Even in fun.
It's not fun. I happen to be in the detective business, and you killed my partner. It's bad business to let the killer get away with it. Bad for every detective in this country. You're taking the fall.
You've been playing with me. Only pretending you cared. To trap me like this. You didn't care at all. You don't love me.
I think I do. But what of it? I won't play the sap for you.
No, it's not like that. You can't say that.
I am saying it.
You know down deep in your heart, you know that in spite of everything I've done, I love you.
I don't care who loves who. You killed Archer. And you're going over for him. Come in. Oh, hello, Copper.
Hello, Sam.
You get Gutman and Cairo?
We got Cairo. Gutman's dead. The kid Wilmer had just finished shooting him when we got there.
I ought to have expected that. You better put the cuffs on Angel, Copper. We're taking her down to the station.
What charge?
Damn.
Murder. She shot Miles Archer. Oh, and you better bring that blackbird along, too, Copper. It's part of the evidence against Cairo.
Hey, this is heavy. What's it made of?
The Stuff that dreams are made of.
So ends the story of the Maltese Falcon. Thank you, Mary Esther, Humphrey Bogart, Sidney Greenstreet, and Peter Lorre for appearing with the Lady Esther Screen Guild players tonight, and also for telling us a most exciting story.
It was our pleasure, Mr. Bradley. We all had a wonderful time making the picture, and the radio version tonight brought back some wonderful memories. Then, too, knowing that the benefits from these programs support the Motion Picture Country House and Clinic give us an added incentive. And now, before we tell you about next week's program, here's a word from one of America's best-known beauty authorities, Lady Esther.
Thank you, Miss Astor. Ladies, you know it's surprising the number of letters new users of Lady Esther face powder have sent me in the last few months. So many of them say the same thing, that Lady Esther face powder is an entirely different kind of powder, that it does wonderful things for the appearance of the skin, makes it look softer, smoother, and often years younger. Well, Lady Esther face powder is more flattering, more becoming, because my powder isn't just mixed, just blended like ordinary face powder. It's made by a method new, unique, exclusively mine. You see, Lady Esther face powder is blown at whirling speed by my famous twin hurricanes. Yes, my patented twin hurricane process blows and whips color and powder particles together until they're evenly married, blended into a fine, smooth, sheer mist of beauty, finer in texture and truer in shade than powder ever made by ordinary methods. That's why Lady Esther face powder smooths on so much more evenly, and why the shades of my powder are so clear and alive. They make your skin younger looking, more vivid, far lovelier. Why don't you try Lady Esther face powder and see how much happier you'll be with the appearance of your skin?
Before we tell you about next week's program, Humphrey Bogart has a word to say from our government.
As you all know, the third war loan drive is on full steam, the drive to back the attack our fighting forces are making against our enemies. As our share toward victory, we at home must buy $15 billion worth of war bonds, which means each one of us must dig down deeper into our own pockets. Each of us must buy at least one extra bond this month. We have to win this war, and we will win, all right. But how soon we win is up to every one of us. So buy an extra war bond this week, sure, to help speed our day to victory.
Next week, the Lady Esther Screen Guild players will present highlights from Warner Brothers' great new musical picture, Thank Your Lucky Stars. It will star Joan Leslie, Dennis Morgan, Dinah Shore, and Eddie Cantor. Be sure to listen. Humphrey Bogart can soon be seen in the Warner Brothers production, Thank Your Lucky Stars. Mary Astor is currently playing in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Technicolor production, Thousands Cheer. Sidney Greenstreet and Peter Lorre appeared through the courtesy of Warner Brothers. Music on tonight's program was arranged and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. To help your government save tin, buy the larger size of Lady Esther face cream, and at the same time you will save yourself money to invest in war bonds and stamps. Truman Bradley speaking for Lady Esther. Thank you. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Saturday Night Theatre. We present Barbara Cooper in Village Green with Vi Stevens, adapted for radio by Lance Sievking from the novel by John Montgomery. Village Green.
I ought to have made a shopping list, I suppose. Oh, I know there were some other things, but I can't remember what they were.
Oh, that's what you said yesterday, Mrs. White, and the day before.
I know, Mrs. Crabbe. I'm really terribly stupid, aren't I?
Haven't you never house-kept before? I mean, before you come to live here in Woodley.
No, never. When I was a secretary in London, I was with a film company.
Oh, really? Oh, I've heard of them.
What? The one I worked for? How did you know which one it was?
Oh, I didn't, dearie.
But But you said...
Oh, I meant I'd heard of film companies.
Oh.
Oh, you've not been married long, eh?
No, about 4 months. I was going to say that when I was in London, I lived in a hostel.
Fancy. Well, you got tea, butter, and an india rubber. Now, could it have been biscuits?
No.
Or tin fruit?
No.
Sardines? Or porridge oats?
No, I don't think so.
It wouldn't be a toilet roll, would it?
No. No. Oh, Mrs. Crabbe, how kind you are. I love this little shop of yours. It's just exactly what I've always imagined a village shop would be like.
Oh, everything all over the place.
That's what I like. It's so friendly, if you know what I mean.
Oh, we're friendly enough, I expect, in Woodley. Most of us, that is. Of course, there's some as is different. Funny lots, some of them.
Oh.
But being the only shop in the village, they all comes to me. Oh, I hears most things as soon as other people. Before some people, you know. Oh, good morning, Mrs. Bangs.
Good morning, Mrs. Crabbe.
But as I was saying, Ma Crabbe, they calls me. Mm-hmm. Cheek it is from the nippers, but, oh, I like to see 'em enjoy themselves. Ice lollies they have, you know. The ones on sticks, or humbugs, or fizzy lemon.
Oh, yes.
Of course, I've been in Woodley Village shop for more than 50 years. Yes. Jeremiah, that was my husband. He was a carrier.
Oh, really?
Oh, I wish you could have seen his cart. Lovely green it was, with yellow wheels and all.
Treacle and bacon.
What?
Yes, and matches.
Oh, you remembered.
Yes.
That's good. I know I've got some treacle somewheres around. Down in that corner under them apples, wasn't it? No. Then, well, I'm sure I saw it
you
the other
must be the
day.
new tenant at Stockett's.
Yes, we've been there nearly 2 months.
I'm from the manor. I look after Lady Edmonds. How are you settling down?
Oh, fine. Fine.
Sure?
Oh, yes.
I only wondered because, well, I've always wondered about Stockett's. Lady Edmonds has 7 or 8 cottages on the estate, but I've never been in any of them.
No?
Nor has she, not in all the years we've been here. Leastways, I don't think she has. Certainly not lately.
Oh.
So I've always wondered. That is, I wonder.
Number of programs this week.
The Corn is Green by Emmeline Williams, with Gladys Young as Miss Moffat and Richard Burton as Morgan Evans. The play adapted for broadcasting by T. Rowland Hughes and produced by P.H. Burton. The Corn is Green.
The action of the play takes place in Glansharno, a small village in a remote Welsh countryside in the latter part of the last century.
Your voice, Mr. Jones, has given me an agonizing headache. And if you must indulge in music, will you please not do it in Welsh?
I wasn't indulging in music. I was singing a hymn. There, that's the last book to go on that shelf. And if a hymn gives you a headache, there is nothing wrong with a hymn. There is something wrong with your head, Miss Ronbury.
I still don't see the necessity for it.
I sing to cheer myself up.
What do the words mean?
The wicked shall burn in hell.
Mr. Jones, translation.
Lechen wide, Wachen.
Mr. Jones.
He says he cut the sweet peas and the rubbish heap is smelling terrible.
Dear, his father must put something on it.
That's the English all over. The devil is there, is he? Don't take him away. Put a bit of scent on him. Go in the daddy, or who better know him, heddiw.
George, sir. I hope he'll have the sense to give the message.
It is terrible, isn't it? The people on these green fields and flowery hillsides being turned out of heaven because they cannot answer St. Peter when he asks them who they are in English. It is wicked, isn't it? The Welsh children not being born knowing English, isn't it? Good heavens, God bless my soul, by Jove, this, that, and the other.
I can't think why a colonel should elect to come and live in this place. Ah, there. I hope he likes flowers. Oh, I've never seen so many books. I do hope the castles will not be too feminine. I chose them with such care.
Why are you taking so much trouble getting somebody else's house ready for them, Miss Ronbury?
You need not have helped me if you did not wish. Oh, I'm frightened of the spinning wheel, too, and the china. His own furniture, so distinctive. The desk and the waste paper basket, so virile.
Now you'll have two on a string, him and the squire.
Mr. Jones.
And if I was a bit more of a masher, there would be three. Worldly things, that is your trouble. Please, Mr. Jones, my life is as empty as a rotten nutshell, so get me a husband before it's too late, double quick.
Oh, you insulting man.
Here's the squire now.
Squire.
Delicious, lady, delicious surprise. And the very afternoon tea, as our forebears put it, eh? Oh. Are you, Jones, making the most of your half day?
Good afternoon, sir.
Why, dear lady, were you not at the Travers Ellis wedding?
Naughty. I sat next to you at the breakfast.
Oh, my jingo, so you did. Deuced fine breakfast. No sign of the new inhabitant?
Any moment now, I think. The pony and the trap met the London train at 11:45.
Hasn't the fellow got his own private conveyance?
Oh, I think not.
I hope he's all right.
He wrote very civilly to Mr. Jones about the house.
Oh, yes, not club notepaper, I remember, but not bad texture. Funny sort of chap, though, eh?
Why?
All these books.
Oh, that must be something. You must mean the colonel. How gratifying.
Capital. But who on earth is this woman and this girl?
Do you speak English?
I do.
Be a dear, know this emperor, and I'll go and get the rest.
Crikey, a colonel with an Abigail. Well, why don't you say something, girl?
I never speak till I'm spoken to.
Who was that?
My mummy. I never had no daddy.
My God, these parcels are heavy.
What are they?
Books. There, I'll let it emperor now.
Here you are. Is your employer with you, my good woman?
No, followed behind most of the way. Ought to be heavy now. I'll have a see. Here we are. Cheerio. Thought we'd lost you.
I was hoping to pass you, but that last hill was too much for me. There's a smallish crowd already. I don't think they've seen a woman on a bicycle before, so I thought I'd better bring Priscilla inside. Those children out there would wear a bell out. Watty, can you find someone for her?
I don't know, I'm sure. Oh, that must be in the kitchen in there. We'll have to hang her with the biting. Come on, Bessie. Give us a hand. Don't stand there getting into mischief.
Good afternoon. So this is my house.
No, it isn't.
Oh? Isn't this Pengarth, the name of the building, I mean?
Yes, it is.
That's right. It was left me by my uncle, Dr. Moffat. I'm Miss Moffat.
But surely those letters were written by a man.
Well, if they were, I've been grossly deceiving myself for over 40 years. Now this is jolly interesting. Why did it never occur to you that I might be a woman?
The paper wasn't sent in.
In such a bold hand.
And that long piece about the lease being 99 years, don't you know?
Was there anything wrong with it?
No, there wasn't. That's the point.
I see.
And surely you signed your name very oddly.
My initials, L.C. Moffat. You see, I've never felt that Lily Christabel really suited me.
And I thought he meant Lieutenant Colonel. But there was a military title after it.
M.A., Master of Arts.
A female M.A.? And how long's that going to last?
Quite a long time, I hope, considering we've been waiting for it for 2,000 years. And now you know all about me. What do you do?
I'm afraid I don't do anything.
Mr. Trevor owns the hall.
Really? I've never had much to do with the landed gentry. Interesting.
Au revoir, dear Miss Ronbury. Day, Jones.
Well, nobody could say that I've made a conquest there. What's the matter with him?
I found the team. Looks all right.
Good.
And the big luggage is coming after. Where's his lordship?
Took a fence and left. I'll just have a look at the upstairs.
Took a fence? I'm afraid so.
Oh, well, I'm jiggered. What do you think of her, eh? Ain't she a clinker?
She is unusual, is she not?
She's a clinker, that's what. Terrible strong-willed, of course. Terrible. Get her into mischief, I keep telling her. Would bring me here. I said no. I said not with my past, I said.
Your past?
Before she took me up. But what with her, and now I've joined the corps, it's all blotted out.
The corpse?
The militant righteous corps. Ran into him in the street, I did, singing and praying and collecting full blast. And I've been a different woman since. Are you, sire?
Yes, I am.
So am I. Aren't it lovely?
But what was your past?
Light fingers.
Light fingers? You mean stealing?
Everywhere I went. Terrible. Pennies, stockings, brooches, spoons, tiddly, anything. And I always looked surprised. Every time there was a do, everything went. And I always knew it was me. I was just telling them about my troubles.
Well, don't tell them any more. Is your kitchen all right?
Oh, I ain't seen no mice yet.
You've arranged my things quite splendidly, Miss Rombury. I do thank you, both of you. I like this house. What's that singing?
Boys coming home from the mine.
They burst into song on the slightest provocation. You mustn't take any notice. I like it. And those mountains, that grand, wild countryside, foreign-looking people. But business. I've heard about that mine. How far is it?
It's the Glassaglow coal mine, 6 miles over the hill.
We're hoping it'll stay the only one. All our scenery will be ruined. Such a pretty landscape. What's that large empty building next door?
Next door? Oh, the old barn belonging to the Gwalior farm before the farm was burnt down.
So it's free?
Free? Yes.
Well, I'm overstaying my welcome. So very charming.
I also. All the volumes are just...
I want you two people, very specially. First you, Miss Rombury. I used to meet friends of yours at lectures in London. You live alone, you've just enough money, you're not badly educated, and time lies heavy on your hands. The Wingroves? Oh, how mean. I should never have thought... Isn't that so? Not at all. When the right gentleman appears... If you're a spinster well on in our 30s, he's lost his way and he isn't coming. Why don't you face the fact and enjoy yourself the same as I do? But a woman's only future is to marry and fulfill the duties of... Kettles. I'd have made a shocking wife anyway. But haven't you ever been in love? No. How very odd. I've never talked to a man for more than 5 minutes without wanting to box his ears. But how have you passed your time since... Since I had no hope. Very busily. In the East End for years. I've read a lot, too. I'm afraid I'm what is known as an educated woman. Which brings me to Mr. Jones. Wingrove's told me all about you, too.
My conscience is as clear as the snow.
I'm sure it is, but you're a disappointed man, aren't you?
How can I be disappointed when I am saved?
Your father was a grocer with just enough money to send you to a grammar school. With the result that you're educated beyond your sphere and yet fail to qualify for the upper classes. You feel frustrated and fall back on being saved. Am I right?
It is such a terrible thing you have said that I will have to think it over.
Do? But in the meantime, would you two like to stop moping and be very useful to me? Useful? Tell me, within a radius of 5 miles, how many families are there around here? Families? Oh, there's the Squire, of course, and Mrs. Gwent Price in the little class lodge. Quite a dear thing. I mean ordinary people. Villagers? Yes. How many families? I really haven't a
There are about 20 families in the village and 15 in the farms around.
Many children?
What age?
Oh, up to 16 or 17.
Round here, they're only children till they're 12. Then they're sent away over the hills to the mine. And in 1 week, they're old men.
I see. How many can read or write?
Next to none.
Why do you ask? Because I am going to start a school for them.
What?
Start a school for them? What for? What for? You cheerfully contribute funds to send missionaries to African heathens who are as happy as the day is long, and you ask me what for? See those books? Hundreds of them and something wonderful to read in every single one. These nippers are to be cut off from all that forever, are they?
That's right.
The printed page, what is it? One of the miracles of all time, that's what. And yet when these poor babies set eyes on it, they might just as well have been struck by the miracle of sudden blindness, and that, to my mind, is plain infamous.
My goodness, miss, that's right.
I'm going to start a school immediately next door in the barn, and you're going to help me. Yes, you. You're going to fling away your parasol and your kid gloves, and you're going to stain those tapering fingers with a little honest oil. I couldn't teach those children. I couldn't. They smell. If we'd never been taught to us, so would we. We'll put them under the pump. Mr. Jones,
Do you know what I'm going to do with that obstinate old head of yours?
My head?
I'm going to crack it open with a skewer. And I'm going to excavate all those chunks of grammar school knowledge, give him a quick dust, and put him to some use at last.
I'm a solicitor's clerk in Quina Gammon. I earn 33 shillings a week.
I'll give you 34, and your lunch.
I have an enormous house to run and the flowers to do.
Shut it up, except one room, and leave the flowers to die a natural death in their own beds. I've been left a little money, and I know exactly what I'm going to do with it.
Those children are in the mine earning money. How can
I'll pay their parents the few miserable pennies they get out of it. And when I finish with you, Miss Rombury, won't have time to think about snapping up a husband, and you, Mr. Jones, won't have time to be so pleased that you're saved. Well?
I am with you.
Good. I have all the details worked out. I'll explain roughly. Of course, we must go slowly at first, but if we put our backs into it, here we are, 3 stolid, middle-aged folks settled in our little groove and crammed with benefits. And there are those babies scarcely out of the shell that have no idea they're even breathing the air. Only God can know how their life will end, but he will give us the chance to direct them a little of the way.
Yes. We have the blessed opportunity to raise up the children from the bowels of the earth, where the devil hath imprisoned them in the powers of darkness, and bring them to the light of knowledge.
Here's the tea. Now put those papers away and come and have it while it's nice and hot.
A night in August, 6 weeks later.
This is rum, Robert Roberts, the drink of the devil. It will take you down to hell.
Get out of my school, you dirty toffee.
I am on side, I am on this side. You here again.
It's my invite.
I said you here again.
No, miss.
What do you mean, no, miss?
We isn't here again, miss.
What are you then?
We isn't the same lot as this morning, miss.
Aren't you?
Miss Ronnie Berry tell us to wait, miss.
Mom.
Yes?
5 more nigger boys for you.
Please, miss, can I have a kiss?
You naughty boy. You wait till you see Miss Moffat. She'll give you what for. Can I have a kiss, indeed? It is the West End.
Boys and girls come out to play. All the day and night today. Come to the roof and come to the cone. Come to the roof.
Mr. Jones. Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
I see you and the lady teacher behind the door. Ooh!
You wait until you see Miss Moffat. She will give you what for.
You wait till you see Miss Moffat. She will give you what for. You wait till you see Miss Moffat. She will give you what for.
I told you the shape of the bedroom doesn't allow for a door into the barn. Oh, she isn't here. Sorry to keep you waiting, boys, but I have to go across to Mr. Reese, the carpenter, and then I'll be able to talk to you. In the meantime, will you go to the pump in the garden shade and wash your hands? Through there. You'll find a lantern. Did you understand all that?
Yes, miss.
Good, I won't be long.
Please, miss, can I have a kiss?
What did you say?
Please, miss, can I have a kiss?
Of course you can. Come here. Can I oblige anybody else? No? Once again, I won't be long.
Please, miss, can I have a smack bottom? Well, look, it's not easy, my guru, you loud, I party.
Well, suck your eye, right, well, Hannah. No need to do a more thief. Dell, that's again. When West McGuy says, I'm a Dell.
Or Gora.
Should my pen all out, will God?
Elfman.
Who has called, Mr. Jones?
Oh, the elf, McKinney. No star.
No star, Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones, it said in this book. Oh, what's that box?
It was. It's just brought the school bell.
Really? Oh, Miss Moffat. Well?
No good.
Oh, dear.
Mr. Reese says he's had a strict order not to discuss lining the roof till the lease of the barn is signed.
Who gave the order?
That's what I want to know.
And when will the lease be signed?
Never, it seems to me. Did you call at the solicitor's?
Yes, they've located Sir Herbert Vesey, but he's now doubtful about letting the barn and will give his decision by post.
But why? He'd already said it was no use to him and my references were impeccable. Why?
Oh, you look tired.
It's been a bit of a day. A letter from the mine to say no child can be released above ground. That's all blethers, but still. A request from the public house not to start a school in case it interferes with beer swilling and games of chance. A message from the chapel people to the effect that I am a foreign adventuress with cloven feet. And Priscilla's had a puncture. A bit of a day. What's that?
It's the bell for the school.
Oh, is it?
Do let us have a peep.
It was on Stantallon Monastery before it burnt down.
Look, it's got the rope and everything. Well, it's good to see it anyway.
The mason finished the little tower for it yesterday. Oh, do let us tell those boys to put it up. It'll bring us luck.
Well, if it keeps them out of mischief till I'm ready, they can...
Mr. Jones, do go and tell them.
Very good. I'll take it out to them now.
Poor Jonesy. He's terrified of them.
So am I. Oh, they're so big and so black.
Oh, here's a letter from the gentleman what owns the barn.
I had a good look at the sale.
At last. What does it say?
Sir Herbert still cannot give a definite decision until the 17th.
Oh!
Another week wasted, isn't it? Infuriating.
Does it mean he may not let you have it?
He must. It would ruin everything.
Oh, can't we start afresh somewhere else?
Oh, I've spent too much on preparations here. Besides, I've felt so right here from the start. I can't leave now. I'm a Christian woman, but I could smack Sir Herbert's face till my arm dropped off.
Jolly good evening, teacher. Remember me?
Would you mind going outside, knocking, and waiting quite a long time before I say come in?
Oh, jolly good. Parlour games, what?
But Miss Moffat, it's the Squire. Oh, Squire, you must forget you ever saw me in this dress. So ashamed. I shan't be a moment.
Rat-tat-tat. 1, 2, 3, 4. Come in. 1, 2, 3, 4. Forward march. Oh, my dear madam, you're not in class now.
I'm rather irritable this evening, so unless there's a reason for your visit,
but there is. Very important message, word of mouth. From a gent that's just been dining with me, Sir Herbert Vesey.
Yes? Oh, do be quick.
He's definitely decided that he has no use for the barn.
Oh.
But he doesn't see it as a school, and under no circumstances will he let it as such, so he must regretfully decline, etc., etc.
He implied in his first letter that he would be willing to sell.
Then some bigwig must have made him change his mind, mustn't he?
You?
I have not called on you, madam, because I have been eyeing your activities very closely from afar. It is with disapproval and...
It is unwise to embark on a speech with the vocabulary of a child of 5.
I'm not going to have any of this damned hanky-panky in my village.
Your village?
My village. I'm no braggart, but I'd have you know that everything you can see from that window, and you haven't got a bad view, I own. Now, my dear madam...
And stop calling me your dear madam. I'm not married, I'm not French, and you haven't the slightest affection for me.
Oh. First of all, I'm not one to hit a woman below the belt. You know what I mean. Always be fair to the fair sex. All my life I've done my level best for the villagers. They call me Squire, you know. Term of affection. Jolly touching. I mean a hamper every Christmas, a whole shoot, and a whopping tankard of beer on my birthday, and on my 21st they all got a mug. Anyway, this buying them out of the mine's a lot of gammon. I own a half share in it.
Ah, that explains a good deal.
Why don't you take up croquet? Keep your pecker up. Well, dear lady, anything I can do to make your stay here a happier one?
Thank you.
I must be getting back. If I know Sir Herbert, my best old port will be no more.
Wait a minute.
Yes?
I know I shall be sticking a pin into a whale, but here are just 2 words about yourself. You're the Squire Bountiful, are you? Adored by his contented subjects, intelligent and benignly understanding, are you? I should just like to point out that there is a considerable amount of dirt, ignorance, misery, and discontent abroad in this world, and that a great deal of it is due to people like you, because you are a stupid, conceited, greedy, good-for-nothing, addle-headed nincompoop, and you can go to blue blazes. Good night.
I perceive that you have been drinking.
Phew. Oh. That was undignified, but I feel better for it.
I'm glad, because it was plain spoken, wasn't it? Has he been nasty? Oh, so unlike the squire.
He was kindness itself. He advised me to go and live in a hole in the ground with my knitting. He's persuaded the owner not to sell.
Oh, dear. Well, of course, I always think men know best, don't you?
Oh, yes.
I'm wearing my mousseline to Swan. He never even noticed. Oh, what will you do?
Sell the house. Take this brainchild of a ridiculous spinster and smother it. Have you got a handkerchief?
Yes, Miss Moffat. Why?
Want to blow my nose. Sure.
Oh, you ought to have had a cry. I love a cry when I'm depressed. Such an advantage over the gentleman, I always think.
I must get some letters written to the tradespeople in the mine to let them know we're giving up the school. Suppose we'd better start putting some order into this chaos and get the business over. What are these filthy exercise books doing among my papers?
Those hooligans brought them just now. They said Mr. Jones had picked them out because they could write English.
I set them an essay on how I would spend my holiday. Must have been mad.
Oh, listen to this one. If I has ever holiday, I has breakfast and talks, then dinner and a rest. Tea, then nothing. Then supper, then I talk, and I go sleep.
From exhaustion, I suppose. Holiday time. That carefree magic word. What shall it be this year? Tobogganing among the eternal snows or tasting the joys of Father Neptune?
But that's beautiful. Extraordinary.
Yes, I might think so, too, if I hadn't seen it in a book open on that desk.
Oh.
No, your squire was right. I've been a stupid and impractical ass, and I can't imagine how I... The mine is dark. If a light come in the mine, the rivers in the mine will run fast with the voice of many women. The walls will fall in, and it will be the end of the world.
Please, miss, I help with the bell.
Do go on.
So the mine is dark. But when I walk through the something shaft in the dark, I can touch with my hands the leaves on the trees, and underneath, where the corn is green.
Go on, reading.
There is a wind in the shaft. Not carbon monoxide they talk about. It smells like the sea, only like as if the sea had fresh flowers lying about. And that is my holiday. Are you Morgan Evans?
Yes, miss.
Did you write this?
No, miss.
But it's in your book.
Yes, miss.
Then who wrote it?
I don't know, miss.
Oh. Miss Ronbury, will you see to those papers in the study?
Oh, yes, of course I will.
Now, did you write this?
I don't know, miss. What is the matter with it?
Sit down. And take your cap off. Spelling's deplorable, of course. Mine with two N's and leaves L-E-F-S.
What was it by rights?
Well, a V to start with.
I never heard of no V's, miss.
Don't call me miss.
Are you not a miss?
Yes, I am, but it's not polite.
Oh.
You say, yes, Miss Moffat, or no, Miss Moffat. M-O-F-F-A-T.
No V's?
No V's. Where do you live?
Under the ground, miss.
I mean your home.
Oh, Sinamoyne, miss. Moffat. 4 miles from here.
How big is it?
4 houses and a beer house.
Any hobbies?
Oh, yes.
What?
Rum.
Rum? Oh. Do you live with your parents?
No, by my own self. My mother is dead, and my father and my 4 big brothers was in the big shaft accident when I was 10.
Killed?
Oh, yes, everybody was.
What sort of man was your father?
He was a mongrel.
What?
He had a dash of English. He learned it to me.
You go to chapel?
No, thank you.
Who taught you to read and write?
Taught?
Taught. The verb, to teach.
Oh, teach?
Who taught you?
I did.
Why?
I don't know.
What books have you read?
Books? A bit of the Bible and a book that a fella from the Prass kitchen nabbed for me.
What was it?
The Lady's Companion. Can I go now, please?
No. Do you want to learn any more?
No, thank you.
Why not?
The other men would have a good laugh.
I see. Have you ever written anything before this exercise?
No.
Why not?
Nobody never asked me to. What is the matter with it?
Nothing's the matter with it. Whether it means anything is too early for me to say, but it shows exceptional talent for a boy in your circumstances.
Terrible long words, Miss Moffat.
This shows that you are very clever.
Oh,
Have you ever been told that before?
it is news to me.
What effect does the news have on you?
It is a bit sudden. It makes me that I want to get more clever still. I want to know what is behind of all them books.
Mr. Omri, can you come tomorrow?
Tomorrow, no, I'm working on the 6 till 4 shift.
Then can you be here at 5?
5, no, not before 7, miss. 6 miles to walk.
Yes, of course, 7. 7 then. In the meantime, I'll correct this for spelling and grammar.
Yes, Miss Moffat.
That'll be all. Good night.
Good night, Miss Moffat.
Miss Rondre?
Yes?
I've been a deuce of a fool. It doesn't matter about the barn. We're going to start the school in a small way at first, in this room. And I'm going to get those youngsters out of that mine if I have to black their face and go down and fetch them myself. We're going on with the school.
Oh, Mr. Jones, we're going on with the school. We're going on with the school.
And when I walk in the dark, I can touch with my hands where the corn is green.
Two years later.
Anybody seen a Greek book? Ah, here it is.
Greek, Miss Moffat?
Morgan Evans is starting Greek this month.
No. I didn't know you knew Greek.
I don't. I've just got to keep one day ahead of him and trust to luck.
To think that 2 years ago he hardly knew English.
Stuck-up teacher's pet.
You must not think that, Bessie dear. Miss Moffat says he's clever.
He always looks right through me, so I don't know, I'm sure. Stuck-up teacher's pet.
Oh, she has some wonderful plans for him. I can tell by her manner. I think she's trying to send him to one of those church schools to be a curate. Would not that be exciting?
I think she's riding for a fall.
Bessie, why?
All this ordering him about. I got eyes in my head if she hadn't. And he's getting sick of it. I think a lady ought to be dainty. She's no idea.
Well, I must get on with my work. Evans! Evans!
Yes, Miss Moffat?
Finished?
Yes, Miss Moffat.
How many pages?
9.
3 too many. Boil down to 6. You got those lines of Voltaire?
Yes, Miss Moffat. Yeah.
It's just 5. Have your walk now, good and brisk. Here's your cap.
Yes, Miss Moffat.
But kill 2 birds and get the Voltaire by heart. If you can ever argue a point like that, you'll do. Back in 20 minutes. And take your pen from behind your ear.
Now turn a somersault in bed. Can you smell scent?
Yes.
Nice, isn't it?
I don't know. I never come across scent before. I did never come across scent before.
Bright, aren't you? Don't you ever get tired of lessons?
Noisy. Quite made me jump.
My mummy ought to be back soon, and then we'll know something.
What's the matter? Where's she gone?
One of her prayer meetings. 20 miles to shake a tambourine in the open air. I think it's wicked. She ought to be just in time, and then we'll know.
Know what?
About that horrid Morgan Evans. It's been lessons every night with teacher, hasn't it, since we left the mine? And long walks in between to blow the cobwebs away. But the last week or two, we've been breaking our journey, so we've heard.
How do you mean?
A glass of rum next door at the Westmore Arms, and then another, and then another.
Oh, whoever told you that?
A little bird. And if my mummy sciatica's better, she's going to jump up and look over the frosty part, and then we'll know.
Guess what's happened to me?
What?
I'm a sergeant major.
Did you jump to see into the bar?
Just caught him. Having a good swig, miss.
Don't you dare tell her, you little dolly mop, or I'll rattle your bones.
Was it a nice service, was it?
Beautiful, Mum. They said they hoped the late Sergeant Major was gone where we all want to go. But with her having deserted, they couldn't be sure. Then we saved 3 sinners.
Please, Miss Moffat, can I have the money for my ticket?
What ticket?
For Tregarna Fair tomorrow. You said I could go.
On the contrary, I said you couldn't. Not in school hours.
Are you feeling better, dear? No, Miss Runbury. It's all this sitting down. It's been going on for 2 years now. I heard tell it ends in everything rotting away.
What's rotting away?
This is so she's been sitting down for 2 years.
Lucky. My feet feel as if I've been standing for the same length of time. What are these papers, Ron?
2 more accounts, I fear.
Oh, yes. Yes, the Little and Scott and Evans's new suit. Oh. I shall have to sell out a couple more shares, I expect.
Oh, dear.
Not at all. It's easy to squander money and it's easy to hoard it. The most difficult thing in the world is to use it. And if I've learnt to use it, I've done something. My plans are laid, Ron, my dear. My plans are laid. But don't ask me what I'm hatching, because I can't tell you till tomorrow.
Oh, you are wonderful.
Oh, to Halifax, I'm enjoying myself. And now, Bessie Watty, what is all this dying duck business?
Yes, Miss Moffat.
Don't yes, Miss Moffat, me. Explain yourself.
My mummy said all these lessons is bad for my inside.
She told me they stopped you eating sweets, but perhaps I'm telling the lies.
Yes, Miss Moffat.
What's the matter with your inside?
It goes round and round through sitting down. That's what I want is a change.
Not you, once castor oil. Adelphus, a brother. There's nothing to prevent you going for walks between lessons. You can go for one now as far as Sarah Pugh Postman, see if my new chalks have arrived. Quick march.
I'm not going.
What did you say?
I'm not going. Everybody's against me. I'm going to throw myself off a cliff and kill myself. It'll make a nice post in the papers, me and Peter at the bottom of a cliff. I'm going to mad as mad, I'm going to kill myself. Nothing's going to stop me.
Oh, dear, she's at it again. See if that won't stop your nonsense. There. Nothing like cold water, Mum. I learnt that with her father. He was foreign, you know.
She'll catch her death.
Oh, I made a mess of your rug, but I think it's worth it. She's got bad blood, this girl. Mark my word.
And how do you feel after that?
I can't remember anything. I'm in a coma.
Come on. Upstairs with you. We'll sit on our bed for an hour with the door locked, shall we? And try to remember. And next week you go away into service and see how we like that. Come on. Look sharp about it. I must count her as one of my failures. Fish out of water, of course. Gutter snipe species. If there is such a fish. She'll be more at home in service. Now, where was I? Dendron, a tree.
Oh, Miss Moffat, I'm bursting with curiosity. Your plans for Morgan Evans. Is it a curatorship?
No. No, it isn't a curatorship. I'll go and have something to eat.
Oh, it's you, Morgan. Miss Moffat is having something to eat.
And I've been having something to drink, so we are quits.
Oh, I will tell her that you're back.
I don't want to see no Miss Moffat.
You mean I don't want to see Miss Moffat, the double negative?
Now, don't you start. I like the double negative. It says what I want the way I like, and I'm not going to stand no interferences from nobody. Voltaire, indeed.
Oh, I've never seen you like this before.
You haven't, have you? Well, now I come to think of it, I have neither, not for 2 years, and I'm surprised by myself and shocked by myself. Going inside one of them public houses and putting my nice clean boots on that dirty rail and my dainty lady fingers on that detestable mucky counter, pouring poison rum down my nice clean teeth and spitting it in a spittoon. What's come over you, Morgan Evans? You come back to your little cage, and if you comb hair and wash hands and get your grammar right and forget you was once the middleweight champion of the Glasgow Miners, we might give you a nice bit of sewing to do. Where's that Bessie Watty sending a mother to spy on me? I'll knock her bloody block.
Morgan Evans, language. Don't you dare use an expression like that to me again.
I got plenty of others, thank you, and they're all coming out. I'm going to surprise quite a few.
No, I'll drink the milk in here, Watty. Have a good walk, Evans?
Yes, Miss Moffat.
Can you repeat the Voltaire?
Not yet.
Well, it's very short.
paper blowed away.
Oh. Well, copy it again, will you, and bring it to me?
Yes, Miss Moffat. I'll go and do it now.
Hope he's not going to be slow at French. It'll make the Greek so much more difficult.
You don't think perhaps all this, in his situation, is rather sudden for him, I mean...
Not for him, my dear. He has the most brilliantly receptive brain I've ever come across. Don't tell him so, but he has.
Oh, I know his brain is all right.
I'm very pleased with his progress on the whole. Wait a minute. Yes, it is. Royalty, the Conservatives, and all the Grand Lamas rolled into one. The Squire.
The Squire? Oh, my.
It is indeed, oh, my. I'll run upstairs a moment. You open the door to him, Ron.
Come in.
Good afternoon.
Your hat, Squire.
No, thank you. I'm not staying.
Oh, dear, do look a sketch.
This is the seat of learning.
We're always on the point of a good spring clean. How dreadful that we have no refreshment to offer you.
Has she given it up, then? Tell her from me that I'm not here to be insulted again.
Oh, I'm sure you aren't. I mean...
Last time I was here, she called me an addle-headed nincompoop.
Miss Rombury, dear, my roses are dying. Would you pour out a little water for them? I have such a headache, I don't think I can... Oh, Squire.
You wrote to me. Perhaps you've forgotten.
Oh, how could I forget? I only thought that after the overwrought fashion of my behavior at our last meeting, you must ignore my very nervous invitation. Miss Rombury, a chair, dear, for the Squire.
I've not a great deal of time to spare, I fear.
Of course you haven't. I was just saying to Miss Rombury, he's so busy he'll never be able to fit it in. Miss Rombury, dear, would you get some water for those flowers?
Of course. Excuse me, Squire.
Tell me, Squire, how did your prize-giving fare this afternoon?
Rather a bore, you know.
I had so hoped to see you judge. I love flowers.
It wasn't flowers, it was cows.
Oh. Well, it was your speech I wanted to hear, of course. I heard you made such an amusing one at the croquet.
Oh, did they tell you about that? Rather a good pun, eh? May I sit down?
Do.
I thought Griffiths the butcher was going to laugh his napper off.
Indeed. Well, you know, Squire, that makes me rather proud.
Proud? Why?
Because he wouldn't have understood a word if his little girls hadn't learned English at my school.
Oh, never thought of it like that.
Oh.
Headache?
Squire, you see before you a tired woman. We live and learn. And I've learned how right you were that night. I've worked my fingers to the bone, battering my head against the stone wall.
But I heard you were a spitting success.
Oh, no.
Oh, fair of you to admit it, I must say.
You see, in one's womanly enthusiasm, one forgets that the qualities vital to success in this sort of venture are completely lacking in one. Intelligence, courage, and authority. Well, the qualities, in short, of a man.
Oh, come, you mustn't be too hard on yourself, you know. After all, you've meant well.
It's kind of you to say that.
What about this Jones chap?
Oh, he's a dear creature, but I have no wish to be fulsome. I mean a man like yourself.
I see.
One gets into such muddles. You'd never believe.
Well, I've never been on your side, but I'm sorry to hear you've come a cropper. When are you giving it up?
Well, that, again, is difficult. I have all my widow's mite, as it were, in the venture.
Please excuse me.
It's all right, Evans. Have you copied it on my desk, will you?
Yes, Miss Moffat. Excuse me, sir. Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, my boy. Nice, well-spoken lad. Relative?
No, a pupil. He used to be one of your miners.
No.
I'm glad you thought he was a nice, well-spoken boy.
Yes, one of my miners.
Because he is the problem I should like your advice about.
Oh, what's he been up to? Poaching?
No.
A bit of muslin?
No. Whether or none, anyway.
What about that little cockney filly?
Bessie Watty? Oh, no, I assure you. She's a schoolgirl.
No. All these young people growing up together, you know, eh?
I think it's good for them. No, there's nothing of that sort. But he's a problem just the same, and like a true woman, I have to scream for help to a man. To you.
Scream away, dear lady. Scream away.
Well, he's clever.
Oh, is he? Good at figures and all that? Because if he is, there's no reason why I shouldn't put him in my mine office as junior office boy. Now, what do you think of that?
No, figures aren't his strong point.
Well, you said he was clever.
But to begin with, he can write.
Oh. Well?
Very well.
Oh, then he could make fair copies, eh?
No. This boy is quite out of the ordinary.
Sure?
As sure as one of your miners would be cutting through coal and striking a diamond without a flaw. He was born with very exceptional gifts. They must be... Well, they ought to be given every chance.
You mean he might turn into a literary bloke?
He might, yes.
I'm blowed. How do you know?
By his work, it's very good.
How do you know it's good?
How does one know Shakespeare's good?
Shakespeare? Well, what's he got to do with it?
He was a literary bloke.
Yes. He was good, of course.
But how do you know he was?
I've heard he was.
This little tenant of yours, Squire, has it in him to bring great credit to you?
Yes, he is a tenant of mine, isn't he?
Imagine if you could say that you had known, well, say Lord Tennyson as a boy on your estate.
Rather a lark, was he? Well, it's a bit different, you know. Tennyson was at Cambridge, my old college.
Oh, poor Evans. What a pity he wasn't born at the beginning of the 18th century.
Beginning of the 18th century? Oh, now, when was that?
He would have had a protector.
What again?
A patron. Pope, you recall, dedicated the famous essay on man to his protector. Here it is. Look.
Oh. To H. St. John Lord Bolingbroke. Yes, I have heard of it, now I remember.
Isn't it wonderful to think that that inscription is handed down to posterity? And here's another. To the Right Honourable Earl of Southampton, to your honours in all duty, William Shakespeare. Oh, I often think of the pride that surged in the Earl's bosom when his encouragement gave birth to the masterpiece of a poor, humble writer.
Funny, I never thought of Shakespeare being poor, somehow.
Oh, some say his father was a butcher. The Earl realised he had genius and fostered it.
If this boy really is clever, it seems a pity for me not to do something about it, doesn't it?
A great pity. And I can tell you exactly how you can do something about
it.
There's a scholarship going.
Scholarship? Where?
To Oxford.
Oxford?
A scholarship to Trinity College, Oxford, open to boys of secondary education in the British Isles. My school hardly comes under the heading of secondary education, and I wrote your brother at Magdalen.
What?
Yes, and he pulled some strings for me, and they have agreed to make a special case of this boy on one condition, that you vouch for him. Will you?
My dear lady, you take the cake. Can't he be just as clever at home?
No, he can't. For the sort of future he ought to have, he must have polish. He has everything else. The background of a university would be invaluable to him. Will you?
Well, the varsity, you know, hang it all. Mind you, we'll never get it.
No, I know, but he must have the chance.
Still, you know, even the mere prospect of one of my minors.
Think of Shakespeare.
All serene. I'll drop a line to Henry next week. Oh, rather a lark, what?
I should be most obliged if the letter could be posted tomorrow. Would you like me to draft out a recommendation and send it over to the hall? You must be so busy with your state.
I am, rather. Polka supper tomorrow night. Yes, do that. Goodbye, dear lady.
Thank you so very much, Squire.
Happier conditions and all that. Glad you've come to your senses.
Thank you so very much, Squire.
Not at all. I'm all for giving a writer fellow a helping hand. Oh, tell my brother that, if you like. You know, I can never get over Henry being a don, though I always said he'd end up as something funny.
That man is so stupid, it sits on him like a halo.
What happened?
In 10 minutes, I've given the Squire the impression that he spends his whole time fostering genius in the illiterate.
Oh, but how?
Soft soap and curtsying with my brain, my heart, and my soul. I've beaten you at your own game, my dear. At my age and with my looks, I've flirted with him. And he's going to write to Oxford. At least I'm going to write to Oxford for him. Hooray! Hip, 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 hooray! I'm entering my little pit pony for a scholarship to Oxford, child. Oxford University.
But they don't have minors at Oxford University.
Well, they're going to. The lad is on this earth for 80 years at the most, out of a few millions. Let the proud, silly ones grovel and be useful for a change so he can step up on their backs to something better. I was bursting to say that to the Lord of the Manor, so I must vent it on you. Now you've served your purpose, you can go home. But you'd better watch out. I may race you to the altar yet. Evans!
Yes?
Come and sit down. Is this your essay on the wealth of nations?
Yes.
Say so and underline it. Nothing irritates examiners more than this sort of vagueness. I couldn't work this sentence out. What does it say?
The 18th century was a cauldron. Vice and elegance boiled to a simmer until the kitchen of society reeked fulminously and the smell percolated to the marble halls above.
Do you know what that means?
Yes, Miss Moffat.
Because I don't. Clarify, my boy, clarify, and leave the rest to Mrs. Henry Wood. Water with 2 T's? Oh, that's a bad lapse. The Adam Smith sentence is good. Original and clear as well. 7 out of 10. Not bad, but not good. You must avoid long words until you know exactly what they mean. Otherwise, domino. There you are. Now then, you're reading?
Burke's cause of the present discontent.
Style?
His style appears to me as if there was too much of it.
His style struck me as florid.
His style struck me as florid.
Again?
His style struck me as florid.
Subject matter?
A sound argument falsified by the high colour of the sentiments.
The high colour of the sentiments. Odd. No, not too odd. Good, stylish. Now for next time. Walpole and Sheridan as representatives of their age. And no smelly cauldrons. By the way, next Tuesday I'm starting you on Greek.
Oh, yes?
I'm going to put you in for a scholarship to Oxford.
Oxford? Where all the lords go?
The same. I made a simplified alphabet to begin with. Jolly interesting after Latin. Where have I put it? Have a look at it by Tuesday so that we can make a good start. Oh, and before we go on with the lesson, I found the nail file I mentioned. I'll show you how to use it. Had them both here somewhere.
I shall not need a nail file in the coal mine.
The what?
I'm going back to the coal mine.
I don't understand you. Explain yourself.
I do not want to learn Greek, not to pronounce any long English words, not to keep my hands clean.
What's the matter with you? Why not?
Because I was born in a Welsh hayfield when my mother was helping with the harvest. And I always lived in a little house with no stairs, only a ladder and no water. And until my brothers was killed, I never sleep except 3 in a bed. I know that is terrible grammar, but it is true.
What on earth has 3 in a bed got to do with learning Greek?
It has a lot. The last 2 years, I've not had no proper talk with English chaps in the mine because I was so busy keeping this old grammar in its place. Trying to better myself the day and the night. You cannot take a nail file into the Westmore Arms public bar.
My dear boy, file your nails at home. I never heard anything so ridiculous. Besides, you don't go to the Westmore Arms.
Yes, I do. I've been there every afternoon for a week, spending your pocket money. And I've been there now. And that is why I can speak my mind.
I had no idea that you felt like this.
Because you are not interested in me.
Not interested in you.
How can you be interested in a machine that you put a penny in and if nothing comes out, you give it a good shake? Evans, write me an essay. Evans, get up and bow. Evans, what is the subjunctive? My name is Morgan Evans, and all my friends call me Morgan. And if there is anything gets on the wrong side of me, it's calling me Evans. And you know what they call me in the village? Key Bacher Spot. The schoolmistress's little dog. What has it got to do with you if my nails are dirty? Mind your own business.
I never meant you to know this. I've spent money on you. No, I don't mind that. Your money ought to be spent. But time is different. Your life has not yet begun. Mine's half over. When you're a middle-aged spinster, some folks say it's pretty near finished. 2 years is valuable currency. I have spent 2 years on you. Ever since that first day, the mainspring of this school has been your career. Sometimes in the middle of the night when I've been desperately tired, I've lain awake making plans. Large and small. Sensible and silly. Plans. For you. And you tell me I have no interest in you. If I say any more, I shall start to cry. And I haven't cried since I was younger than you are, and I'd never forgive you for that. I'm going for a walk. I don't like this sort of conversation. Please never mention it again. If you want to go on, be at school tomorrow. If not, don't.
I don't want your money, and I don't want your time. I don't want to be thankful to no strange woman for anything.
I don't understand you. I don't understand you at all.
Wealth of nations.
Hello? Caught me knee climbing down the rain pipe. Oh. Perhaps I'm invisible. Mum's gone out.
Been spying.
People lock me in and take the key out the keyhole. They can't blame me for listening at it. Though I think she's wicked.
Mind your own business.
I won't.
I like to know about everything. I like doing all the things I like. I like sweets. I don't care if it does make me fat. And I love earrings. I like to shake my head like a lady. Funny. We've never been by ourselves before. Dydd da bwyty fy sir yn olau llwgwyn rosyn ar haf Tadir gwrain ferch a garain llwgwyn rosyn ar haf. Didn't know I knew Welsh, did you? You like that song, don't you? That's why I learned it.
You are different when you sing.
Am I? You know, you was quite right to put her in her place. Clever chap like you learning lessons off a woman.
That's right.
You don't have to go to Oxford. Clever chap like you.
That's right.
What a man wants is a bit of sympathy.
Yes. He's fine. Yes.
Oh, you're hurting me.
Ten months later, Morgan Evans has passed the written examination for the scholarship and has been called to Oxford for the oral tests.
Any news?
Not yet.
I thought not. Where's the squire?
Gone to see if there's any sign.
Thank the Lord. That man is really becoming a nuisance. He gave up Henley to be here this week, did you know?
You do not appear nervous.
Past being nervous. If Morgan Evans has won this scholarship, I shan't believe it, flatly.
And if he's lost?
If he is lost, we must proceed as if nothing had happened. The sun rises and sets every day, and while it does, we've jolly well got to revolve round it. The time to sit up and take notice will be the day it decides not to appear. In the meantime, Mr. Jones, your report is on your desk. Miss Ronbury, Form 2 are waiting for your music like a jungle of hungry parakeets.
Yes, Miss Moffat. This is fun. Things are really terrible, isn't it, Mr. Jones?
Oh, heavens. I caught the early train. I knew they would all be watching for me, so I got out to Llanmorfydd and got a lift to Gwynegan.
Oh, does that mean...
Oh, no news, except that I am not hopeful.
Why not?
They talked to me for 1 hour at the Viva.
That doesn't mean anything. Go on.
They jumped down hard on the New Testament question, as you said they would. You are very pale.
Better than a raging fever. Go on.
I spent 5 minutes explaining why St. Paul sailed from a town 300 miles inland.
Oh, dear. Parnell?
Parnell? Oh, yes, I was going to stick up for the old chap, but when they started off with that fellow Parnell, I told the tale against him for half an hour. I wasn't born a Welshman for nothing.
And the French?
Not good. I said naturellement to everything, but it didn't fit every time.
And the Greek verbs?
They were sarcastic.
Did the president send for you?
I had half an hour with him.
You did?
Yes, but so did the other 9 candidates. He was a very kind and grand old gentleman, sitting in a drawing room the size of Penland Town Hall. I talked about religion, the same as you said.
Just as you advised?
Just as you advised. Oh, he asked me if I'd ever had strong drink, and I looked him straight in the eye and said, no.
Oh. When shall we know?
The day after tomorrow. They are writing to you.
The villagers are all in their best and talking about a holiday tomorrow. It's very stupid of them, because if you fail, it'll make you still more sick at heart.
If I have failed, don't speak about it.
But we must. You faced the idea the day you left for Oxford.
I know, but I've been to Oxford and come back since then. I have come back from the world. Since the day I was born, I've been a prisoner behind a stone wall. And now somebody has given me a leg up to have a look at the other side. They cannot drag me back again. They cannot. They must give me a push and send me over.
I've never heard you talk so much since I've known you.
That's just it. I can talk now. The 3 days I've been there, I've been talking my head off.
Oh, If 3 days at Oxford can do that to you, what would you be like at the end of 3 years?
That's just it again. It would be everything I need, everything. Starling and I spent 3 hours one night discussing the law. He's one of the other candidates. Brilliant. The words came pouring out of me. All the words that I'd learnt and written down and never spoken. I suppose I was talking nonsense, but I was at least holding a conversation. I suddenly realized that I'd never done it before. I'd never been able to do it. How are you, Morgan? Nice day, Mr. Jones. Not bad for the harvest. A vocabulary of 20 words. All the thoughts that you had given to me were being stored away as if they were always going to be useless. Locked up and rotting away. A lot of questions with nobody to answer them. A lot of statements with nobody to contradict them. And there I was with Starling, 19 to the dozen. It's all together. Everybody seemed to be walking very fast with their gowns on in the moonlight. The bells were ringing and I was walking faster than anybody, and I felt... same as on the rum in the old days.
Go on.
All of a sudden, with one big rush, against that moon and against that high street, I saw this room. You and me sitting here studying and all those books. And everything I've ever learnt from those books and from you was lighted up like a magic lantern. Ancient Rome, Greece, Shakespeare, Carlyle, Milton, everything had a meaning because I was in a new world. My world. And so it came to me why you worked like a slave to make me ready for this scholarship. I finished.
I didn't want you to stop.
I have not been drinking.
I know.
I can talk to you, too, now.
Yes. I'm glad.
No sign of the fellow below, Danny. Evans, there you are. Well?
Good day, sir. They're sending the result through the post.
The devil they are. Do you know, I'm finding this waiting a definite strain.
Somebody said they've seen Morgan. Day after tomorrow.
Oh. Examiner's all right, my boy?
Rather sticky, sir.
A lot of old fogies, I expect. Miss Moffat, I told you ought to have made inquiries at the other place, however.
Somebody said they'd seen...
The day after tomorrow.
Oh. Well, how are you, Morgan, dear?
The suspense is terrible.
I know.
Even the little children out here are worrying about... Oh. Morgan, my boy, are you not exhausted after your journey? Wouldn't you like something to eat?
Oh, I am rather hungry, yes.
Oh, how stupid of me. What will boil you an egg? Come along.
Thank you. Excuse me.
Did they spot the Dryden howler?
No.
You seem very anxious to get him out of the room, Jones. What's the matter?
Hello?
How do you do?
I'm very well indeed, thanks. And how are you, Blooming?
Yes, thanks. What is this?
I really couldn't say. Good gracious, it's Bessie. Right first time. Hello, Miss Bromley. How's geography? The world still going round in circles? Hello, Mr. Jones. Flirty as ever.
And to what do we owe this honour?
Well, it's like
Miss
this.
Thornbury, will you please return to your class?
They're quite safe. I left Mary Davis in charge. No, you don't, Mr. Jones. We've had too many secrets as it is.
3 days ago, she sent money to you. Did you not receive the letter?
Yes, I did. And all the others, till I was sick of them.
What is all this?
Last week I was glancing through the Midway's Gazette. And I'm here to congratulate a certain young gent in case he has won that scholarship.
Oh.
But what has that got to do with you? You see, miss, it's like this.
Don't say it. Don't say it.
4 weeks yesterday I had a baby.
Oh. You had a what?
A baby. 7 pounds, 13 ounces.
Good God, how ghastly.
It's a disgusting subject.
It isn't disgusting at all. If I had a wedding ring, you'd think it was sweet.
Morgan Evans' luggage. Excuse me, sir. Any news?
Well, yes.
Bessie! My, you do look a dolly excuse me, sir.
Say anything you like.
Where'd you get them bracelets?
Present?
Oh, that's all right. Where have you been, you madam?
Turning you into a granny.
A Well, fancy.
And I should try and have a sleep if I were you.
Hello, Miss Moffat. I've just been telling them... You know what?
Now I think it's time you told us who the fellow is. I'm going to take drastic proceedings.
That's right. Dear, who is it?
Well, as a matter of fact...
No, I'll pay you anything. Anything.
It's no good, miss. It's Morgan Evans.
Oh,
I don't believe it.
Oh, Mum. I've been dreading this for months. In a terrible way, it's a relief.
Bamboozling me every week. He was in the gut.
Lies, all lies, and I was glad to be telling them.
I can't go on listening. This horrible, unnatural happened.
Don't talk nonsense. It isn't horrible and it isn't unnatural. I should have tried to understand and forestall instead of riding roughshod like a mare with blinkers. The schoolmistress has learned a lesson, but it's a little late now.
Where is he?
Over my dead body, my girl.
She's right, Mum. It's too late. I got a 4-week-old baby, kid and healthy and hungry, and I haven't got a husband to keep him, so his father's got to turn into my husband. That's only fair, isn't it?
I'm sorry, Miss Moffat, but I'm inclined to agree.
I'll call him.
There is no need to call him.
What's the matter with you?
I am sorry to say that I have a strong feeling of affection for this young woman, and I am willing to do my duty by rehabilitating her in wedlock and bestowing on the infant every advantage by bringing it up a Baptist.
Are you serious?
I am always serious.
I know it sounds cold-blooded, but will you agree?
No, I won't. I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings, but I do draw the line.
Oh, please, think again.
I'd like to oblige, but really I couldn't. Besides, my friend would be furious.
Your friend?
Ever such a nice gentleman, sporting, quite a swell. Owns a race course.
I've never heard such a conversation outside a police court. I'm seeking the safety of my own quarters. Anything I can do, Miss Moffat?
I suppose you wouldn't care to stake a claim?
Oh, gracious.
Doesn't this man of yours want to marry you?
He won't talk of anything else. But he won't have the baby. No, he worships me. Ever since I left, he keeps on sending me telegrams. I just got 2 at the station. I expect I'll get some more tonight, isn't it, Rich? Mr. Jones wouldn't consider the baby without me.
The baby without you? Your child? But what about your mother love?
When I'm your age, I love the idea of a baby. But life hasn't begun yet for me. I'm just getting a taste for it. What do I want with a baby? I could have left it on a doorstep, couldn't I? But I must see it's in good hands, and that's why I've come to Morgan Evans.
You want to make him marry you on the chance he will become fond enough of the child to ensure its future. Your conscience will be clear, and later you can go off on your own.
I shouldn't be surprised.
In the meantime, it's worthwhile to ruin a boy on the threshold of...
I don't know anything about that, I'm sure.
Wait a minute. There may be a way out. There must be.
God bless us, Mum, I got it.
What?
Why can't you adopt it?
Don't be ridiculous.
Would that do you, Bessie?
Well, I never
Would it, though?
Yes, it would.
It would? But what would I do with a baby? I don't even know what they look like.
Oh, they're lovely little things. Now, it's all arranged.
But it would be fantastic.
Oh, do, please. It would put everything to rights. I would know the baby was safe. Morgan Evans need never know a thing about it. I can marry my friend, and we'll all be beautiful.
Oh, come on, Mom. You've been pushing us about for 3 years. Now I'll give you a shove.
But it's mad, I tell you.
Not as mad as taking me in was with my trouble. You're the one, dear. Really you are.
Bessie Watty, do you mean that if I do not adopt this child, you...
I will have to tell Morgan Evans, and he will have to marry me. I swear that.
And do you swear that you would never let Morgan Evans know the truth?
I swear. If there are any questions, I'll say it was my friend's.
Then I give in.
That's lovely. My friend will be pleased. I'll pop back to the public house for his telegram and send him a nice one back. Goodbye, all. We'll arrange details later, shall we?
Are you going to take up a life of sin?
I shouldn't be surprised. That cold water didn't really do the trick, Mum, did it? Goodbye.
Then that's settled.
I've been waiting for her to go.
Why?
The squire just came in to see me.
The fool, the idiotic fool.
Then it's true. He thought I knew. And he said it was for the best. And I ought to be told. God, what should have happened to me?
Steady.
There's no need for you to upset yourself, my boy. Miss Moffat is going to take care of...
What?
I'm going to adopt it.
What in hell do you take me for?
Morgan, swearing?
I will swear some more, too, if people talk to me like that. I'm going to marry her.
I knew this would happen. I knew it.
Oh, Dios. No, you put it. No, I'm sure. A telegram.
You won the scholarship. First Evans, second Favour Isles, third Starling. Congratulations. Lock the school door, Watty, will you?
Come to the kitchen, Mr. Jones, sir. I'll make you a cup of tea.
Thank you, Mr. Watty.
Look at me, Morgan. For the first time, we're together. Our hearts are face to face, naked and unashamed, because there's no time to lose, my boy. The clock is ticking and there's no time to lose. If ever anybody has been at the crossroads, you are now.
It is no good. I'm going to marry her.
And I am going to speak to you very simply. I want you to change suddenly from a boy to a man. If you marry her, you know what will happen, don't you? You will go back to the mine. In a year, she will have left you, both. You will be drinking again, and this time you will not stop. And you will enjoy being this besotted and uncouth village genius who once showed such promise. But it will not be worth it, you know.
There is a child living and breathing on this earth, and living and breathing because of me.
I don't care if there are 50 children on this earth because of you. You mentioned the word duty, did you? Yes. You have a duty, but it's not to this loose little lady or to her offspring either.
You mean a duty to you?
No, Morgan Evans, you have no duty to me. Your only duty is to the world.
To the world?
Now you're going away. There's no harm in telling you something.
Going away?
Yes. If you're not to marry her, it would be madness for you to come into contact with the child. So if I am adopting the child, you can never come to see me. It's common sense.
But you will be staying here. How can I never come back after everything you've done for me?
Watching your career will give me complete happiness. I said there's no harm in telling you something. Now, you have brains, shrewdness, eloquence, imagination, and enough personality. And Oxford will give you enough of the graces.
What?
Enough to become a great statesman of our country. Oh, it needn't be just politics. It could be more. Much, much more. It could be for a future nation to be proud of it. Perhaps I'm mad, I don't know. We'll see. I know you're absurdly young for such an idea, and that so far you've only got the groundwork. I know all that. But I've got the measure of your intellect better than you have yourself. It's up to you. And now doesn't Bessie Watty and her baby seem a little unimportant?
Yes. Is it all right to ring the bell to say holiday tomorrow?
Yes.
Fine. Champion. I'll go and ring it.
I think that's all.
But I don't know what to say.
Don't say it.
I've been so much time in this room.
And the lessons are over.
I shall always remember.
Will you? Well, I'm glad you think you will.
Please, Miss Moffat, all the village is out, and they say Morgan would come down to the Penland town hall for Wales to see a real talk.
No, them diolch.
Tid, man, tid. They'll never forgive you. And please, Miss Moffat, Mr. Jones say, is he to say, school day after tomorrow, 9 o'clock, same as usual.
9 o'clock, same as usual.
Yes, Miss Moffat. Come on, it well.
Goodbye, Morgan. I had my heart set on coming up to London and having tea on the terrace.
Gracia, Morgan, Gracia! Has he gone?
Yes. It's all over.
Oh, no, it isn't all over, Mum. Because you're wanted in the kitchen. Bessie sent a gentleman over to see you from the public house.
Tell him I can't see anybody.
You wouldn't understand, Mum. You see, he's only 4 weeks old.
I had forgotten all about that.
Poor little fella. Nobody wants him. I only hope nobody will put 2 and 2 together, Mum. He's the spit of his father. Oh, this is his birth certificate she sent over. I got everything else in there, and I'll see to the bottle. Come on, Mum. You've got to start sometime.
Just coming.
That's right, Mum.
Moffat, my girl, you mustn't be clumsy this time. You mustn't be clumsy.
The Corn is Green by Emlyn Williams was adapted for radio by T. Rowland Hughes. Miss Moffat was played by Gladys Young and Morgan Evans by Richard Burton, with Jessie Evans, Philip Phillips, Arthur Phillips, Maisie Amos, Vera Maisie, Llewellyn Edwards, David John Morgan, John Evan Jones, Yorwith Williams and David Richard Owens. The folk songs were sung by the boys of the Aberdare County School under the direction of G.P. Ambrose. It was directed by P.H. Burton back in 1945.
Whitehall 1212.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time in history, Scotland Yard opens its official files to bring you the true stories of some of its most baffling cases.
These are the true stories. The plain, unvarnished facts, just as they occurred, reenacted for you by an all-British cast. Only the names of the participants have for obvious reasons been changed. The stories are presented with the full cooperation of Scotland Yard.
Research on Whitehall 1212 is compiled through arrangement with Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter of the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. Chief Superintendent John Davidson is the curator of the famous Black Museum of Scotland Yard. He will brief you on today's case from the official files of Scotland Yard, number 899MR952.
Good afternoon. If you're a murderer by trade, I would suggest that there is no surer way to hasten the end of your career than to select a policeman as your victim. Now, this thing was the running board of a motor car. It was concerned in the brutal death by violence of a police constable. Now, Chief Inspector Quentin Tabsit of Scotland Yard knows more about this case than any other person.
I think that's true, John. Although there were two other men who knew more about it than I.
But they're not living.
No, they're not. Comparatively few men survive hanging. The Chief Constable of Essex telephoned the CID from Romford at 9:05 on the morning of Tuesday, September the 27th, asking that officers be sent to Stapleford Abbots, a village halfway between Romford and Ongar on the London-Chelmsford Road. I was first on the Chief Inspector's rota, so I was assigned to the case. Accompanied by Detective Sergeant Philip Melanchthon Wise, I went at once to Stapleford Abbots, which is about 4 miles outside the limits of the Metropolitan Police area. I was shown the body of Police Constable William George Greenley, who had been stationed there, and which had been found alongside the road a few miles from the village at 6:30 that morning, the 27th. The constable explained to Wise and me what had happened.
We know it happened sometime after 1:30 a.m., Chief Inspector, because I met him at a conference point at that time.
Where, Constable?
Near Grove House, on the road to Ongar, about 600 yards from where the body was found, sir.
Go on.
He'd been shot 4 times, sir. Twice through the head and these other 2.
That's
horrible. Yes, sir. They shot the poor chap square in each eye.
Horrible.
I hope they drown in their own blood, sir.
At least they'll hang.
Bill Greenley and I was kids together, sir.
They'll hang.
He had his pencil in his hand, sir. His notebook was lying on the road near him. He'd evidently stopped a car and was talking to them.
Marks on the road?
I'll show you, sir. It isn't far. I'd rather like to get out of here.
Wise and I followed the constable along the road to a spot where it had been cut to a small hill. The banks on either side at the edge of the road shoulders were about 6 feet high.
That's the place, sir. Here's where they found him, sir, where the grass is pressed down.
Little blood here.
Not as much as one would expect, sir. Over there on the other side, you see there's quite a blood stain on the grass. We think he was first shot there, and then he dragged himself across the road and he shot his eyes out on this side.
Yeah. There's a motor car here, all right?
Yes, sir, we saw that.
Where's my sergeant, Sergeant Wise?
Down the road a bit, sir. Back there.
Oh, yes. What are you looking at, Sergeant?
Come down here, sir.
Come along. What?
That car was going pretty fast. See here.
Skidded off the road, didn't it?
When he flagged it down, no doubt.
See, it skidded through the grass on this side. Tire marks where it stopped.
Back toward London, wasn't it?
No doubt about that, sir, from the marks.
Was there anything written in Constable Greenley's notebook that would give us any idea?
Nothing, sir, after the notation about meeting me at Grove House at 1:30.
Much traffic through here, Constable?
Not much, sir.
This chap was certainly going pretty fast.
Especially on a twisty road like this one, I'd say.
Many fast drivers around here?
No, sir, none I know of.
Stranger, then, probably.
Except he must have known these twisty roads pretty well, sir.
Which puts us right back where we started, doesn't it?
Well, he had a good reason for wanting to.
What'd you say, Wise?
I said either that, sir, or he had a good reason for wanting to get back to London in a great hurry.
Now, why would a stranger take the chance of breaking his neck by driving this kind of a road at 40 miles an hour? He's going at least that fast along here by the tire marks.
And why should he murder a policeman who stopped him?
What do you think, Sergeant Wise?
Well, what we need to look for is some crook running away from something. Running back to London to hide.
Pretty shrewd guess, Wise.
Well, I think so myself, sir. But what was he running from?
Well,
I wonder if that was a stolen car he was running away with, sir.
At the tiny police station back in Stapleford Abbots, I asked to have someone remove the bullets from the body of Constable Greenley. A local surgeon volunteered to do it for us for the usual fee provided by the Home Office. After some difficulty, I was put through to Whitehall 1212 in London. I asked for Inspector Bailey.
Inspector Bailey speaking.
Hello, Pat. Tabsett here.
What are you up to, Crenton?
Need to know something, old boy. Got any reports of a car stolen last night in this part of the country?
What part of the country are you in?
Oh, Stapleford Abbots, Essex, I'm sorry.
I have to look it up. Where shall I call you?
Well, I'm at the police station in Stapleford Abbots. Ring me back as soon as you can, will you, please?
Right. 10 minutes.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Well, what do you think, Wise?
Well, it isn't a bad guess, sir. We'll see. By the way, I had a look at those powder stains on the face of the dead chap.
Oh?
Had a smell, too. They're from black powder. Old-fashioned black powder, not modern nitrocellulose. That'll be something else to check on if we do find anybody. If he has a gun that shoots black powder cartridges...
Right.
Excuse me, sir. There's a telephone call for you, sir.
Who is it, Constable?
London, sir. You can take it on that same phone you were using, sir.
Thanks. Don't go away. Chief Inspector Tabsett here.
It's Bailey here, Chief Inspector. You used second sight or something up there.
What?
The first item on my list of stolen cars for last night is a four-seater Morris Cowley touring car. Painted blue, index marked TW6120. Stolen at about 2:30 a.m. from the garage of Dr. Kelm Haggerty of Billericay. Guess you don't know the names 12 miles east of where you are.
Just a second. Blue Morris Cowley, four-seater. TW6130.
No, 6120.
Right, TW6120. Dr. Kenelm Haggerty, Billericay, about 2:30 a.m. Thanks, old boy. Do as much for you one day. Bye.
Bye.
Well, that might be our car, gentlemen.
All we have to do now is find it, sir. If it is.
We'll find it, Wise.
I hope so.
Now, look, Wise. This car was taken from Billericay at about 2:30 a.m. What I want you to do is to get around the countryside between here and Billericay and talk to people.
Yes, sir.
I want you to find out if any of the people around here happen to hear a car driving at high speed sometime between 2:30 when it was stolen and 6:30 when they found the constable's body.
Yes, sir.
We'll accomplish two things, you see. A, whether that's the car we want, and B, by plotting on a map when and where it was heard, its probable destination. You see?
Right you are, sir.
You see?
Oh, certainly.
You
said there's not much traffic in these parts, Constable.
Well, there isn't, sir. Somebody will be sure to have heard it.
Well, let's get cracking then.
Yes, sir. Where will you be?
I'll be back at the yard. I'm going to check up on known motor car thieves. I'll be in touch with you. Good luck, boys.
Thank you, sir. Come on, Constable.
I returned to my office at Scotland Yard. Before setting in motion our machinery for checking the whereabouts of known criminals who were at liberty, I dispatched Emmons Carlson, an expert on motor car tires, to Stapleford Abbots to see if he could identify the tire prints the motor car had left on the road. It hardly left London, and I had a telephone call from Sergeant Wise.
We've already had some good luck, sir. A farmer 4 miles this side of Billericay heard a car traveling at high speed at 2:40 in the morning, and a widow, a mile and a half further along, heard it. She thinks at 2:45 or thereabouts. She says it sounded like a Morris Scully, like her own car, sir.
Better and better, I thought. A little later, reports began coming into me on the known criminals who had been checked in London. 14 had already produced alibis. One, a smash-and-grab artist who had dabbled in motor cars, a chap named Whitey Wogan, was having difficulty proving his. The search went on. Information on the stolen Morris Cowley, identification number TW6120, was given general circulation. With no results. 3 reports the next day from Sergeant Wise.
One from a retired colonel of the Cherubim, sir. 5 miles east of Ongar. Heard a car at 3:15 a.m. One from an apothecary at Ongar. 5 minutes later. One from 2 men returning from a British Legion meeting. The cattle they were almost run down by a blue Morris Cowley a few miles south of Ongar. They didn't see the number.
26 more people with criminal records were checked. All had alibis. Whitey Wogan still refused to talk. Emmons Carlson reported him from Stapleford Abbots.
Yeah, here it is, sir, on the chart. I made these photographs on the spot. You see? Pretty blurred they are, sir, but you can identify them. Now here, on the chart, type B, 1/32, or 1/23, if you like.
Mm-hmm.
4 parallel lines around the circumference of the tire. Diagonal lines at the edges of the tire.
Mm-hmm.
Short diagonals the other direction, in the center. Oblique parallelograms, you might say. Can't be anything but a Dunlop Fortuna tire.
Does that do us any good, Carlson?
I telephoned Dr. Kenwin Haggerty, sir, at Billericay. The stolen car was equipped with Dunlop Fortunas.
No doubt now that was the murder car. Another report from Sergeant Wise placed the car 5 miles north of where the constable was murdered at 3:30 a.m., still headed south. I ticked off the reports on a map of the area. It was a circuitous route, but there was no doubt of it. The car was headed for London. But then the trail was lost. A report from Percy Young in the ballistics laboratory.
About those bullets taken from the body of the constable who was shot near Stapleford Abbots, Chief Inspector.
Yes, Percy, what'd you find out?
They're all from a Webley .38 caliber revolver. Seems to me, I should say, somewhat obsolete manufacture, but I'm not sure of that.
You could identify the particular gun they were fired from if we got hold of it, could you, Percy?
Of course. Take it in.
Unfortunately, I haven't got it, Percy. Unfortunately, I haven't got anything. Unfortunately, all I've got is the knowledge of the car the murderer rode in. And the fact that the car is probably somewhere in London. With the murderer, I hope. Unfortunately, I have no idea who he is. Yet. But we'll find out. You can't murder a policeman and get away with it. I'll bring you the gun sooner or later. Sergeant Wise came in.
Afternoon, sir.
Hello, Wise.
Got some news for you.
Good. What?
They found the car.
They have? Why didn't they tell me?
Your telephone was busy, sir.
Ah. Brixton.
Been there all night, apparently, they said.
Sure it's the car?
Blue Morris Carley, four-seater, number TW2160.
Mm-hmm.
Fingerprint people and all are there now. Looking it over.
Brixton, you said?
Brixton, yes, sir.
That's where Whitey Wogan lives.
Who, sir?
Car thief.
Oh.
Won't tell us where he was the night of the murder.
Shall I bring him in, sir?
Better. I'll go and have a look at the car first, though. Here's his address. See you later there.